Hey guys, in today's video, you're going to learn how to create an AI fitness coach from scratch that sends AI generated workouts directly to your phone throughout the day. So let's go ahead and take a sneak peek of the app that you're going to be building today. So in this Next.js application, we've actually turned David Goggins into Goggins AI, and throughout the day, he will send us workouts to help us keep us in shape and to help us stay hard. And what's cool is we're using OpenAI Assistants to actually pre-train and recreate these workouts. So it's super cool. And what I think is also awesome is that we can actually respond to Goggins AI, with saying like, hey, that was a piece of cake. And then Goggins, in good old David Goggins fashion, will tell us that, hey, stay hard.
Stay hard, stay hard, stay hard, stay hard, stay hard.
Quit being a poopy pants and get after it. And what's even cooler, as you can just see, we just got a notification from David Goggins with even additional workouts that we need to do next. And that's happening because we've actually converted this Next.js application into a progressive web app where we can see notifications directly on our phone. So I challenge you to watch this video all the way through, because by the end of it, you're going to be an expert at working with OpenAI Assistants. You're also going to know how to create a modern Next.js 14 application and how to turn it into a progressive web app that also includes user authentication thanks to Clerk. And you're also going to know how to save all of our data off to our database, because we're going to be using Planetscale and Prisma. And because you guys are awesome, I'm actually giving away all the source code to this application completely free, so you guys can go off and turn this idea into a full-blown business. And if you actually want to try out this app before you build it, I have a link to it down in the description below. So with all that out of the way, if you're excited to get started building this AI fitness coach, go grab a coffee, smash that like and subscribe button, and let's go ahead and dive in. And my bad, I also meant to mention, if you need any help whatsoever, feel free to drop a comment down below and I'll do my best to help. Or if you prefer some more one-on-one time, I actually have a link where you and I can schedule a quick one-on-one call so we can actually dive into whatever problems you're having and actually get them solved. So, all right, enough of that, let's get back to the video. All right, so let's do a quick overview of what we're going to be building in the order we're going to be doing it. This way you can actually just skip around in the timestamps down below on this video, so you can actually just watch the parts that you want to, if you want to skip around. Okay, so one of the first things that we're going to be doing is actually setting up our Next.js 14 project, and we're going to be using Tailwind, Typescript, and ShadCN when we get this set up. And then from there, what we're going to do is set up authentication using Clerk. It's going to make our life super simple, getting this incorporated into our application. And then what we're going to do is go off and start creating our David Goggins AI assistant. And we're going to be using OpenAI, obviously, to do this. And then once we have our Goggins AI coach created, we're going to go off and actually set up our database. In our case, we're going to be using Planetscale. This way we can actually store all the information we need to in order to start talking with our users and basically, to store everything that we need to build our application. And then as we continue to build the different parts of our application, like this chat portion that you see right here, where we can talk to David Goggins and get responses, and then the profile settings where we can actually store information about like, hey, do you want to receive push notifications, and what kind of difficulty do you want to, enroll for the coaching portion of our application. Once we get all that set up, we're going to hop back into some more backend code to where we can actually send out challenges to our users at different times of the day. And we're going to be using Upstash to basically send or to trigger those cron jobs to send challenges to our users throughout the day. And once we finally get all that set up, what we're going to do is go off and deploy our application to Vercel. And that way, we can access it at, like you just saw a second ago, over at like David Goggins AI. You can actually go to a URL and access our application. And then finally, what we're going to do is turn our application into a progressive web application so that you guys can get notifications like this on your phone, your Apple Watch, wherever you want to get notifications at. So that's a quick overview of what we're going to be building and how we're going to be building it in the order we're going to be doing it. Like I said, just feel free to click timestamps throughout the video so you can skip to the part you want. But we're going to go ahead and start off and hop open to Visual Studio Code and start creating our application. So the first thing we want to do is create our Next.js 14 project. And the easiest way to do this is to copy the installation instructions that are found on the ShadCN website. And the reason we're doing this is because ShadCN, their install instructions, actually will automatically include Typescript and Tailwind CSS inside of our project. And the other reason that we're going to be doing this is because we actually want to use ShadCN inside of our website once we get it set up. And if you haven't used ShadCN before, basically what they allow you to do is add in components that make it super easy to customize and manage throughout your entire application. So, you can add buttons, alerts, pretty much everything. They have it set up inside of ShadCN. So what we're going to do is go ahead and copy this command. But in our case, we're going to call ours Goggins AI Coach. So Goggins AI Coach, and it's going to take just a second to go ahead and install this. And what you're going to do whenever it's asking you all these different questions is you're just going to basically go ahead and click the default answer. So would you like to use the source directory? Nope. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to customize the default? Nope. It's going to take a few seconds to install. And once this is completely done, like I said, I'll just take a few seconds. You've now successfully created your Goggins AI project. And what we can do next is actually start to follow step number 2, which is going to be installing ShadCN inside of our project. So what we have to do is CD into our new project, so Goggins AI Coach, and then we're going to set up ShadCN. All right, this is going to take a few seconds. And now, once again, we're just going to pretty much click the default for everything that's asking. So would you like to proceed? Yes. We want to use Typescript. We're just going to use the default style. We're going to make it Slate. This is where our global CSS is located. Would you like to use variables? Sure. Would you like to use that for Tailwind prefixes? Sure. Like I said, I'm just going to keep hitting enter, but that's basically what you want to do is just use the default for everything that's asking. Okay, cool. So once again, this is going to take a few seconds to install all the proper dependencies. Okay, great. So now that we've done that, what we can do is actually go ahead and open up our project. And this is going to open up in a new window so that we can start looking at it. All right, cool. So as you can see, we're now inside Goggins AI. And what's very cool is that you can already see that we're starting to use some of the Tailwind CSS items that we installed. And we already have the components folder set up, which is going to be a part of ShadCN. So what we're going to do next to actually make sure that this is officially working is we're going to go ahead and actually install our first ShadCN component just to show you that this is working and show you what this looks like because we're going to be using this a lot throughout this project. So let me get this closed up. Yep, what we're going to do is go ahead and install our first ShadCN component, which is going to be a button. And this is always going to add our ShadCN components inside of our components UI folder. So now you see we have a button that we can use throughout our application. And to use it, what we'll do is just go ahead and go to our page. And I'm just going to load a button right here so you guys can see it in action. And you're going to want to make sure every time you use one of these ShadCN components that you always get it from your components UI library. So in our case, I'm just going to go ahead and create our button and say, hello. And what's cool is that you can already go ahead and like say what kind of variant that you want this button to be. So in our case, we'll make it like a ghost. And what's very cool is if you actually go over to this, you can actually see what the different styles look like. So, default, destructive. So you can see these and edit these and it'll be consistent throughout your entire application. So let's go ahead and actually spin up this application so we can actually see if it's working. So I'm gonna go ahead and start localhost. Let's go ahead and close out a warp now that we've set this up. Yeah, so now you see we have a button and it says hello. So we now know ShadCN is officially working. Okay, cool. So now that we have our project set up with all the right dependencies, let's go ahead and start actually adding in Clerk for authentication. All right, so now we're going to start setting up Clerk inside of our application. And if this is the first time you're using Clerk, just as a quick summary, it is an authentication management platform that makes it super easy to manage your users throughout your Next.js application. And this Clerk service allows you to easily sign in using all of the different common platforms for authentication, such as Google, Facebook, Twitter, and you can use email, phones. It's really convenient. And if this is your first time using this service, what you'll need to do in the top right is go ahead and sign up and create an account. Now, once you've done that, what you'll do next is head over to the dashboard by clicking this button, and it'll take you to this page. And this dashboard is where you'll be able to see all of the different applications you set up inside of Clerk. More than likely, yours will probably be empty if this is the first time you're using this. But what we're going to do next is go ahead and create our new application that we're going to use inside Clerk. So we just click this button right here, and we can go ahead and call our application. We'll call it Goggins AI Coach, and I'm just going to call it -YouTube. And what I really like about Clerk is the fact that you can go ahead and toggle all the different types of ways you want people to sign up for your application, and it actually changes in real time on the right, so you can kind of get a preview of what it's going to look like with all the different options. But in our case, what we're going to do is just use Google to make it simple. All right, great. From there, what it's going to do is go ahead and create our new application, and it'll actually show us our environment variables for using if we want to actually use this Clerk inside of our application. And what they actually have is this continued to docs button, which will actually walk you through a quick start guide of how to add Clerk inside of your application. So we're going to go ahead and follow that real fast. So I'm going to put these side by side so we can actually start seeing what we need to do with the instructions and our code at the same time. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is install Clerk so we can use it inside of our application. So I'm going to copy and paste it. Then what we're going to do next is actually set up our environment keys. And it's important that you do not save these environment keys to GitHub or somewhere else where people can see them. So that's why we're going to add them to an environment file. So what I'm going to do is right click inside of here, create a new file, and we're going to create our .env file. And what we're also going to do is update our .getignore file to make sure that we do not include and save our .env file to our GitHub commit history. Fantastic. So what we're going to do next is go ahead and click copy to copy our keys. And we're going to go over here and paste them into our new environment variables file. And as you can see, it copied it over and actually include the real keys. And once again, I'm just going to stress this. Please do not share these keys with anyone because people can really mess with your app. Okay, cool. Now we're going to move on to step number 3, which is to wrap your application in a Clerk provider. Now, if you're using Next.js 14 like I've done so far in this application, you're actually going to be using the app router. This is one of the newer features of Next.js. And basically what it does is it will put all of your source code, like all your pages, layouts, and everything inside of the app folder. So that's what we're going to be using. So what we need to do is open up our layout.tsx file. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast. And then what we need to do next is go ahead and wrap our root layout inside our Clerk provider. Now what this will do is actually provide authentication throughout our entire application. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that, save it, and now we actually need to import. Fantastic. So now we have wrapped our entire application in our Clerk provider so we can access our user's authentication state throughout the entire app. Okay, great. So what we're going to do next is actually set up our middleware file. Now this middleware file is super important because this is where you will define which pages and routes inside of your application are public and private. So I'm going to go ahead and create our middleware.ts file. And we're just going to go ahead and copy and paste in what they tell us to do right here. And basically the main thing that you're going to end up doing in this file outside of just what we did with just pasting is you're going to be updating the public routes that you want inside of your application. And we're going to play with this here in just a second, but I just want to show you for now, if we just want to make our root landing page public, what we would do is go ahead and add that button, or basically add that right there to where we will say that, hey, the root directory is public. So I'm going to show you two things. So first, what we're going to do is comment this out. So you'll see what happens when we try to access our application, basically access a protected route. So I'm going to go npm run dev. So we're going to go ahead and spin up our server again. Then we're going to go ahead and spin up localhost 3000. And what this will do is when we try and go to this page now, because this is our root directory, it's going to say, hey, you need to basically log in. So obviously this is not what we want to happen. So what we can do is uncomment this, save it. It will restart our server. And then whenever I refresh this, what it'll do, let's go back to localhost 3000, is now what it'll do is actually allow us to directly go to our landing page. So as you can see, this auth middleware public routes is the main thing that's going to allow us to protect our pages and make them private or public. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it how it is for right now, and then let's keep following our instructions. So the next thing that you're going to end up doing is adding a user button, and this user button, if we actually go to the final website, is it will allow you to access your user's state. So this is the user button, and what this will do is allow you to like manage your account, sign in, sign out. But we're going to work on adding that later once we start actually setting up our navigation bar. So, but the main thing, just as a summary, you have so far added authentication to your application, and you set it up to where users can log in and log out now. And you also know how to protect certain routes within inside of your application to make them private or public. Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next step. We also need to add 2 additional components to make sure that Clerk works 100% properly. And those components are going to be our sign in and sign up components. So if you actually head over in their docs and scroll down a little bit, you'll see that the sign up component or the sign in component actually renders the UI that we see above so the person can sign in. And the way that you set that up is basically add a new page that includes that sign in button. So I'm going to go ahead and add that new page. And it's important that you copy this route 100% the exact way it shows up on the screen inside of our new app. So what we're going to do is go over to the app folder, and then we're going to create a new folder called sign in. And then what we're going to do next is make a basically double square brackets folder that says ... sign in. So let's create that real fast. Fantastic. And inside of that, we're going to make a new page.tsx, and we can just copy and paste this inside of here. Fantastic. So now we have the sign in page working. Now we can move over to the sign up. And this one is basically identical. Let me show you real fast. It's almost identical in code. All you need to do, new folder, we're going to call this sign up. Inside of sign up, we're going to make our new, once again, double square brackets, ... sign up, square brackets. Oop, I did one too many. And that definitely would have caused a problem if I didn't catch that. Fantastic. And then inside of here, we'll once again make a new page. .tsx, and then we can copy the code that they have for us on their installation setup. Fantastic. And the only thing that's left is we need to set up our public routes. So if you go back to our .env file, what you'll need to do is set up where you want Clerk to redirect people to sign in, and also what to do after they have signed in or signed up. So you just need to copy and paste these environment variables right here and save it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and restart our server right here, and everything should be working now. And what we're going to do next is actually start cleaning up insides of our project, so we'll be set up for success throughout the rest of this application. And before we just start cleaning up our project, I think it's important to look at the final end result so we can see what we need to do. So the first thing you'll notice is at the root URL of our new application, you'll notice that we're in the chat portion of our application. And then if I click profile, you'll notice that takes us to the / profile route. And then just as a even higher level thing, you'll notice that on our application, we have the Navbar at the very top of our project. And then we have our different pages, like all the content for each one of our pages below the navbar. So here's how we're going to actually set that up inside of our project. The first thing we're going to do is create a new route group. And if you're not familiar with route groups inside of Next.js, basically they allow you to organize different paths within inside of your application to basically help make sure everything is organized properly. So as an example, if you were working on the marketing portion of your application, you could create a marketing route group, which is just denoted with putting parentheses around a new folder. And then you could put all of your different pages, layouts, and loading inside this new route group. So let's go ahead and set this up inside of our application. So now that we're back inside of our application, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm just going to call this app. And the reason I'm doing this is because you can imagine in a more continued version or advanced version of this tutorial, we would actually have a landing page portion of this application where people could go view the app, sign up, and pay for it and all that. And then our application itself would be contained somewhere else. So that's what we're going to set up there. And the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and start creating different routes within this new folder. So if you remember in our final version of the application, at the base level, we had a chat page, and that was at the root level. And then we also had a profile route. So in our profile route, this is how the user was able to access their profile. And to do that, you just make a new profile folder. And then inside that profile folder, you'll make a new page.tsx. Okay, cool. So now that we've made these blank pages, let's go ahead and start populating them. And the easiest way to do that is if you type in RFCE, this will create a new reactional functional export component for us. And we're just going to call this our chat page. We'll save it. And then over here in our profile page, we'll do it again. And we'll call this our profile page. I'll show you how to access these pages in just a second. But the important thing is if you want to basically use that same snippet that I just did, what you need to do is head over to extensions. And from here, if you type in React snippets, you'll see this ES7 Plus snippet. You want to install this. And this is what allowed me to type in RFCE, and then it did the autocomplete of that code for me. Okay, cool. So now that we've set this up, I'm actually going to open back up our middleware and add both of these routes to our public, basically make them public so we don't have to log in for them right now so that we can look inside our application. Okay, great. Now that we have that set up, I'm going to go ahead and reload the app, but it will break, and I'll show you why in just a second. So we're going to go ahead and reload it. It takes a few seconds, and then we're going to get an error. And wonder why we get an error? Well, it's because we have two parallel pages that have the same path. So to fix this, what we're going to do is go back over to our folder explorer. And what you'll notice is we have a page directory right here, our page TSX component here at the root directory. And then this new page inside of our app route group is also technically considered at the root directory because these route groups don't add any additional routes. And what I mean by that is you don't have to basically in our URL, you don't to access that new page we created, you don't have to type in app / page to get to that. It just, it automatically adds it to our path. I hope that makes sense. Like I said, back over here in the example, you'll notice that the about group, you don't have to do /marketing /about. It's strictly internal to help you as a developer organize stuff. So to fix this error, all we need to do is delete that initial page that we created a while back. We're going to move that to trash. Then if we come back over here, refresh our page, takes a second to reload. I'm actually going to go ahead real fast and restart the server because sometimes errors like this will completely break it. It takes a few seconds, but fantastic. We can now see we have a chat page. And if I was to type in profile, I would imagine that would take us to the profile page. Okay, great. So now that we have set up those two different pages in our application, let's now work on setting up our layout where we will have a nav bar up top and then our page components down below it. So the easiest way to do that is let's head back over to our application, and then inside of our app route group, what we're going to do is make a new layout.tsx file. And to help this kind of make sense, I'm going to open up the existing layout that's within inside of our application. We're going to copy and paste it and then tweak it to match our use case. Okay, so the first thing is this is not going to be our root layout. This is going to be our app layout. And if this is your first time working with layouts, it's important to understand that layouts basically help apply styling and also basically some more state management throughout a certain portion of your application. So for example, at the root level, we were applying Clerk and some styles at the root level, but now for our application we're going to provide some more local level styling and state management. Okay, so let's go ahead, get rid of this, and what we're going to do is basically create a new div. And if you remember from earlier, we just want to have a nav bar up top, and then we want to have our children components. So as a to-do, we need to make a nav bar. The easiest way to do that is if you go over to our components folder. We're going to make a new file within here, and we're just going to call this navbar.tsx. Go ahead and create a new navbar, save it. Fantastic. And if we come back to our layout, we can actually go ahead and include this new navbar that we just created and import it from the right path. Let's save it. And now we can start actually applying some styling so that we can make sure that our navbar always appears above our child. So we're going to make this a flex container. We're going to make it a column so that our navbar appears on top of our children. And we want to make sure that this takes up as much space as possible. So we're going to say it takes up width full, and then we're going to say h full. And if you're not familiar with Tailwind CSS, what you'll notice is h full, basically make sure we take a height of 100%, and then width full, make sure that we take a width of 100%. Okay, cool. So now that we've made these changes, let's go ahead and close out and head back over to our application. And you can now see on the profile page, our new navbar appears above it. And if we go to our root chat app, you'll notice that our navbar now appears above our chat. Okay, all right, we've knocked out a ton of stuff. So let's go ahead next and start making this navbar actually look nice and make it look like the final one in the end product of our application. So let's go ahead and start working back on our navbar. And just so you can see what we're building as we code it up, let's go ahead and actually merge these two different pages together. Fantastic. All right, so we have our app on the left and then our code on the right. So let's go ahead and open up our navbar. I'm on a Mac, so you can just hit Command P to start typing in whatever file you want to open. So I'm going to open up our navbar. Now what we're going to do is start creating our navbar from the top down. All right, so what we want to do inside of our navbar, the first thing is we want to make sure that we have, if you look at our final version, we want to make sure that it's all black and we have white text. Over on the left, we have our logo, and then on the right, we have our route links. So let's go ahead and start stubbing some of this out. So we said we want to have our logo on the left, and then on the right, we want to have our routes. And at the very end, we want to have our user button that comes from Clerk, user button. Okay, fantastic. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and start making everything black and white. So what we're gonna do, just paste in some styles. I'm gonna zoom out so you can kind of see some of these better. So what I've done so far is I have made it black. I set a padding of 4 around everything. A padding of 4 is like 16 px. And we're gonna make this a flex container. More specifically, this needs to be a flex row because everything needs to go from left to right. Justify between means we're going to put as much space between the items, and this is going to be what allows us to put our logo on the left and our route and user button on the right. And then outside of that, we're just going to say, hey, we want a black background and white text. Okay, fantastic. So the next thing we're going to do is start adding our logo, which is going to just say David Goggins. And what we're going to do for that is we're going to start to use Next.js link components. And what this will do is it'll, make sure you import the next link. But what this will do is do some fancy preloading. And this is obviously Next.js's preferred way of transitioning between routes inside of your application. So now we have our Goggins AI on the left. And what we're going to do next is, if you remember in our final version, we want to say chat and then profile, then user button. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap all of these inside of a div. There we go. So there's a few ways we can build routes. The simple way would be to, for each route, we would do something like this, where we would, have a link to point to somewhere, and then we would, have text for what we want to do. but that's the overly simplistic way. So what we want to do is basically use some dynamic importing of arrays or building of our links within inside of our navbar. So what we're going to do is make a new routes array that's going to have the different elements that we want to render within inside of our navbar. So for example, we're going to have a chat route that's going to take us to this path. We're going to have a profile link that's going to take us to that path. And the easiest way to basically load these routes is to do something like this. Let me walk you through it real fast and show you what's happening. So the first thing is we're going to loop through that routes array we just created above. And for each route, we want to pull out the route. So that's what's going to allow us to look at the name and path. And we're also going to pull out the index. So we're just going to create a link, and each link is going to point the href to the path. So that's going to be the /chat or /profile. And then what we're going to do is apply some dynamic styling. Now, what you'll notice in the final version of our application is when I'm on a route like profile, and you can look in the top right or in the navbar and I'm at /profile, I underline it. And if I go to chat, whenever that loads, it also will underline chat. So the easiest way to do that inside of our application is to actually look at the current path name. Now, the way you're going to use and access the path name inside of Next.js is to use the use path name hook. And you're just going to, once again, import that from Next navigation. And this is going to allow us to look at our current URL and actually see where we're at. And we're going to say, hey, does our current path name equal our route path? If it does, I want you to add a border on the bottom that's yellow. Otherwise, don't apply any styling. Okay, so let's go ahead and look back at our application. Let's load it back up. I'm missing, sometimes, like I said, when you, the error we're getting right now is, if you read it, you can only use this inside of a client component. Well, if you look at the top of our component, we do not specify that this is a use client component. And if you're unfamiliar, basically there's two different types of components within inside of Next.js. You can do a client component, which will allow you to access like hooks, such as like use state, use effects, basically everything that you would do for any type of client interaction. And the other type is server components. And if you're using a server component, that's how you can actually access your, like you could access your database directly. You could basically do a lot of requests directly to your database in, because everything's getting server side rendered. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, but that was the error we were just looking at. And as you can see, we now have our different parts of our application. So if I click profile now, you'll notice that it now underlines profile. If I go back to chat, it underlines chat, and the page changes as I click this. Fantastic. So now let's actually add some styling so that this actually looks nice. So let's get rid of some of these to-dos as well, because we've already implemented them. Get rid of that. Fantastic. So what we're going to do to make sure that our styling looks nice is we're going to, once again, use flex. We want to make sure that we have a gap between everything. So we're going to use a gap of 6. We want our text to be large, and then we want our items to be centered vertically. Okay, so now we can save it. Now we have some space between stuff. And the only thing that's missing right now is our user button. So our user button, once again, is going to come from Clerk. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in what that'll look like. And let me just show you what it'll do. So whenever our user is logged in, they'll be able to see their profile. They can click on it. They can manage their account. And this is all getting basically managed through Clerk. So it's going to be, like I said, I love Clerk. They make your life super easy. Okay, so now that we've set that up, let's go ahead and close that out. And now that we've set up the basic layout for our entire application, we're going to go ahead and move on to working on building the AI portion of this application, where we're going to be working with assistants and actually building out the chat portion of this application. So let's go ahead and move on to the next part. So now we're going to start working on creating Goggins AI. So that way, whenever we message Goggins in our chat application, it will respond in a good old Goggins fashion where it tells us to stay hard and is super intense. Now, the way we're going to do this is by going over to OpenAI and creating an assistant. And if you haven't worked with assistants before, just know assistants basically come with some pre-trained instructions and can use different models, tools, and knowledge to respond to user queries. Or in our case, our user queries are going to be like, hey, I just finished a workout, and our instructions are going to be like, hey, you are David Goggins, respond in, David Goggins fashion. And that's how it's going to basically create messages that it responds to. Now, I know that's just a very quick run through, and we're actually going to go a lot deeper into assistants in this tutorial. But if you're looking for a complete deep dive into working with assistants, I definitely recommend checking out 2 different videos on my YouTube channel, the OpenAI Assistant Crash Course and the OpenAI Assistant Function Calling tutorial. These 2 tutorials will basically set you apart from most other developers when it comes to working with assistants, and you'll have a super deep understanding of how to use this new technology that's going to be the bedrock for this application. Okay, cool. Now that we've kind of covered what we're going to be doing when it comes to creating assistants, let's go ahead and start actually doing it. So our end goal is going to be creating a David Goggins AI coach. And here's the end result of what we're going to be creating. As you can see, this assistant actually has some instructions that say like, hey, I want to, create an assistant that responds to user queries, so forth and so forth. So this is actually what we're going to be creating. And there's two ways that we can go about making this new assistant. Option one is going to be, we could go into, the platform openai.com/assistants and come over here and create our new one. But that's manual. So what we're going to do is actually inside of our code, we are going to create a new endpoint for our backend service to where we can actually just basically send a request and it will automatically create us one of these assistants for us. Okay, so here's how we're going to do that. The first thing you need to do is come over to OpenAI and go over to the OpenAI keys, and you're going to create a new secret. So in our case, we're going to call it Goggins AI YouTube, and it doesn't matter what you call it. This is just to help you identify which key is going to what. Then we're going to create a new secret key, and it's important, once again, when you add this to your environment variables, you do not want to share this with anybody. This is a secret key. If people get access to this, they can actually start charging your account. So yeah, make sure, be very careful with this key. All right, cool. So what we're going to do next is hop back over to our environment variables, and we are going to add our OpenAI key. Now, when you do this, it's important that you use the exact same name that I'm typing in right now. So OpenAI, and then we're going to say key. And then we're going to set this equal to our secret key. Fantastic. And now what we're going to do next is actually start setting up our backend routes where we're going to create our new assistants. So if you go to the app folder, right click it, we're going to start making our new APIs. So we're going to make a new API folder. And from there, we're going to create a new folder called assistant because we want to create a new assistant. And we're going to make a new folder called create. And then finally, one last file, we're going to make a new route, and this route is going to be the endpoint where we actually send off our queries whenever we want to make a new assistant. And what we're going to do, because this is going to end up working with the OpenAI Assistant API, is we actually need to go ahead and install the OpenAI package. So what you're going to do is down at the bottom, you're going to do npm I, and you're going to type in OpenAI. This is going to allow us to start creating our new assistants. Fantastic. So now that that's done, we're going to go ahead and start creating our assistant. So what we're going to do inside of this application is anytime someone sends a post request to our backend, we're going to create a new assistant. And this new assistant is going to contain all the instructions needed to create our David Goggins. So what we're going to do is do OpenAI, just like this. And as you can see, it automatically imported OpenAI from OpenAI, and that's great. And what you'll notice is I haven't put any configurations in here, and that's just because the API key by default, if you actually go look at the library for working with this tool, the API key automatically points to OpenAI _API _key. Like we've already set it up in our environment variables right here. OpenAI API. Sorry, that was a quick mistake on my part. Yeah, you need to say OpenAI API key. Fantastic. So now that we have that set up, let's go back to our route. And what we're going to do next is we're going to actually create our assistant. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to type in, we're going to do a try, just in case something fails. We want to be able to log it. Error. Fantastic. And we're going to type in const assistant is equal to wait, and we're going to do OpenAI dot beta, because making assistants is still in the beta portion, and then we're going to create an assistant, and we want to create it. Now here's where the magic comes in. If you look inside of creating a assistant, you'll see that there's a few different things that we can do. The first one we can do is add the model that we want to use. So in our case, we're just going to use GPT-4. Next, what we can do is say the name of the model we want to create. So in our case, we're going to just call it Goggins AI Coach. Then after that, we can actually provide the instructions. Now, the instructions are basically everything that we're going to use to define this assistant API to respond like Goggins. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the prompt that we're using that you saw earlier in the actual final version right here. These instructions, I just went ahead and copy and paste them. And just remember, all the code that you're looking at right now is actually available. All you have to do is scroll down below the video and click the link, which will take you over to where you can actually copy and paste all this code yourself. So you don't have to type all of this out. Okay, cool. So, but as you can see, we're creating a new assistant. You are going to basically respond in the style of David Goggins. And, we've kind of just basically given the assistant some constraints to help it understand how it should respond. And we've actually given it a few example inputs and outputs. So, all right, so that's what we're going to do when it comes to creating our assistant. And now it's just up to us to actually return this assistant to the front end. So in our case, we're just going to go ahead and log what we made, and then we're going to return it. So next response, fantastic. And then we just want to return a JSON body with our assistant. And if it works, we're just going to give it a status of 201. Fantastic. And then if something goes wrong, all we're just going to do is give it a status of 500 because something went wrong. And we're just going to pass back the error. Okay. All right, so everything's working now. So what we're going to do is actually go over to using our Postman tool, and we are going to actually try triggering this endpoint that we just created. So what I'm going to do, once again, if you haven't used Postman inside of Visual Studio Code, all you need to do is go over to extensions, type in Postman, and then you can access it like I'm using right here. So in our case, let's go ahead and make a new folder. In our case, I'm going to just rename it. We're going to call it Goggins AI YouTube. This way we can store all of our backend queries as we make them. And then now I'm going to add a request. And in our case, this is going to be a post request, as you saw over in our code. This is a post request, and it needs to go to HTTP localhost API assistant create. Okay. And then our body is just going to be a raw JSON body. We don't have anything inside of it actually right now. So what we're going to do, let's go ahead, save this request. And let's go ahead and just call this create assistant. And then we're going to send it off. All right, we got a quick error. We need to actually go back over to our code and make sure that we are running our app. Now it's running again. So now let's go ahead and send back off this post request. Now, as you can see, once again, we ran into one other small error, and this is good live debugging because these are probably some errors that you're going to see as you work with Clerk. So the main thing you'll notice right here, it's saying that, hey, we are protecting this route, and that's why we got a 401 unauthorized error. So all we need to do to allow us to actually make this request without having any issues, we need to go back over to our middleware and we need to update our endpoint. So we need to say OpenAI Assistant /create. We need to say that that's a public route. So we're going to close out and restart our server. And now when we go back over to Postman, let's zoom out so you can kind of see everything that's happening at the same time. Right here. So now whenever I send off this request now, we're going to see that it's working. We're going to actually go ahead and get back an assistant. So you can see this actually contains everything that we just typed up inside of our code and our backend route here. But now you can see it's actually coming back to us. And if we head back over to OpenAI and refresh this page, you'll see we now have a new assistant waiting for us because we just created. Okay, fantastic. So now what we've done is we've made a new assistant. So now it's up to us to go back over and start working on our front end code where we can start working and talking with this assistant. So that's where we're going to go ahead and start working on next. And before we go off and just start building all of our front-end components, we actually need to do a little bit more work with assistants to get everything set up properly. So what I want to walk you through real quick is how assistants work, so you'll see how they work in the big picture and you'll understand why we're about to go off and create a few more back-end routes before we can actually start getting our chat component to work inside of our application. Okay, so here's how an assistant works. And this is just an example. I'm going to actually tailor it to what we're doing with Goggins AI so it'll make sense. So there are 4 key components when it comes to working with assistants. And all this, once again, gets covered in a lot more detail in my crash course that I referenced just a few seconds ago. So definitely watch that video if you're getting confused about anything that I'm talking about right now. But okay, let's dive in. So there are 4 key objects when it comes to working with assistants. First off, there's the assistant itself, who's pre-trained with some instructions. And that's going to be our David Goggins AI coach, who is pre-trained to respond in Goggins style. Next, there's going to be the thread. And the thread is just going to be the conversation between us and the user, us and the AI. And this thread is basically just where we're going to store all of our messages. So as you can see, in our example, our thread would be our conversation with David Goggins, where we're talking about exercises and we're telling him how we did, and then he's responding. So this thread, as you can see, contains a bunch of different messages. Some are from us in yellow, and some are from the AI in the dark gray. Okay, cool. Now, here comes the most complicated part, and we'll dive into this a lot deeper when we get to it in a later part of the tutorial, but it's going to be a run. So a run does nothing more than have an assistant review all the messages inside of the thread and use its pre-trained instructions to generate a new response. Okay, that's basically what it does. So in the case of our application, an assistant or our David Goggins AI has certain instructions to respond in the style of David Goggins, where he's over exaggerated, he's a super intense, and he's going to read through all the messages that we have inside of our thread. As he's reviewing all these messages in our thread, he's going to generate a new message that's going to get appended to the end of our thread. So he's going to be able to do that because he's using all of his pre-trained instructions, doing all his OpenAI magic, and that's how it's going to work. And there's a lot more that goes into run. Like we're going to have to do some polling of it to like fetch the status of it as it's running. It's a little bit more complicated than the way OpenAI used to be, but I think you're really going to like it because OpenAI actually is starting to do a lot more of the heavy lifting of storing these messages and basically making our lives easier as developers. But there's just a few more things that we're going to have to do on the front end later on. So, okay, so you're now an expert. We now know we're going to have to create an assistant, which we've already done. So now it's up to us to go ahead and start creating threads, messages in run. So we're going to go ahead and hop back over to our code and start working on adding these 3 new objects that we can go ahead and create them in our backend code. So let's go ahead real fast and start working on that now. So let's go ahead and start creating all of our new backend routes so we can fully start working with our assistants. So I'm going to open back up our file explorer and start creating our new routes. And if you remember, we already have an assistant. So next we need to go ahead and create a thread. After that, we're going to create our messages, and then that just needs to be message. And then after that, we're going to create a folder for our runs. All right, so now let's go ahead and start knocking these out one by one. And what you'll notice when I'm creating each one of these endpoints, so for example, as I create the thread route.ts, what I'm going to be doing is if you hop back over to OpenAI's API reference, and there's just a lot of AI and APIs, but if you go down to the portion where they're talking about assistants, I'm basically going to be copying all the code they have for these different, like I said, 4 key objects with working with assistants. So as you can see, when we're working with threads and we want to create a thread, it's a super simple call. All we want to do is just do OpenAI beta threads create and just really return it. So super simple code, and that's actually what we're going to be working on. So I'm really just going to go ahead and copy it. So let's go ahead and go back over to our code. And what I like to do, like I said, I'm a big fan of like kind of reusing code. So if you look at how we did this last one, we're just need to export a sync. And in our case, we're going to make this once again a post function. And then this time, what we're going to do is create a new empty thread. And we now need to add in OpenAI. So const OpenAI is equal to new OpenAI. Fantastic. Now we just need to import it, the missing parts. Great. And then what we can do is go off and actually return it. So let's just do return next response JSON, and we're just actually going to call this thread. Yep. So let's do next response. Fantastic. Yep. Just like that. You got to love autocomplete. So that's what we're going to do. And this will now allow us, I'll go ahead and call it here in just a second, but anytime we make a post request to our thread endpoint, it's going to give us back a new thread. So let's go ahead and try that out. So come back over here. Let's do this one, duplicate it. This time we're going to say create thread. And all it's going to do is talk to the API/thread endpoint. We're not going to send anything. And we're going to update our middleware because we learned from last time. So like I said, we're just going to update our new endpoint, API thread. Fantastic. Let's kill our server and restart it just so this middleware can take back in effect. All right, great. So now we're going to go down here. Oh, it didn't save the name. Create thread. There we go. So now whenever I create a thread, it's going to go off, take a second, and then it's going to return it to us. So you can see it's created. And if I look in here, you can see our new thread object. So it comes back with an ID. And then this ID, this thread ID, is actually going to store all of our messages and allow us to access them later on. So you'll see that here more in a few seconds when we start working with messages. Okay. So now we have threads working. So let's go ahead and keep chugging along and start creating our message route. What we're going to do now is if you go over to our message folder, we're just going to do 2 new folders in here. Our first one is going to be create, and this is how we're going to create new message. And we're also going to make a new folder called list. And this list folder is how eventually we're going to list all the messages in a thread. All right, so let's go ahead and make our first one, which is going to be our create message. Now, once again, this is going to be super simple. If you head back over to OpenAI and look at what they're doing with messages, you'll see in order to create a new message, you have to have a few required parameters. First, you have to have a thread ID because if you remember, messages get added to threads. And then outside of that, you have to say, well, what is the role of this message you're adding and what's the content of it? So you can kind of see in this small example that they have right here, this is how we're going to call it. So I'm just gonna, well, like I said, you'll just see it's very simple. We're gonna create it, pass in the thread ID, and then pass in our new message. So let's go ahead and start implementing it on our end. So first things first, we're going to create a new function. This is going to be a post function, and we actually need to pass in a few parameters. So we're just going to pass in a new request. And with this request, what we're going to do is actually pull out the message and thread ID. So we're going to pull out the message, we're going to pull out the thread ID, and we're going to get this by destructuring the request. So rec.json. Fantastic. So I'll log these, so we'll see that it's working here in a second, but we'll say so I'll log this in a second so you can see that it's working. And then what we're going to do is just some simple validation, and we're just going to say, hey, if the thread ID doesn't exist, or if we don't have a message, I want to return back to the user that something went wrong. So in our case, we're going to turn a next response.json, and we're just going to return a message saying that, hey, here's the error. And then we're going to also pass along that this was a status of 400, and then we're just going to also pass along success false. That way we can always check to see if it worked properly. All right, so now if we know we're working with a valid request, it's up to us to go ahead and create this new message. So we're going to work with OpenAI once again, go ahead and import it. And now we're going to go ahead and do another try catch statement, because a lot can go wrong here. For example, if the user gives us an invalid, thread ID that doesn't actually exist, our OpenAI backend call is going to break. So that's where we're going to throw in a try catch. So it's up to us to make our new message. So I'm going to call it thread message is equal to, and we're going to wait this, but it's going to be OpenAI.beta, once again, threads, and then it's up to us to add a message to that thread, and then we're going to create this message, and now we have to start passing in all the necessary information. So the first thing is our thread ID. We have to pass that in, and then next we have to basically specify, once again, the required parameters, so the role and the content. So the role is going to be from the user, and if you notice, I kind of did it type safe for me. The only actual role you can specify right now is going to be from the user, and that's going to be important later on. We're actually going to have to do a little workaround to get around that at some point, but you'll see later on. The next thing is we have to add the content, and that's just going to be our message. Okay, fantastic. So now we have created a new message and appended it to our thread. So let's go ahead and log that thread message, and then we're just going to return it back to the user. So next response.json status 201. In this case, we're just going to say message, and it's going to be our thread message. Okay, fantastic. And then once again, if something goes wrong, we're just going to do a quick logging of the error, and then we're just going to use a next response to say, hey, something went wrong, success false. And we're going to put a success is equal to true up here too. Okay. All right. So everything's looking good for when it comes to creating messages. So let's go off and actually work on creating a new message. So let's hop back over to our Postman. So I'm here, make a new request. So we're going to call this one. Let's actually just duplicate this one. I think that'd be the easiest. There we go. So what we're going to do, let me open this up so you guys can see what's going on. So we're going to call this one create message so you guys can see what's happening. So this time we're going to pass to message /create. We're going to update our body to be a raw JSON. And then now what we need to do is pass in our message. And then we also need to pass in our thread ID. So I'm going to go ahead and type these out, and then we'll pass in the proper information in just a second. So where the heck do we find our thread ID? Great question. If we actually head back over to our create thread post we did just a second ago, I can copy and paste this thread ID. And now we're going to go ahead and paste it in here. So our thread ID is right here. And then we're going to say, hey, Goggins, how are you doing? Any big workouts lately? So we'll send that to him in just a second. And once again, we're going to go ahead and update our middleware. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and add two. We're going to do our message create, and we're going to go ahead and do our API message list. And we'll clean this up later. But the important thing is right now we're just, demoing it to each other. Okay, cool. So this is working great. Our create message works. So I'm going to go ahead and send it. And we should just get, it didn't like the fact that I didn't restart our app. So I'm going to try resending it again. So create, things are looking great. And it's not happy. API message create. I think I had a quick typo over in the middleware. API, yep, I didn't add a /. That'll do it. So now let's close it out and restart it up again. Run back over to our create message. Gonna send it, and then this time everything should work. Yep, so you can see we logged from the user. Everything's getting passed up properly to our backend Next.js endpoint, along with the thread ID, and then we get back from OpenAI our new basically message object. So things are looking great. You can see that this was coming up from the user. If you were to dive into this text parameter right here, you would actually see the contents of our message. So now that we know that our creating our messages is working properly, let's keep chugging along, and we're going to start working on listing our messages. And if you head back over to the OpenAI documentation and click at list message, you'll see it's basically super similar, and we have to pass up even less information. We just do OpenAI beta threads message list. So we're going to go ahead and do that real fast. So come back over to our code, open up our file explorer, go down to list. We're going to create a new endpoint called route TS. And now we're going to, once again, we're going to make a new endpoint. So let's see. Yeah, we're just going to do export async function post. This time we do need to, once again, pass in our request. And the reason why is because we need to pull out the thread ID. So we're going to do const, and then we're going to pull out the thread ID because we're going to destructure this endpoint, and we're going to pull it out from the JSON endpoint from our request. Fantastic. We're going to do some more validation once again. So if we don't have a thread ID, what we're going to do is let the user know that something went wrong, and we're going to return a next response to say, yep, this is required and you are missing it. Otherwise, we're going to start working with OpenAI. This is going to be super simple. So we're just going to put in a try catch one more time just for good practices. And what we're going to do with OpenAI is send off that request. So we're going to say const messages is equal to await, and then yeah, literally just this. Gotta love autocomplete. So as you can see, what we're doing is we're telling OpenAI to list me all the messages on this thread. So it's gonna be super easy, and now we just need to return them to our users. So next response JSON, we're going to put all of them in here, status 200, and then we're going to return our messages inside of our JSON object. Fantastic. And then if something breaks, we're just going to log it. Next response .json, error, something went wrong. Fantastic. And then we're also, just to be consistent with everything else, we're going to say that we successfully returned it. Okay, life's looking good. So now that we have this working, let's go ahead. We're going to log our messages as we make a request to this endpoint. Let's save it. Now what we're going to do is actually, once again, go off, use Postman just so we can make sure that this is working as we'd expect. So duplicate. This time it's going to be, we're going to get fetch messages. Fetch messages. Great. And this is going to be list. In this body, what we need to do, let's actually close it out. In this body, I don't know why it's there. It goes. So just a little too big. In this body, all we need to do is actually just add the thread ID, because if you remember in our list call, all we need is the thread ID, because that's how we're going to basically know which thread to pull messages from. Okay, cool. So that's working. So we now have the thread ID being passed up. We're passing it to the right endpoint. Our middleware has the right basically policies to allow this call to go through. So we're going to go ahead and send this off. And now you can see we get back that our messages come back over here. And if we keep scrolling down, you'll eventually see that we get back our previous message. Awesome. So you now have almost the full loop. We now have a thread, we have an assistant, and we actually have messages within inside of our thread. So great. So what we're going to do next is move over to the run. Now this is going to be the last major thing that we need to add when it comes to setting up our backend OpenAI endpoints, but you guys are chugging along. Now when it comes to working with runs, we need to set up 2 endpoints. And let me show you why. So when it comes to working with runs, the first thing you're going to have to do is create a run. And once you create a run, it's going to go off and perform its OpenAI magic. And like I said, there's actually a run lifecycle that you guys need to be aware about. Let me go ahead and open that up real fast. So here's actually the run lifecycle. Let me walk you through it real fast. But yeah, whenever you create a run, it instantly goes through to the queued stage. And then from there, a bunch of different actions can happen. A run can go to in progress when it's actually performing all of its AI magic, and then it will go to completed whenever it's done doing all of its computations. Or if something goes wrong, it can fail, it can go to canceled. A lot can happen. So that's why we're also going to work on creating that retrieve endpoint that's going to actually help us retrieve the status of the run, so we can actually see if was it in the completed state, knowing where we would know that, hey, the assistant added a new message to the end of the thread, or did something go wrong and we know we need to call this again. So that's why we're going to set up 2 different endpoints. create to make the run, and then retrieve so we can continually check to see how the run is doing. So we're going to make both of these at the same time, okay? And then and you'll see what it works. Okay, so the first thing we do to create our run, all we have to do is pass in our thread ID and our assistant ID. All right, so, and if you remember why we need to do this, it's because the assistant looks through all of our messages in the thread and uses its pre-trained knowledge to analyze those messages to help figure out what kind of response it should generate. Okay, so now that you know why we're doing it, let's go ahead and do it. So I'm going to head back over to my code, and then we're going to work on creating two new endpoints. The first one is going to be create, and the other one is going to be retrieve. Oh, it got put to the wrong spot. Fantastic. They should be at the same level. All right. So now when it comes to creating a run, here's what we need to do. New file. Once again, we're going to create a new route. And this is once again going to be a post endpoint. So we're going to do export async function post. We need to grab the request. And this is going to be a next request for this one. Next request. Fantastic. All right, so what we're going to do is go ahead and pull out the thread ID and the assistant ID from our request. So thread ID, assistant ID. We're going to continue with our basically some validation. So if we don't have the thread ID or the assistant ID, we're going to pass back an error and say that, hey, that this failed. Otherwise, we're going to start working with OpenAI. And as you can see, this is pretty straightforward and it's a lot of repetitive. It's just we're trying to keep our code clean and simple and keep everything separated. So hopefully this is all making sense to you guys so far. All right, so we're going to keep on chugging, doing basically the same thing that we've been doing for the past little bit. So anytime we have an error, we're going to log it, and then we're going to return a next response of the error. Something went wrong. Status 500. Okay, cool. And in the case that everything does work, we're going to create a new run. So we're going to const run is equal to await, and we're going to call OpenAI. We're going to call beta threads, and we have to create a run on that thread to review all the information in that thread. Then we're going to create the run. And now this is where we pass in our information. So the first thing we're going to pass in is our thread ID. So the run knows which thread to look through. And then from there, we need to pass in the assistant ID. So we're going to do just like that. Fantastic. And what we're going to do, we're just going to log this run. And then, so we can see it in our server, and then we're just going to return it to the user. Fantastic. So there we go. Now that's looking great. Okay, so now that we have the run created, I'm actually not going to send a request to it in Postman until we have the retrieve, because I want you guys to see what happens in real time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and work on our retrieve route next. So route.ts, and this route's going to be super simple. If you look back over at the retrieve run, all we need to do is just pass in the thread ID and the run ID to grab the current run. So what we're going to do in this one is we're just going to, once again, go ahead and create a new endpoint, export async function get, and we're going to pass in the request. This is going to be a next request. Fantastic. And we're going to pull out two different things. We're going to pull out the thread ID, and then we're going to pull out the run ID. Fantastic. And then if we don't have either one of these, once again, it was an invalid request from the user. And then we're going to do our try catch per usual. By the end of this, you guys are going to be experts at try catch. So if something goes wrong, we're going to log it. Otherwise, we're going to start working with OpenAI. So OpenAI, fantastic. Let's go ahead and import missing dependencies. All right, so now we can go ahead and grab our run. So this is going to be straightforward. In our run, we are going to make a call to OpenAI, and we are going to go to the beta threads runs, and then this time, instead of running create, we're going to retrieve, because we know exactly which one run we want to grab. So we're going to retrieve it, and to help us identify which run, we just need to pass in the thread ID along with the run ID. Fantastic. Then from there, let's just go ahead and log from OpenAI, let's log it on the back end and then return it to the front end. So next response, JSON, we're going to give back the run, pass back a success that we know that we grabbed the right thing, and turn back a status at 200. Okay, fantastic. So now what we have is we have everything we need to do to actually start creating our first run to generate OpenAI assistant response. So we're going to make two more endpoints so we can test this code out before we start building everything on the front end, because the front end will actually really tie it together so you can see how everything integrates. But I do think it's helpful to see everything is working as we build it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is create our run. So I'm just going to duplicate this one real fast. And this one is just going to be called create run. And this one's going to go to our run/create endpoint. And if you remember, let's actually clean this up a little bit. So I think this is the easiest way to do it. Create run, we'll open that up on this side, and then we'll actually pull up the create run on the other side so you can see both of them side by side. So you'll see we just need the thread ID and the assistant in our body. So let's go to body, and then we're going to pass in the thread ID, which is the same. And the only thing that changes now is we need to add our assistant ID. So assistant ID, let's pass that in. Fantastic. All right. Tab it over. All right, so now where are we going to find our assistant ID? Well, if you remember back in our Postman, when we created an assistant a while back, let's see our output. Oh, it's not going to save it for us. Oh, well, our assistant, we can actually go grab it actually from OpenAI. So if you remember back over here, our assistant, whenever we made it, it has the ID right here. So that works for me. So let's pass that in here. Fantastic. So what this is going to do is go off and create a run. And at the same time, so let's save that. At the same time, I also want to fetch our run. So let's duplicate this. And then we're going to call this one retrieve run. Save it. And this is going to go to API run retrieve. Fantastic. It's a post. Oh, I didn't mean to send that yet. And then we're going to have to update the body, because if you remember in the retrieve code, what we want in this one is going to be the thread ID and the run ID. We won't have the run ID until we actually create the run, but I do think it's important to, if we can go fast enough, you'll actually see that the run is going to end up being in the queued state, in progress state, and make its way through this life cycle. So I think this is going to be super helpful once you see it all in action. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start the run. Once we get the run ID, I'm going to quickly paste that over here and get it working. And before we can do either of those, we need to once again finally update our middleware. So for run, we need to add create, and we also need to add retrieve. Okay, all right, so let's go off, make this full screen so we can see what's happening, and get to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and cancel our server, start it back up so the middleware takes effect. All right, now we're going to go ahead and create our run. This should take 2 seconds. Oh, thread ID and message are required. API. Oh, I did that to the wrong thing. So this needs to be run create. There we go. Send it to the wrong endpoint. So let's save it. Now when I send it, it should come back with a run ID. Fantastic. We're quickly going to go over here, paste that in, save it, send it, and now we should get back that the thread's in progress. If I send it again, in progress, and we're going to build this in the front end in a second, but ta-da, it now changed to completed. So how I was quickly sending requests back to our thread to see its current status, that was basically us polling our run to see if it actually finished. Okay, cool. So now you can see that it was using our run, and to make sure that it works, what we can do, and I think you're gonna think this is super cool, is I can go back over to our fetch messages. Once this spins back up, I can now send it, and what we're gonna get back is all the messages in here so far. So you can see it's actually gonna be in descending order. So you can see that a while back, you and I sent off, hey Goggins, how are you doing? Any big workouts lately? We haven't actually sent any messages yet, but that would get him talking about workouts. But hey, I'm an AI, I don't work out, but I'm here to push you even harder for your next workout. Take souls, basically he's trying to respond like a David Goggins AI. So we've done everything. We have now created threads, we've created messages, we've created assistants, and we've created runs. So now it's up to us to get all of this tied together in the front end and basically start actually building up our chat container that you see right here. And one of the things that we're going to have to do first is create a database using Planetscale and Prisma. And the reason why is because I don't know if you saw back over here when I was working on this, but I was constantly copying information over from the thread ID over to, our run ID. So we actually need to start saving all this information. And the easiest way to do that is to hook up a database so we can keep track of this information. So we're going to set up our database, and then we're going to build our chat application. So if any of this doesn't make sense, don't worry, drop a comment down below. I'll be happy to help. But let's go ahead and move on to setting up Planetscale and Prisma. So like I just mentioned, we're going to be using Planetscale as our database. And Planetscale is basically just a unique MySQL database, and it makes it to where it can scale infinitely, and it's going to be super easy to use in our project. And it also comes with a free tier, which allows you to store all your data for one project completely for free. So I think you guys are really going to like it. And if this is your first time using Planetscale, you'll want to hit go to dashboard and create an account and sign up real fast. But once you've signed up, you actually will head over to a dashboard and see something just like this. And this is where you're going to create new databases. So let's go ahead and walk through setting up our Goggins AI database. So we're going to click new database. And then from there, what we're going to do is give it a name. So we're going to call ours Goggins AI Coach. And we're just going to go on the hobby tier, which is going to be free forever. And then we're just going to scroll down, keep going. And like I said, you can send weekly emails or not if you want. And then from there, we're just going to go ahead and create our database. Now, this will take a few seconds to create. And in the meantime, it's going to ask which language or framework are you using? And in our case, we're going to be using Prisma inside of our Next.js application. So we're going to have to go off and install a few things here in just a little bit. But the main thing is we need to go ahead and create a new password. So our new password, you're going to want to store it. And it's not that password. It's actually going to be down here, where we're going to be creating you'll see it here in just a second, but yeah, this database URL, that's the thing that we want to save. So let's go ahead and start walking through these step by step. So the first thing we're going to do is install Prisma inside of our application. So let's go over here, open back up our terminal, and I'm gonna go ahead and paste it in. Fantastic. And once that's done, what we're going to do is move on to the next step, which is going to be setting up Prisma inside of our application. So we're going to copy this command, come back over here and paste it. And this is going to ask us just a few questions or tell us what it just did. So, hey, you need to set up the database URL. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to copy this. And it's super important that you protect this URL, because if it gets exposed, anyone who has access to this can start directly messing with your database. So be very, very careful. So let's go over to our .env file and let's paste in basically update our database URL with our correct one. Let's go ahead and get rid of those random comments that it added for us. And then what we're going to do next is go ahead and start working with our schema file. And what you'll notice is it actually went ahead and created that for us right over here. So you'll now see we have a schema.prisma file, but we need to update that to actually reflect what we're doing in our application. But we'll come back to that in just a second. So let's keep scrolling down. Yeah, so we can just go ahead and copy and paste what it has for us right here. So let's go ahead and just paste over all that. Fantastic. And then what we're going to do next is keep scrolling down. And what it's asking here is for us to go off and basically push our DB changes, but it's not going to work when it's just an empty database like that. So we're actually going to have to start adding some models to our database in just a second. And then we're going to have to set up a Prisma client locally so that we can start accessing our data. But let's take this one step at a time. So let's go ahead and start creating our first model inside of Prisma. So the first two models we're going to create inside of our Prisma schema definition is going to be an assistant model and then a user thread model. And let me walk you through what we're going to do with each one of these. So for the first model, it's just going to be our global assistant. And this assistant is going to basically allow us to access the assistant ID that we created earlier. So let me go ahead and get all this coded up, and I'll tell you what's going to happen in each part of this. Okay, what we're trying to do is, if you remember earlier when we were working with Postman, whenever we created an assistant, let's see if it actually, it doesn't still have the response, but I think we had it when we created a run. I think we had to use that assistant ID. But yeah, basically throughout our application, anytime we want to create a run, we need to know the assistant ID. And this assistant ID is actually going to be global throughout our entire application, meaning we're going to use the same David Goggins AI assistant to respond to each one of our users, which means we need to store this assistant ID somewhere globally. Now there's two chains of thought that we could have done for this. One, we could have thrown it in a database like we're doing right here, where this right here is going to actually be that David Goggins ID you saw just a second ago. And then the other option was going to be is if we actually like hard coded that constant, that assistant ID right here, is if we like hard coded it somewhere else inside of our application, basically like making a constants file and then saving it. The problem with that solution of using the constants file would mean anytime we ever wanted to update or change our assistant, we would have to redeploy our entire application to update the assistant ID. Whereas this one, we could just kind of hot swap the assistant ID in our database. That's why we're doing it. Okay, so that's the first model we're going to create. Next, we're going to talk about the user thread model. Okay, so what we want to do is create a user thread model. And here's why. If you look back at our conversation with David Goggins, what you'll notice is that I, Brandon Hancock, have one thread where I am storing all of the messages between myself and David Goggins. Now, the way I was able to do this is because over in my database, I have set up that I, Brandon, have a unique user ID, and that user ID is tied to a unique thread ID, because that thread ID is going to store all of our messages between myself and David Goggins. So now anytime I load up the application, I will check the user thread that has my user ID so that I can then grab the thread and then pull all the messages. So yeah, so basically the flow that we just did was log in. From there, we're going to get user ID. Once we have the user ID, I'll be able to make a backend call to get my thread ID. And then once I have the thread ID, I can then get messages. So that's the flow of why we're using this. And that's like the logic behind this decision. So now that you understand why we're making these models, let's kind of hop back to working with Planetscale so we can actually figure out how the heck are we going to update our database. So the few commands that you need to know when working with Planetscale are going to be npx, Prisma, db push. Now, when I press enter, what this is going to do is it's first going to check to make sure that this database change, is it valid and is it going to cause any issues? If it does cause issues, it'll actually give you some quick alerts to say, hey, you don't want to do this. It might erase your whole database. And if it doesn't cause any issues, it'll actually just apply the changes. So what we're going to do is let's hop back over to our Planetscale application. And what we're going to do is open up Goggins AI. And as you can see right now, we have 0 tables. So each one of these models is going to become its own table. So let's go ahead and apply our change. This will take a few seconds. As you can see, it's pushing. There was no issues. Everything was successful. Fantastic. So all of our database changes have been pushed. And if I come back over here, you can now see we have 2 tables inside of Planetscale. One is going to be our assistant and one's going to be our user thread. And what's awesome is this is like actual SQL language and we're using Prisma. So Prisma is going to convert our human readable model into all of this that you're seeing right over here, where they're creating tables, setting up basically the links for the ID, the assistant ID, and everything like that. So huge fan of Prisma, makes your life super simple. So what we're going to do next is actually start exploring this database that we just set up. And here's the second command that's going to be super helpful for you whenever you're working with Planetscale. So you're going to type in npx Prisma Studio. Now what this is going to do is spin up a local instant that allows you to actually browse all the data inside of your database. Right now you can see that I have 0 entries in assistant and 0 entries in user thread, and that's because we haven't made anything yet. But let's go ahead and start working with our assistant. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and add a record. And this is where we're going to store that assistant ID that we talked about from earlier. And I'm just going to go grab that over here. You can go back over to OpenAI, but we just need to copy and paste that assistant ID. So this is important that you do this. If you don't, it's going to later on the application, you won't be able to grab it. Let's see, it didn't paste for some reason. There we go. Save changes. There we go. Yeah. So now throughout our application later on, whenever we want to figure out what assistant needs to respond to all of our David Goggins queries and messages, we'll have access to that assistant ID in our database. Okay, fantastic. So now that we have this set up, what we're going to work on next is actually setting up is going to be our Prisma client instance. And what I mean by that, I know it's just like a weird phrase, but we need to actually make it so that our application can start interfacing with our Prisma database. And the way to do that is if you go over to lib, we're going to create a new file and we're just going to call this prismadb.ts. I'm just going to paste some code in here because this is what they recommend. If you head back over here, yeah, basically what you want to do is you want to make a new Prisma client. And this is how you're going to start interfacing and making like requests. I'll show you this in just a second, but basically what we're setting up in this lib file is we're going to make a Prisma client. And what we're doing is we're following the singleton pattern. Don't worry if that doesn't make sense. The big thing we're doing is just saying like, hey, there can only be one instant of this Prisma client set up throughout our entire application. And the reason why we do this is because databases can be weird if you have basically too many connections making requests at the same time. You can actually overburden your database. But what's cool is now that we have this set up, we can do things like Prisma DB, and you can see down here that we can now access our assistant and user thread. So we can go in there and find many assistants. We can go in there and find many user threads and so forth and so forth. So we're going to use this a lot more throughout our application, but we just kind of had to set ourselves up for success. So far, we just finished wrapping everything up for working with Planetscale and Prisma. And we also wrapped up just a little bit ago working with everything for creating assistants. So now we have set ourselves up to start actually moving back over to our front end code, where we're going to actually tie everything together and start building out this chat container that you saw earlier. Let's go ahead and start diving over to the next part. All right, so now it's time for us to start working on making the chat portion of our application. So what we're going to do is in this section, we're going to start converting our blank empty chat page right now over to this final version where we have a nice black background, then we have our messages showing up, and at the very bottom we have our input where we can actually start chatting with our AI. So that's what we're going to start building. And just to give you guys a heads up on how we're going to go about building this, we're going to start creating the UI. And as we're creating the UI, you're going to see we're going to start running into some problems and roadblocks, because we're going to have to get to a point to where we're going to have to start fetching our messages. And then you'll see, well, in order to fetch our message, we're going to have our thread ID. In order to have our thread ID, we're going to have to do something else. So we're intentionally going to hit some roadblocks, but I think by going down this approach, it will help make a lot more sense of why we're making the decisions we're making. So let's go ahead, dive in, and start filling out our chat page, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is start to set up some of the styling within inside of our application. If we hop over here, what we're going to do first off is start applying some Tailwind CSS styles. So let's go ahead and start setting up our class names. And what we do is we want to go ahead and make sure that we take up the entire width of our screen. We want to take up the entire height of our parent. So that's what hfull is going to do. And then we're going to make sure that we set flex and flex column so that our items appear vertically as we start to add them in. And then finally, we want to set the background to be black. And then we want to set our text to white so that matches our end state. So now if I save it, should take a few seconds, and then you'll start to see that now it's making effect. And it's not setting our text to white. Let's see, text white, fantastic. So now things are looking great. And this height taking up 100% of the parent will make more sense as we kind of set up some of the other parts of this. All right, so now let's talk about some of the to-dos that you and I need to work on. What we first need to work on is we need to list out our messages. So this is where it's going to go. And then below that, at the very bottom, we're going to have our input. Now let's start talking about some sub to-dos we need to do for creating messages. Well, the first one that you and I need to work on is going to be, we need to give the user some feedback whenever we're fetching messages. So we're going to need to start storing some state to check whenever we're fetching. The second thing that you and I need to do is we need to check to let the user know if there's actually no messages. So what we'll do is like pop up some text on the screen to say, hey, you have no messages. And then the third case that we're going to handle is actually just listing out the messages. So let's start working on these one by one and start adding state to handle each one of these different scenarios. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to check to see if we're fetching, and we're going to use state for this. And anytime you use state, let's go and import it. You might see an error over here the second it gets done. So let's refresh it. So if you ever get this error right here where it's saying, hey, you're importing a component that needs use state, and this only works in client components. So if you ever get this, it means you have a server component and you need to add use client to convert it over to be a client component. And basically client components allow you to use state, to listen to on-click events, and a lot more. So what we're going to do when it comes to handling the fetching messages is we're just going to dynamically render whenever we are fetching. You and I need to show a div that just says fetching. Now let's go ahead and make this look nice. We're going to just have let's just make sure the text shows up in the center of the screen, and let's make sure that the text is bold so the user can see it. Now let's go ahead and set this to true. And whenever I save it, all right, awesome. You can now see that it's fetching. And this will take up more of the screen here in a second whenever we get this messages working. Or we can actually just go ahead and fix it right now temporarily and say screen. Okay, cool. So now that's working. Fantastic. All right, so what we're going to start working on next is wrapping all of this actually around in a div real fast for this message component. So let's do this. What we're going to do is just go ahead and add some styling, because if you look right now at this, you'll see, let's actually make this a lot tinier so you can see both at the same time. So what you'll see right now is that fetching is directly almost touching the navbar. So what you and I are going to do is start adding some space. So we're going to say for our messages, we're going to wrap all of them in a container, and we want this container to take up all of the height of our parent. So we're going to say flex grow overflow. What we want to do is make sure our messages never overflow into our input and take over our input. So we want to hide our overflow. And then finally, we just want to add some padding so that we don't, we're not bumping up against our navbar. And that should be, and then we want to add some space between all of our different elements as they show up. So, between each message. So as you can see, it kind of just ticked down right there. And now if I put this back to h full, like I said, it's taking up less space. It's not fully working 100%, but we'll get that working in just a second. We'll just go back to screen. Sorry, I'm being indecisive. You'll see why later on, but we'll just make it look nice for right now. Okay, cool. So now that we have fetching working, let's go ahead and cross off that to do. Let's go on and move to no messages. So once again, we're going to use state, and this time we just want to do it for our messages. So this is going to be an empty array, but we need to go ahead and set the type just because it can't infer exactly what type it is right now, So what we're going to do is come in here and set this up, and we actually want this to be a type of thread message array. So this thread message actually comes from OpenAI. And if we actually go over here and dig around, you can see that this is a message, and you can see eventually what we'll be able to do is go look at the content. And this is actually where all of our message text will come from, is inside of content. Okay, cool. All right, so what we're going to do is keep cruising. So anytime the user has no messages and they're not fetching, what we want to do is say, so anytime messages is equal to link 0 and the user is not fetching, what we want to do is show another div. Now this div is going to be almost identical to this div, so feel free to copy and paste it, put it down here, and this time we're just going to say no messages, and then just say, yeah, that's fantastic. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we're going to set this back to false. All right, cool. So now it shows no messages. All right, so now we are down to item number 3, where we actually want to list our messages. Okay, well, in order to list our messages, we need to create a new function called fetch messages. Now this is going to be an asynchronous call. And in this call, what we're going to do is we're going to make a call to our backend server. I don't know if you remember from earlier, but it was that API messages list. And if we hop over to that endpoint, API messages list, you'll see that we need to have the thread ID. But this leads us to another problem. We don't have a thread ID anywhere. We haven't made one yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a step back. And what we're going to do is if you go to the layout portion of this application, make sure you go to in the app route group. What we need to do is we, in our parent, let's go ahead and start handling to-dos. To-do number 1, if the user doesn't have a thread ID, we need to make one. And then the other scenario is if the user does have a thread ID, we need to fetch it and return it. So if the user does have one, we're going to fetch it. Okay, so here's how that works. If you remember from earlier in Prisma, what we did is we created this user thread, and this user thread tied a user ID because we're signed into our application, and it tied our user ID to a thread ID. So that's how this is all going to start working here in just a second. This is going to be a few different steps all at once, and I think it's going to click as you see it come together, but let's go ahead and start working on it. And just to give you steps that we're about to do is we're going to turn middleware back on and make everything protected. Everything protected and private. And then once we have our user ID, we're going to use our user ID to create and fetch the thread ID. And the reason why this is going to be so important is because if you remember going back to our assistant crash course that we did just a few minutes ago, our thread ID is going to be the thing that stores all of our messages. Yep. So a thread is what stores all the messages between us and the AI. So we are going to use the thread ID to fetch all messages. Okay, so that's the flow. And now it's just up to us to start implementing it. So we're going to work on these one by one and actually start deleting them as we knock them out. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into task number 1. So all we need to do to update our middleware, we're just going to hop back over here and we're going to delete these 2 entries, which are going to be the root directory and the profile directory. Save it. And then let's hop back down here to our application. Let's close out of it, start it back up. So now whenever I go and refresh our application, it should show us a login modal because we aren't authenticated. So let me sign out. And yeah, the second we're signed out, it won't ever let us go back to our chat page. Yep, see, it keeps redirecting us to the sign-in page. Fantastic. So task number 1 is completed. Great. So now it's up to us to use our user ID to create and fetch a new thread ID. All right, so this one's going to be a little bit interesting, and we're going to have to do a few things at once. So what we're going to do first is we are going to make a new use effect. And the purpose of this use effect is going to be to make a request to our backend, and we're going to have to make a new route. But what this backend route is going to do is it's going to fetch us our user thread based on our current user ID. And this will make more sense whenever we go create the backend route. But what I'm going to do first is go ahead and set everything up here on the front end. So what we're going to do first is you and I are going to make a new request to our backend. So we're going to say const response is equal to await. And then we're going to use Axios. If this is your first time using Axios, it basically just allows you to make like fetches and requests to different URLs. But I really like it because it allows you to also define the types you expect to get back. And we're seeing a few errors right here. So let's go fix these one at a time. So the first one is we don't actually have Axios installed. So we just need to run npm i Axios, and this will install Axios for us. Once we do that, we can come back up here and import it. That's great. And then, like I said, with Axios, you can actually define what type of response you expect to get whenever you make a call to our backend. So in our case, that backend is actually going to be /API/user thread. And we're going to work on this in just a second. I'll put a to do for us so we can keep track of it. Build backend endpoint. Great. So we're going to start checking these off as we go. But like I was saying, you can actually define what we expect to get back from this GET request. So in our case, we expect to get back a success of a Boolean to let us know if it worked or not. Outside of that, we want to get a message to let us know like, hey, maybe an error happened. So we'll put that inside of our message. So that's going to be an optional string. And the other thing that we're going to get back is, well, we expect to get back a user thread. That was the whole point of making this request in the first place. And this comes from our Prisma client. So let's save it. And this is starting to look really nice. So what we'll do next is you notice we have an error when it comes to using an await. And this is because you cannot directly call await inside of a use effect. Even if you put async up here, you're still just going to get all sorts of errors. So what you and I need to do is actually create a new function, and we're just going to make this an asynchronous function. So we're going to make async function get user thread, pass up in 0 parameters. And now what we're going to do is highlight our new code, and I'm on the Mac. So I'm just hitting Option and pressing up, and I'm moving my code into this new function I just created. Great. So now what we can do is just call get user thread, and then this will work just like we'd expect it to. Okay, cool. So let's keep chugging along now that we have this kind of set up and stubbed out. So what we're going to do is if our response comes back, so if response, oh, sorry, I put this a little too low. There we go. So if response doesn't come back successful, I want to know that. So we're just going to log an error. And then also, if we don't get back a user thread, just, if something was odd, I just want to return back an error. And if you remember, our message could be optional. So we want to actually pass back, have a default, so we don't just have an empty string. Okay, cool. So now this handles the case of if something goes wrong, but now let's work on the case if everything goes right. Well, in this case, all we want to do is set our user thread. And if you notice, we don't have this stood up correctly. So let's just go ahead and make a new use state up here. And it can be a user thread or null. And then what we're going to do is just simply put user thread, and then we're going to put set user thread. Great. So this is working. And now it's just up to us to go ahead and put in our user thread right there. Fantastic. We're also going to, just in case something goes wrong up here, we're going to set it to null. And then because, we're going to be good developers, this request is not guaranteed to always work. So it's also a good best practice to wrap this in a try catch statement, just in case something goes completely wrong. We'll actually, we'll still be able to handle that and our whole app won't break. So what we're gonna do next is let's go ahead and put this in a catch statement. And then that looks great. I think we need to go one too many. Yeah, try catch. I think we have one too many. There we go. Now everything's working. So yeah, so this is working just as expected. So we're gonna try catch, and everything is looking good. Sorry, I was doing some recursion in there. I don't know if you saw that, but now this is calling this once, and this has some try catch. All right, so now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and knock off this endpoint, and let's start working on it, because that's the next to do. So what we're gonna do, like you can see here, we need to make a new endpoint at /API/user thread. So open back up our file director. I'm gonna come in here, and I'm going to make a new folder that's called user thread. And inside of here, we're going to make a new route.ts. Now this route, let's go ahead and say what it needs to do. Well, right out of the gate, it is going to be we're going to make a GET request, because if you remember back here, it was a GET. And what we're going to do is we're going to say an async function, that's a GET. And what you'll notice is we're not actually going to pass in, like we're not going to use any queries. We're not going to pass up, like something like user ID is equal to, 1, 2, 3. we're not going to do anything like this and pull it out of the request. What we're going to do instead is actually grab the current user who is making this request in the first place. So what we can do is get current user from Clerk, Next.js, and this will allow us to access the current user who's making this request. And why this is so powerful is because if you remember back in our middleware, we have not defined this as a public route, meaning anyone who makes a request to this endpoint needs to be authenticated. But this get endpoint doesn't know that, so we still need to do a little bit of validation just to make sure that the rest of our code works smoothly and we don't have to do a lot of optional chaining. So we're just going to do a next response, and this can be a JSON, and we just need to let the person know that this did not work. Basically, the message is going to be that they are unauthorized, and we're going to turn back a status code of 4.1. Fantastic. That looks great. So now from this point forward, we know that we're working with a valid user. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to start working with our Prisma client to actually start checking to see if we have a user thread. So let's go ahead and step out the logic. We're first going to get the user thread from the database and just check to see if it exists. And then if it does exist, we're just going to return it. And then the other thing that we need to handle is if it doesn't, what we're going to do is create it. So to do, if it doesn't, create it from OpenAI. And then finally, what we're going to do is just return it to the user, or save it to the database and then return it to the user. So I hope this flow makes sense of checking conditionally, returning it. If it doesn't, let's go off and do some more work. So let's go ahead and knock these out one by one. So the first thing we're gonna do is grab the user thread if it exists. So what we're gonna do is just make a call to Prisma, and we are going to find the unique user thread that matches our current ID. So here's where we're gonna do a little bit of querying. We just need to come in here to our find unique. Oh, sorry, I need to actually import Prisma. It needs to be Prisma DB because that's our util library that we made. Yep, that we made from earlier. So now we can say, I want to find the user thread that's unique where the user ID of this user thread matches the ID from my user. So user.id. I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see a little bit better. Fantastic. So now we're checking. That looks great. So this is how we're conditionally checking our user thread. And then if you hover over the type, you might notice that it's going to come back as a user thread or null. So that's how we're going to check to see if it exists or not. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if user thread, meaning it does exist, we're just going to go ahead and instantly return it to our user. And we're going to follow that schema that we created earlier. So it's going to be user thread and success true. Great. Things are looking good. So let's go ahead and knock out these to-dos. Now that we've knocked them out, let's keep chugging along. So the next thing we're going to do is if it doesn't exist, we are going to create it from OpenAI. And there's two ways to go about this. Option one is we actually made a route earlier that was going to be our API thread. So we could just call it over here, and then this will actually return back OpenAI Assistant. But I'm tempted to at this point, we might just go ahead and copy the code right here because it's so simple, and go ahead and actually create a thread right here. So we really won't maybe need this endpoint as much. You will later on if you continue to extending this application and adding more threads, but since we're just going to be so quick in this one, and that was just 2 lines anyway, let's just go ahead and move them over here for simplicity's sake. Cool. So now that we have a thread, we just made it. So now it's up to us to go ahead and save it to our database. Now, if this is your first time working with Prisma, it's actually very simple to save things to our database. So we're going to say const new user thread is going to equal Prisma DB user thread create, and it's just up to us to pass in the data. So in our case, if you hit control space, you can see what information you need to pass in. So we need to pass in our user ID, and that's just going to be equal to our user.userid. And the next thing is we need to pass in our thread ID. And then the only other thing is like created at an ID, but those get added automatically. Great. So this is literally how you create a new user thread. Super, super simple. Now all we need to do is, now that it's saved in our database, meaning we can fetch it in the future, we just need to return it to our user on the front end. So it's going to look something just like this. So let's go and copy that. And this time though, instead of returning user thread, we're going to have to return new user thread. That's exactly what it needs to look like. Okay, cool. So we have that set up, but like I said, we just need to handle some potential errors that might happen. So there's a chance OpenAI might break or for whatever reason. So what you and I are going to do is we're going to wrap all this in a try catch so that we can also return some valid responses to the user in case something goes wrong. So we're just going to copy all this and paste it up here. So now this looks fantastic. Yeah, if something breaks up here, we'll just throw back a didn't work, error creating thread, and return a success of 500, meaning it failed. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and close out of this new route now that it's working. Let's close out of that. And then let's go back over to our layout. Let's cross out this to do because we did it as well. So now things are looking great. So what I'd like to do to actually test this out is to go ahead and start logging some stuff so you can see that it's working. So let's go ahead and do console.log, and we're going to log our user thread just so you can see that it actually exists. And so let's go ahead and do that. I'm also going to keep this window open because it should eventually go ahead and actually recreate a new user thread and add in here. So let's go ahead and make sure everything's running. Let's run our database, npm run dev. That's working good. Our Prisma Studio client is working as well. So let's go ahead, hop back over into our application. Just go to root localhost 3000. Things are slowly going. Let's log back in because we have now made everything private. Log back into my email address. Things are looking good. We're getting a quick error in our layout. Oh, that's because we need to make this a use client. So let's rebuild it. Okay, great. So things are working great now. Now what we're going to do is actually, I'm going to shrink our code and I'm going to go ahead and look at the inspector window. So you can see now whenever I'm looking at my user thread, I'm actually getting back an object. And you can see, let me zoom in for you guys. You can see that our user thread exists, which is super cool. You guys now have a thread that we can contain all of our messages in. So go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back for that one. Now, if I actually head over to Prisma, fingers crossed, let's refresh it. And ta-da, you guys now have a user thread actually saved to the database. So yeah, congrats guys, you've done a lot. And this is going to make setting up the rest of our application and our chat container super easy. So let's go ahead and clear out a few other things so we can continue to kick butt. So what we're going to do next is cross out these to-dos because we've done that. And let's talk about what challenges we're going to have next. So if you scroll down here, we're going to do that. So the only thing left is you and I need to start using this thread ID to fetch all of the messages. And this is going to lead us to two sub problems. And I'm hoping you guys are liking this approach where we hit a roadblock and then solve it, because this is very similar to what would happen in real life as you guys are going off building your own application. So what you might notice is that you and I just fetched this thread ID and we're in the layout component. However, where the actual logic is happening is going to be inside of the page. So what I like to do, there's really two approaches to it. Approach one is we could just go ahead and grow the chat page. And approach two is going to be where we basically start to use global state. If we use global state, we can actually share components and state across multiple parts of our application, and it makes it super easy. And that's the approach we're going to go with. But the other one that we could have done was actually to go ahead and start putting some of this logic in this page as well. But then the page will start to grow and eventually it could be a few hundred lines and it just starts to get a little messy. So we're just going to go with the approach of using global state. Now it's going to be super easy to set up, but I want to show you actually a few documents first so you can kind of understand the new technology we're going to use, which is going to be called Jota. So the package I want to show you guys is actually going to be Jota, and let me show you how it works really quickly. So at a high level, what you do is you import and install the Jota package, and what that allows you to do is start to use Atom. And think of atoms as like, this is the single item. There's only one of them, and there's going to be one of these that's going to be used throughout your entire application. So for example, if you wanted to have a count, all you would do is use something very similar to what you do with use state. So instead of doing use state and then you pass in the initial value, you just say atom and then you pass in the initial value. And then what you can do is you can use this count atom throughout all of your client components in your application. So you can now see that you can access this count atom and you can do all the normal things like you would normally do with use state, such as setting the count and accessing the count. Okay, so enough hypotheticals. Let's actually dive into adding this to our project. So if you scroll up to the top, what you'll see, they actually don't have, right here, you just npm I Jota. So this is what we're going to run inside of our application. This should take a few seconds to install, but once it's done, what we're going to do next is hop out to our root page directory. We're going to go all the way down here to the bottom, and we are going to add in, we're just going to call it, I believe, atoms. And atoms.ts is going to store all of our atoms. So like I said, pretty straightforward. Now what we're going to do in here is define all of the different things that we want to be accessible throughout our entire application. And in our case, all we want to do to start is create a user thread atom. That way this user thread atom can get set here and then we can access it over here. So all we have to do is say export const, and then we're just going to call it user thread atom. And then this, we just have to say it's going to be an atom, and then we have to set the type of it, and it's going to be a user thread or null, just like it's saying. Now it's up to us to go ahead and import these missing packages. So just like that. Fantastic. So now we can have access to this user thread. So let's go ahead and start using it in our layout. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to, oops, sorry about that pop-up. All I'm going to do is comment out this real fast, and we're going to start using the new one. So we're going to say const, and we're going to just create an empty array. And in this case, what we're going to say now is use atom. Now what this is going to allow us to do is access our atom. So we just have to put the name of it in here. So this was our user thread atom, and it went ahead and imported it for us. You can see it up here. But what we can do now is access it. So we could do is say user thread, and then we could do set user thread, just like this. So now you can see it's happy. We're not getting any more errors. And what you'll also notice is like we're actually, I don't think we're using user thread anywhere minus logging it. So once we get done with logging it, we actually can go ahead and get rid of it. There. Now we don't have any unused code inside of our application. Fantastic. So what we're going to do next, now that we have our user thread, is we're going to, let's just update our dependencies. Great. Now what we're going to do is hop over to our page. And our page is, now that we do have our user thread, we can go ahead and start fetching messages. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and set fetching to be true so that we can eventually start updating our screen over here. Let's go ahead and close this out to eventually, show the fetching state. All right, so now let's keep chugging along. So what we're going to do next is once again use Axios, but this time we're going to make a GET request to our messages/list endpoint. And let's go ahead and we're going to not do this in a then statement. We're going to do this in a await statement. So const, let's actually do it this way. Let's destructure it, set it to that. And then actually what I like to do whenever I'm a little unsure of like what I actually was doing at a certain endpoint is I like to open it up, type it out, messages list, and see what we're responding. And if you look at it, what we're doing is we're responding messages, we're responding a success, or in this case, we're responding an error. Okay, so let's go ahead, hop back over here and make that happen. So we're going to type out our types here. We're going to have a type success. That's a Boolean. That's always getting returned. Error, optionally, and that's going to be a string. And then the last thing was going to be messages. Now messages, if we actually dive into it, they were going to be thread messages, and is going to be an array of them. But we're not always guaranteed to get them, because if you remember, if something goes wrong in this route, like if something goes wrong down here, we're not going to get those messages. Great. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and get our response, and we're going to start pulling things out from there. So we're going to say const, what actually do let, because we're going to do some sorting and everything here in a second. So we're going to say let new messages is equal to our response dot data dot messages. And what we want to do, this is how we're going to grab our messages. But what we're going to do is actually, before we do that, we're going to do some validation, and we're just going to make sure that everything works properly. So, if we didn't get back a successful response, what we want to do is go ahead and set fetching to false, and we just want to log our error and not make any more progress going forward. So that's how all we're going to do for validation. But now that we know, we're actually going to do or there's no data. And so what we're going to do now is, now that we have our new messages, what we're going to do is actually start sorting our messages to make sure that they appear in descending order. Because, we want to make sure that we have messages coming from, these are the oldest and then these are the newest. So we're going to do it in descending order. So let's go and do this, sort in descending order. And to do that, all we're just going to do is do new messages. We're going to do two things. We're going to sort and filter at the same time. So I think this will make sense when you see it. So new messages dot sort. And what we're going to do is grab when they were created, just like this. So when A and B, and then what we're going to do is we're going to return, we're going to convert each one of these created at, because if you go to our database schema real fast, or our database, you'll see that it's a string. So we need to convert the created at timestamp back into a real date so we can actually start comparing it. So that's how we're going to compare both of them. And then what we're also going to do is do some filtering. And the reason why is because we don't want to show messages that are empty. So sometimes this will happen whenever, let me show this for you guys. Sometimes this will happen whenever we just send off a message and we're waiting for the run to complete. We'll end up with kind of in an odd state, to where the message is of type text, but the message is empty. And it adds like a weird little bubble that's empty at the very bottom, and we don't want that to happen. Great. What we're going to do now that we have our new messages is we are going to set them. Great. So this is how that's going to work. But remember, things can go wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this in a try catch. like we have been doing throughout the rest of our code, and then try catch error. So we're going to log the error. We're going to set fetching to false, and then we're also going to set messages to be null, or an empty array. So that's what's going to happen whenever we're fetching messages. But now what you'll notice is the fact that we're not actually calling fetch messages. So what we're going to do in our application is we're not just going to fetch messages once. We're just going to continuously pull our fetch messages. That way, whenever a run completes or just whenever we load their application, we're just constantly checking for messages. So the easiest way to do this is we're just going to do another use effect. And in this use effect, we are going to, every set amount of time, we're going to fetch messages. And here's the easiest way to do that. We just have to do, we need to create an interval ID, and I'll kind of explain why we're doing this in a second, but interval ID, and then we're going to set an interval. And in this interval, we have to say what we want it to do. So in our case, we want to fetch messages, and then we have to say how often we want to do it. So let's just say we want to do it every 1 second. So what we'll do next is whenever we unmount or change pages, we need to clear this up, because if not, you could get some weird memory leaks, or this will just continue to run forever, and that's not what we want to have happen. So you'll see a lot of people do this, and this is to clean up on unmount. And all we have to do here is just return, and we just have to say clear interval. Fantastic. So this is how we write good, maintainable code and don't have any leaks. Now, another thing, we're just doing best practices here. It's usually best not to have, these are called magic numbers, when you just randomly have numbers on the screen. So what we're going to do is just come up to our top, and we're going to call this our polling frequency. And then we're also going to set the unit. So this is going to be milliseconds. Fantastic. So now whenever you're reading this in the future, you can see like, oh, we're doing this every 1,000 seconds, and this is my polling frequency. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do next is I'm just going to come in here and start to log messages. And one thing that I think is important, like I said, let's go ahead and log it. Console.log messages. So what we should be able to do is start to see messages whenever we come in here, whenever we run our application. So let's go ahead and make sure everything's working. So we're going to run our application again. It takes a few seconds. And one thing that you will notice is I have made a mistake. If you remember, whenever we make a request to API messages, if you hop back over to our route, you'll notice that this is a post request. So what we need to do here is actually pass in our thread ID. So let's go back over to our code. Let's move this over to a post request now. And then it's also up to us to pass in our thread ID. Now, how do we grab our thread ID? Well, great question. Now that we're using Joda, we can actually import this. So this is our state, and now we're going to start working with our Atom state. And this one's going to be very straightforward. We're just going to do our const user thread, and this is going to be equal to use Atom, and then we're going to use thread Atom, and this is how we're going to pull it out. And then we just have to import our missing dependency, and then now I can access it. So what we're going to do is come back down to our messages, and it's actually important to mention, if we don't have a user thread, there's no point in fetching messages, because if there's no thread, there's no messages inside the thread. So just to make this very simple, if there's no user thread, we're just going to return. So it's going to make our life very simple. We're also going to do some logging here too. I just want to be able to show you what we're seeing on our side. Okay, so let's go ahead and expand this, drop this, and let's open up our console logs. So well, actually, even hopefully this is making it easier for you guys. Let's open that up, put these in quotes, user thread. This way we can see what is attached to what, messages. Great. And so now when I save it, I'm going to refresh the page so you can start to see that, okay, we're grabbing our user thread. This is coming through properly, but we're getting an empty messages. So what I'm going to do is actually just go add a few messages again real fast and then bring you right back. All right, so I went ahead and added some messages back to our thread, and I was able to do that just by going back to our functions and post request that we created a little bit ago. So I went back to our create message one, and then I just updated the body to include our new thread ID, and then I just posted a new message. So that's what I was able to do. But after doing that, I realized that you and I need to make a few extra changes to get our code to work properly. So what you'll notice right now is we are not calling our messages like we were supposed to, where we are querying it every second. And that actually comes down to the fact that down here in our use effect, we are not including the fetch messages dependencies. So I'm going to show you what happens when we include that. And we're going to have to make a few other changes. So right when I include that, you'll notice that we start to make more requests more often. Let me actually refresh it and you'll see. But now it's going to continually do the polling like it's supposed to. But now we're starting to get this weird new error to where you'll see that it's highlighted and it says the fetch messages function takes the dependencies of a use effect hook and changes on every render. Move it inside of a use callback. So what we actually need to do is, like it suggests, is wrap it in a use callback. And this is super straightforward. All we need to do is just do this, use callback, and then I'm just gonna do our parentheses. Let's open them up. And then now we're just gonna put our entire asynchronous function inside of it. So scroll all the way down and then copy it. And then we're gonna come back up here and paste in our use effect. And this use callback is very similar to like what you would normally do with like a use effect. So you will need to put in what dependencies you need to use in the callback. In our case, this is going to be the user thread. And if you actually just hover over the use callback, it kind of just tells you it returns a memoized version of the callback that only changes when the input has changed. So this kind of getting a little in the weeds, but just know what it's preventing is if the user thread is the same and we make two calls instantaneously back to back, it's just going to return whatever the first one did. So it's just going to kind of store our previous outputs and it's going to continue to give us to those. So it's not making 200 or infinite calls. So fantastic. So that's working, but you and I still need to make some changes on the back end. So right now, if we log what's happening here in these new messages that we're getting back, you'll notice that it's starting to say like, hey, .sort is not a function. And that's actually a issue with our back end. Because if you look at our new messages, it has body, data, and options. So what you and I are looking for is actually getting back the data, because the data array actually contains all of our messages. So all you and I need to do is hop back to our backend code. And what we're going to do is, instead of OpenAI threads messages list, where we're returning a list, what we're going to do is just change this to response. We're going to update this to response, this to, and we're going to keep that as messages. And what we're going to return is actually going to be response.data, because that's what we were looking at right here. And that's actually what's containing the array of messages. So that's what we wanted to happen from the get-go. So .data. Fantastic. Data. There we go. So everything's looking great. So let's go ahead and refresh it. And now let's close out of this. Now, when we look at our new messages, you'll see that we actually can start to see the array of messages. And if I start to scroll in here and look in content and actually see what was said, you can see that we have our initial message that I sent of like, hey Goggins, how was your workout today lately? So we have everything working. We're fetching data from the backend. Things are looking good. So what we can do now is actually go back to our initial to-dos and see what we need to do next. So like I said, I hope this huge circle of solving problems has made everything click on why we needed Jota, why we needed to go off and fetch the user thread ID, and why we need to do that. And speaking of, that was one other small change that we needed to make. If you actually look back at our code a few seconds ago, this used to just be thread ID, and this was causing a small error. And the reason why is because our user thread, if you actually look at it, it has a few different properties on it, and we want to grab the thread ID. So this is how you get it to work to where we're actually properly fetching our messages. Okay, cool. So what we're going to work on next is actually start listing the messages that we just collected and start showing them here. So let's go ahead and start removing some of these to-dos and start working on to-do number 3, to where we list out our messages. And real quick, before we start actually showing all the messages, I just want to mention one more time that if you guys have gotten stuck or needed any help with the code at any points, once again, you can go down in the description below and grab the source code for this project, and that code will be 100% working. So maybe you missed one or two small things, or maybe I missed one or two small things while recording. If you go down to that link and grab that source code, it'll be 100% working, so you guys can compare your version to the final version and actually just make sure that everything's working properly. And once again, also, if you have any issues, you can drop a comment down below and I'll be happy to help, or we can actually schedule a one-on-one call. All you need to do is just click that schedule call down below, and you and I can hop on a call so we can get to the bottom of whatever's going on. Okay, enough of that. Let's go ahead and hop back to our messages. But to start showing all our messages, what we need to do is open up our curly braces, and then we are going to start mapping through each one of our messages. So what we're going to do is map per message, and we need to decide what we want to return. In our case, what we want to return is going to be a div, and the contents of that div is going to be the message content, and this is going to be a little bit different. This isn't going to work 100%. What we need to do is first check to make sure that the type of this content is text, because sometimes once you get a little bit deeper with working with OpenAI Assistants and their messages, sometimes you could actually return function calls. So we actually just need to explicitly check to make sure that is of type text first, and it also could be an image, but we need to make sure that it is explicitly of type text. And if it is, what we want to do is once again type message, then grab the content at the very beginning, and then we want to grab the text.value. Fantastic. So that's how we're going to display our message. Otherwise, we're not going to show anything. So that should work. We're getting a small error because we need a key. So we need to add a key to this div, and we're just going to use the message ID. So now everything looks happy. And we could also clean this up a little bit more. So if you look at my final application, you'll notice that I have our workouts kind of put on different lines. And the way I was able to do that is because when David Goggins sends us a message, he'll use some \n, which are our escape characters. So what we need to do is actually turn those \n's into new paragraphs. So here's how you and I can go about doing that. All we need to do is after this .value, we need to split it, and we need to split it, like I said, on the escape character. And then we're going to do another map. And this time what we're going to do is put the key, and we're going to wrap it inside of a, like I said, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on, but we're going to wrap it. And as we wrap it, we're going to put a div in it. So let me show you. We're going to do there we go. There's mix up real fast on the curly brackets, but we're going to put a key, and this is where we're going to put our text. So text, and then inside of this, once again, we have a key issue. So the key, we're just going to say is going to be the index. Fantastic. So just so you can see what I just did right there is we're going to get a large text back from David Goggins. Sometimes that's going to contain new line escape characters. So this way we can make our messages look pretty nice and they're not all jumbled together. So we're going to split our messages based on those new line characters and then map them out to new paragraphs. So technically, if you were to look at this, this would be a paragraph, this would be a paragraph, this would be a paragraph, and so forth and so forth. Okay, so now let's go back over to our application so we can see what's going on. So we're going to go over here, and what you'll notice that it's constantly in a fetching state, but it's also starting to show our workout. So we're making good progress. So what we need to do is properly update our fetching state so that it only shows it when there are new messages. So let's go ahead and update our fetching state logic real fast. So the first thing we need to do is hop back up here, and we're just going to say if we're fetching and our messages length is equal to 0, basically this is going to be the first time we're fetching our messages. We only want to show fetching then. Otherwise, if we have existing messages, just keep those showing on the screen. Now, the other thing we're going to do, just as a general cleanup, if you have worked with try catch statements, there's also a finally statement. So that's actually what we're going to do instead, is just to make sure that we're always making sure that fetching is done at the end of the day. So we're just going to do that. Set fetching false, make sure, yeah, we don't even need it there either. Okay, cool. Yeah, because this will run always after the try and catch statement. Okay, so that's working great. So let's go ahead and refresh our page, make sure it works. So it goes no messages, then it said fetching. So, okay, I think it's looking good. So life's good. So what we're going to do now is our messages kind of look bland. That's not what I would expect them to look like. It's just black text. So what we're going to do now is start adding some styling to our messages so they look nice. So here's what we're going to do. What we need to do is after the key, we need to go ahead and make some room, and we're going to start doing some Tailwind styling. So let's make that even smaller. So what we want to do is make sure that our messages have some padding around them. So we're going to make sure they have more padding wide, so PX. Then we want to make sure they have some padding above them, 2. We want to make our messages, make sure they have a small gap afterwards. So we're going to add some margin on the bottom. Then we're going to make sure that they're rounded, so they kind of look like iPhone messages. We're going to make sure the text is white. It's already white, so we don't have to actually do that. Then we're going to make sure the width of the messages fits the content. And then finally, we're going to make the text large so that you can see it. So that's starting to look good. And now what we need to do is determine like if the background of the message needs to be this slate color or yellow. Okay, so this is going to lead us to our next thing, which is going to be determining who the message came from. So we're actually going to make this a dynamic style. So what we're going to do is inside of this, let's go to backticks, and then we're going to wrap it with curly braces. And then what we're going to do is check to see who the message came from. So what we can do is do a $ curly brackets, and then now we can check to basically dive into the message data. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So if you go to message.metadata, we can start to add some keys and values there. So in our case, what we're going to do is check to see if this came from the user or if it came from basically the AI. And the reason why we have to do this is if you go over to the OpenAI docs and actually look at adding messages. So let me just show you real fast. So we'll go to message create. So if you go to try and create a message right now and look at the user that we're allowed to do, you'll notice that they only give us one option, and that's basically from the user themselves. So because we have no other choice than to make messages from the user, you and I are going to actually add some metadata to this to where we're going to start specifying if this came from the assistant or if it came from us. So all we need to do in this case is we're going to add metadata that says from user, and this is how you and I are going to validate if it came from us or David Goggins. So what we're going to do is actually just come up top. We're going to add in another destructuring element, and this one we're going to say is from user. We're going to make it false by default, but what we're going to do is just come down here and pass it in. So eventually, whenever you and I are creating messages in our input down here and we send it off, we're obviously going to make sure that we set from user to be equal to true. But whenever we get something like a default message back from OpenAI, it's going to be set to false. So that's how we're going to check if it needs to be gold or slate. Okay, so this is looking good, but let's hop back over to our front end because obviously it's not happy. So what I'm going to do to make this just easier is I'm going to just go ahead and kind of copy and paste the in solution and walk you through why it works. So let's paste it right here. So what we're doing is we are checking to make sure that the metadata that comes back from us includes the word true. And the reason why we have to do this is because it's a string. So what we're trying to do is, we can't do a Boolean check to see like, is message data dot true, because if you've worked with JavaScript or TypeScript a little bit longer, you'll like, this is going to return a true, this is going to return a true, and this is going to return a true, just because it's technically a string and it's a not null string. So this is why we have to like specifically check for string types of like, is this contained in here? If so, what we're going to do is make sure that we show it as yellow because it's definitely from the user if the from user includes true. Otherwise, if it's null or doesn't contain anything else, we're just going to make the background gray. So I hope that was a lot. That was a little confusing, but this is how we're going to dynamically add background styling. So if you head back over to our application, you'll see that right now it didn't work. But what we can do is just to show you that it does work. If we go over to our create message route now, and we just set this to true, and we trigger a new message to go be sent to us. So let's send it real fast. And I've already updated it, but you can now see it's yellow because, hey, how are you doing? Any big workouts? And this is because it obviously just came from us because we hard coded it to be true. So what we're going to do, let's undo our changes real fast and let's get back to building. What's also interesting is the fact that it kind of went in the wrong order, which makes me feel like you and I also need to go update our chat container so that it makes sure that it's putting messages in the right order. So I feel like our .sort somewhere isn't actually sorting properly. So let's look at that real fast and try and figure out why this is sorting in the wrong order. And I figured out real quick, the biggest issue was it was supposed to be A, then B. That was just a quick autofill issue. So now the message from us is the one we just added, so it should be at the bottom, whereas our previous message, gray, should be up top. Okay, cool. So now that we have messages working, we have messages styled, what we're gonna work on next is adding in our input down here at the bottom. And what we're gonna do is obviously add in this component, but we're also gonna hook it up so that whenever we press the send button, it's gonna go send off the message to our backend code. It's going to trigger a run, and then whenever that run gets completed, the new message will be added to the bottom. So this is going to be a big one, but we're going to, like I said, this is going to help tie everything together because we're going to start working with runs, which is the key to working with assistants. So let's go ahead and dive in. So before we start building our input component, what I would like us to do is go ahead and look at the final version and start stubbing it out in our code before we create it. So here's what I see when I look at this container at the bottom of the screen. So the first thing I see is I see a dark gray container. Inside of that dark gray container, I see a white container that's storing our input and our button. So let's go ahead and start building these. So the first one for our dark gray, all we're going to do is set MT to auto. So this is going to push our dark gray container all the way to the bottom of our screen. Then we're going to set some padding around it and set the background to be gray, and we're going to make it dark gray. So let's go with gray 800. Oh, wrong thing. Gray 800. Fantastic. And then this is that white container I was talking about. So we're just going to set this one to be flex. We want our items to be centered vertically. And then finally, we just want our background to be white. And let's also throw some padding around it. So that's going to add that white padding that you see around the final version. Okay, great. Now I'm just going to go ahead and put these in here, and we'll make them clean looking in just a second. So the first thing is we're going to have an input on the left, and then on the right, we're going to have our button that's going to be a send button. So let's go ahead and hop back over to our local code. Let's make sure our app running. It looks like it is. So now I'm going to start refreshing the screen. Now, what you'll notice is that our input button, I'm going to have to scroll down, but you can see it down here. So that's actually an issue with our flex, and we're going to work on that in just a second. But in the meantime, let's actually keep stubbing out these inputs and buttons so they look nicer. So when it comes to the input, let's think about this. What do we want to have happen inside of this input? Well, we want this to be a text input because this is going to store our messages. So we're going to say it's type text. Now we want this input to also go as basically take up as much space horizontally as possible, and we're going to have our send button on the right. So how do we do that? Well, we're just going to set our class name equal to flex grow, meaning take up as much space as you possibly can. We're going to set our background to be transparent. Let's also set, whenever we're focused on this, our focus outline to none. And then the other thing is we want our text to be black because right now we can't actually see anything in it. So to actually see some text, what we need to do is go ahead and set up a placeholder value. So in our case, we're just going to say type a message here, and you can actually see it down here now, our type a message. And the other thing that I want us to do in here is to also go up and set what we want to happen, or the value we actually want to show up inside of this message. And we haven't worked on this yet. So what we're going to do is add some more state management to this. So what we're going to do is set our value equal to message, and well, now we need to go add a message. So to do this, we're going to hop back up to the top of our file, and we're going to add a new message, and it's going to be set to an empty string. So now if we come back down here, we can see no more red squigglies, and now we can work on the next part, which is going to be setting our messages. So every time the input changes, so on change, what we're going to do is update it. So all we have to do is say E, and then it's up to us to do set message e.target value. So now this is going to be working, and we can test it out real fast. So I'm just going to come up here and log our messages, console.log, and then message, and then we'll pass in our message. So now what we can do as we type in here, we can look at the logs. So let's show you, this is a test. So yeah, you can see our message is popping up as we do it, and it's also reloading a lot just because if you remember, we are doing our polling. Okay, so things are looking good. So let's keep on chugging along and keep making our button look nice. So for our button, what we want it to do is we want it to be that normal yellow color whenever it's valid, and a darker yellow whenever it's empty. So let's go ahead and start working on that next. So let's hop back over here and start setting up some class names. So what we're going to do is we're going to set some margin around it real fast. We're going to set that background to yellow 500 to make it pop. And then we're going to set the text to be white. So that should add it. Now let's add some padding around it so it doesn't look kind of ugly. So padding 4 vertically or horizontally, and then padding 2 vertically. So now it's starting to look nicer. And then what we can do is we can make it rounded. And what this will do is basically make it so that it doesn't have those hard edges. So let's save it. Now that's looking great. And what we can do after this is actually start to add some conditional styling. So whenever the user is focused on this, we'll set the outline to none. And then whenever this input is disabled, we will set the background to be a darker yellow. So we'll do background yellow 700. Well, now to actually test this out, we need to start working with the disabled. So what we have to do is type in disabled, and we'll just go ahead and set it to true so you can see in action. So now it changed the color, and if I set this to false, it's going to go back. Great. So here's how we're actually going to do this conditionally. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to disable this if the user thread is not present. So that's the first thing we're going to do. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to check to see if we are in the act of sending a message, we want to disable it. And the final one is we want to disable this if the message itself is empty whenever we trim for spaces and stuff. So, but what you might notice is we just broke our app because sending is not defined. Well, that's what we're about to work on next. Whenever the user actually clicks this button, we want to trigger the onClick method that's going to trigger the send message function. So let's go ahead and start working on defining this message and defining this state. So the first thing, we're going to go ahead and define the state. So we're going to do sending and set sending. We're going to set to be false by default. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of these extra logs that we don't need right now. And let's scroll down here and we're going to make our new function that's going to be called send message. And to start off, send message is just going to be a asynchronous function like we're used to. Send it off like that. Great. So now we have no errors. So now what I would like us to do is do two things. First, let's go ahead and fix the UI so this message input isn't kind of cut off. And then next we'll start implementing all the to-dos for this send message. And before we can fix the height, I actually just want to show you what's going wrong in the first place. So right now we have set this container to be height screen, which is going to be 100% view width, which means that this container is taking up the height and it's not taking into consideration the navbar. So that's why it's kind of coming off the bottom. So if you actually open up your inspector tools and let's make it look normal and inspect the height of the navbar, you'll notice that it's 64 pixels tall. So a quick workaround that we could do to get it to look nice is we could actually just set it to look like this. We can do H and then we're going to do some calculation. So we're going to do some square brackets and then we'll say calc and then we'll say 100% view height minus 64px. Now what this should do whenever I save it is it should bring it back up. So now you can see whenever we refresh the page, it will automatically always just have our input at the very bottom and it looks nice. Okay, cool. So that's how we got our visual part to work. So let's now start working on stubbing out our to-dos. So the first thing we're going to do is actually set up validation just because we want to make sure that we actually have a user thread and that we're not already sending a message. From there, what we want to do is actually go off and send that message to our backend route that we created earlier, which was our API message.create route. So we've already done all the hard work. And the only other thing that we really need to do is once we get back a response, we want to update our messages with our new response. And then the final thing that we want to do, and this is what I was talking about earlier, once we send a new message to our thread, what we want to do is have our run actually go off and have our assistant look through our thread messages to generate a new response. So obviously we're going to do a few things. The first one is we're going to start a run and then we're going to start pulling it. So if you remember from our background session a little bit ago, whenever you trigger a run, it's up to us to go off and make sure that that run's working properly, because a run can be in the in queued state, it could be in progress, and then eventually it's going to be completed. And whenever it's completed, we want to go in and actually update and add our new messages to our messages list. So that's why it's up to us to do the polling, just to like also provide some feedback to the user. Because if you remember back in our final version of the application, we can go, hey Goggins, that was a piece of cake. What else do you got? And then whenever we send this, you'll see it goes sending, and then it's going to go off to polling. So we're also providing some feedback to our user that we're polling. And it's also helpful for you as a developer to help understand the entire life cycle of working with assistants. Okay, so let's go ahead and start implementing these one at a time. So the first thing, what we want to do is in here is we are going to check just to make sure that we actually have our user thread and to make sure that we're not already sending something, because if we are, we basically don't want to keep going. Next, what we're going to do is go off and send that message to our backend. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Axios again, like always. And this time we're going to await and we're going to make a post request and we're going to find what we expect to get back. So if we go over to our API message create route, you'll see if a message works successfully, we'll get back a message, we'll get back a success, and if something goes wrong, we'll get an error. So let's go ahead and add that. So we said we're going to get back a success Boolean. From there, we're going to get back a message, and that's going to be conditional, and it's going to be of type thread message. And the final thing that we could potentially get back is going to be an error statement, and this is also going to be conditional, and it will be a string. Okay, great. So that's us defining what we should get back in our response. And now we have to say what endpoint. So in our case, we are going to send it off to the API message create, and we need to pass actually in our new message. And we can also, I can check to show you what we need to send off. We need to send a message, we need to send a thread ID and a from user. So when it comes to passing along our message, what we can actually do is just, pass along the message that we've set up locally. And then from there, we can also need to define the thread ID, and the thread ID is going to come from our user thread ID. And then finally, just so we can have this nice color coding of who's sending what message, you need to see that we need to set this to be from user and set it to be equal to true. And this way, the end user will know what we'll be able to highlight whenever we go back and look at our message thread later. Okay, cool. So now we actually should get back a response. So in our case, we're going to get back data. And in this data, we're going to actually have our message, and we're just going to define this as new message. So I know that's kind of like maybe some newer way of destructuring, but it's pretty convenient. All right, so what we're gonna do from there is we're going to update our messages with the response. So we're going to set our messages, and we're going to look at our previous message array, and then we're going to, here's how you can actually update it the proper way. You'll spread out the previous message array and then update it with the new message. So let's see, we're getting a quick error. And if you update it, it says basically, oh, the previous array, oh, messages. So that should be looking right. Let's see real fast. Why is it not happy? I think we might just need to set basically a check real fast. Yeah, so let me add a check real fast so we can make sure that we're actually getting a valid response back from our backend. So the quick fix is that you and I actually need to do some conditional checking just to make sure that the new message exists, because the exact error we're getting appears right here where it's saying that, hey, you're trying to add a thread message that could potentially be undefined, but the array that we're working with is strictly only thread messages. It doesn't handle any undefined, basically. So here's what you and I need to do. We need to check to see if there's basically no new message, like if this comes back unsuccessfully. And what we're gonna do is we're not just gonna return. I think this is a good opportunity for us to actually start providing some UI feedback to our users. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start using a new library, and this is gonna be called React Hot Toast. Let me show you what it looks like real fast. So basically what React Hot Toast does is it will, whenever something happens like this, you can, whenever something goes wrong, we can start popping up different toasts. So you can see up top, I'm like success ones, error ones. So we can actually set that up in our code. So all we need to do is go ahead and install it real fast. So this will take 2 seconds. So we're going to install it. And then what we're going to do next is we're going to create a toast, and this is going to be an error. So we're going to go ahead and log the error, and then we're going to stop the code from continuing to run, but then we're going to actually create a toast. So we're going to say toast.error, and we're going to say failed to send message, please try again. And what's cool is we can actually start using this in a few other places just to provide some more feedback with our user. So like up top, if the user tries to hit send message again for whatever reason, instead of just returning and it not actually providing any feedback, we can create a toast up here and say, let's do fail to send message, invalid state. Just something like that to provide some feedback to our users. Okay, so now we're making good progress, and now you'll notice that it fixed the error because at this point, thread message can only be of type thread message. There's no more undefined. Okay, great. So what we're gonna do after this is we are going to clean up our existing message that shows up in our text input. So we're gonna make it look just like that. Fantastic. So now whenever you go off and send a message, what it'll do when you press send is it'll delete it. And then now what we're going to do is actually post a success toast, and we're going to say to let the user know that everything went well. So we're going to say message.sent. And now it's up to us to go off and trigger that run. So we're going to hold on this for a second. And what we're going to do is before doing all of this, once again, we're going to do a few more try catch statements just because something could potentially go wrong with our code. So we want to wrap that. Now we're going to throw it in a catch statement. We're going to do some moving around. Yep. So now we're just going to catch it. And the only other thing that we haven't talked about doing is setting our sending state. So whenever we actually successfully start to send a message, we need to track that with set sending to be true. And then in our finally statement, we need to also say set sending to false. That way our button down here will update properly. Okay, so now that this is slowly making progress, what I'd like to do next is walk you through what we need to do to get this run started. So let's go and start working on that now. And I actually think the easiest way to visualize it is let's stub out the code and then work on the exact implementation later on. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to start our run, like we've talked about just a second ago. So this is going to be an asynchronous function. And what a run is going to take is let's actually go ahead and look at our backend code. So if we look at what it takes to create a run, we need to pass in a thread, and we already have our thread ID. Oops, sorry, I double clicked it. But the other thing that you and I need is the assistant ID. So we're going to have to focus on that. So that's a to-do that you and I need to work on. So let's just go ahead and start stubbing this out. What we're going to do is make a new function, and we're just going to call this new function a start run. So here's what that function is going to look like at a very high level. We're going to do const start run, and this is, like I said, it's going to be an asynchronous function because we're going to start making some backend calls, and it needs a thread ID, and that has to be a string, and then it's going to take in a assistant ID, and that's also going to be a string. Now, like I said, the backend code, all we need to know is you and I are going to make a backend request to our API /run/create. So that's the important thing here. And that's going to trigger our run. And then from there, it's up to us to do our second part that we keep talking about, which is going to be pulling our run status. Now, what's important about this one is we actually need to track the the thread ID, because we need to know which thread we're looking at. And we also need to track the run ID. So what that means is in our previous function, you and I actually need to return a promise that's going to return a string. And this promise right here is going to make sure that whenever we get back something, it's going to be our run ID, because our run ID is eventually what's going to get passed into our pull run status. So here's what that's going to look like. Once again, it's going to be asynchronous, and we're going to pass in our run ID, and we're going to pass in our thread ID, just like this. Fantastic. And now what we need to do, we don't really have to worry about returning anything in this function. The main thing is we just need to actually start sending backend requests to, this time, our API run, and then I believe we can go ahead and check run/retrieve. Yep. Okay, so that's what's about to start happening. And I'm going to zoom out so we can kind of see more of the code, because we're going to have to start making some big changes. But what's going to happen is we're going to start our run. And like I said, inside of our run, we need to pass in the thread ID, and then we need to pass in our assistant ID. So let's go ahead and pass in the thread ID because we have that. And then in 2 seconds, we need to go ahead and put in our to-do. We're going to put in our assistant ID here. So we're going to go fetch that in a second. But what we know is this is an asynchronous call, so we can await it. And what we're going to get back out of it is going to be our run ID. So that looks good. And now it's up to you and I to go off and actually start polling that, basically that new run. So all we have to do is just say pull run status, that new function that we just made, and we're going to pass along our thread ID and our newly generated run ID. So this is pretty much how the code needs to work. And now it's just up to us to implement each one of these functions. So let's start tackling things one at a time. So first we're going to go create and fetch our new assistant ID, and that's going to come from our Prisma database, because you and I have already saved this off to our backend. And then after that, we're going to start populating our start run so that'll work properly. And then third, we are going to actually start triggering our polls to go off and fetch our current run status. Okay, so let's first start off by implementing our assistant ID fetching. So all we need to do is actually head back to our layout folder that's in our app route group. And what we're going to do is actually do something just like this, but instead of getting our user thread this time, we're going to set up a new atom, and we're going to call this our assistant atom. So let's go ahead and come back over to our atoms file real fast. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can better see what's going on while we're doing this code deep dive. So let's just go ahead and create our new atom. So we're just going to call it const, and then we're going to call this our assistant atom, and this is going to be equal to an atom. And then we're going to just go ahead and set the type of this to be equal to our assistant. Just like that, we want to make sure it comes from our Prisma. Fantastic, that's looking great. So now that we have our new atom, let's go back and start using it in our layout. So what we're going to do is start using it down here. And once again, we're just going to be checking for it and setting it. So we're going to do set assistant. Fantastic. Sorry, misspelled it. Assistant. And then this is going to be equal to use atom, and it's going to pull out the assistant atom. Okay, fantastic. So now it's up to us to actually go off and trigger that use effect that's going to start using this new atom. So what we're going to do is just right up top, we're going to create a new use effect. This use effect is, like I said, just going to run on boot and check for our assistant. So all we need to do this time is make a request to our backend. So once again, if you remember from down here, we have to wrap everything. Oh, sorry, jump. We have to wrap everything inside of a function and then call it, just because you can't just directly, call asynchronous functions. So what we're going to do, we're going to make our new async function, and we're just going to call this get assistant. And what we're going to do, it's cool. You got to love autocomplete. I think this is actually mostly right. So let's go ahead and tab it and walk through it. So what we're going to do once again is make a request to our API assistant, and this is where things actually are a little bit different. Let's actually go and look at our routes. So if we look at our assistant route, you'll notice that we only have a assistant create route at this point. And that's because we haven't actually setting up getting a new assistant. So let's go ahead and create that new route real fast. All we need to do is come back over to our assistant, and then this time we're going to create a new route, and we're just going to call this route.ts. Now this one's going to be super simple. All we have to do is go in here and create a new get function. So we're just going to do export async function get like we always do. And this time we're just going to actually make a call to our Prisma database. So the way this one's going to work is we're just going to do assistance, and then we're going to await it. And this time what you'll notice is we're actually going to have to do a find many in this request. But what you're going to remember whenever we first set up our Prisma database, when we were setting up our assistant, well, the reason we did this in the very first place is because we wanted to have one area that we could quickly, hot swap assistants. So as we make improvements to it, we could just update the ID here and it would update throughout our entire, for all of our users. So all we have to do is we're going to pull all of our assistants, but you and I know that there will only be one assistant ever that's going to be inside of here. So let's just go ahead and log it so we can see it. And then what we're going to do is we're first going to check to see if the length of this is going to be equal to 0. Because if this is ever equal to 0, you and I know something went wrong because we maybe didn't ever create this assistant or it got deleted by accident. So we need to return a next response that's going to be an error. So we're just going to do JSON.error, no assistant found, success false. That's looking great. Make that return. Fantastic. So that's looking great. And we're just going to throw us 500 just because we know something really broke. But other than that, if we do have assistants in this assistants array, what we're going to do is go off and actually return the first one that we find. So all we're going to do right down here, we're going to return a next response. This one's not going to be assistants. It's going to be assistant because there's only one in here. And we're just going to grab the first one out of the array, just like that. Success true and status 200. Fantastic. So now that we have this route set up, let's hop back to our layout. And as you can see, we're now calling this. We're going to get back the assistant, and it's up to us to set the assistant type. Assistant from our Prisma client. That's looking great. Okay, so what we're going to do is if we don't get back a good call or we don't have an assistant, we're just going to, set an error message. Let's actually throw up a toast now that we have that set up, and we're going to fail to fetch assistant. We'll show it so that the user can see it, and then we're going to stop working. But if we did get back a proper response, we're going to set our assistant so we can start accessing it in other portions of our application. Okay, great. Well, now that we have this set up, all we have to do now is just do our call get assistant, and things should be working great. And the only other thing that we need to do, if you notice, there's a green squiggle under our square breaks, and that's because we're actually basically missing our set function. And the only other thing that I would like to do is, if you remember, like I said, this is only going to get updated every now and then. So instead of triggering this all the time, what you could also do is just come up here and just check to see if you already have an assistant, because if you do, there's really no point in continually fetching it each time the page kind of refreshes. So what we'll do is just do this right here. We'll actually pass in the current value. So if we ever do have it and it's not set to null, we're not going to keep continually checking it. So let's update this one more time. Fantastic. All right, so now we have our layout looking great. There's a few things in here. It looks like we might have over imported, but nope, this is looking great now. So what we can do is actually head back over to our chat page and start adding back in what we're missing. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and put in our new assistant ID here. So this is going to be assistant and then assistant ID. Well, now we need to go import that. So what we're going to do is come up to the top of our code, and we're going to add in a new atom. So this is going to be our assistant, and it's going to come from our assistant atom. As you can see, we're starting to get the hang of some of these core functionality and core loops. So that's looking good. Now let's scroll down back to where we were using our assistant ID just a second ago. Yep. So you'll notice right here is it saying that, well, assistant ID is possibly null. So what we need to do, scroll back up just a little bit, and we also need to add in right up here that when we were doing our validation for the message, right out the get-go, if we don't have an assistant, then we don't want to run this code. And now you can see that that's working properly. We'll keep coming down here, and we'll also disable the button if we don't have an assistant. So no assistant. So you can see how powerful it is that we're, sharing state throughout our different components and providing some feedback to our user so they can't perform actions unless they need to. Okay, great. So now that we officially added our assistant and we're now passing in our assistant into our start run, let's go ahead and start actually implementing this start run function. So all we have to do is just make a call to our backend. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to make a asynchronous call and we're going to do an axios.post. Let's go ahead and set up what we expect to get back whenever we make a call to our API run create. And if we look at it real fast, we also have to pass in some data. So let's go ahead and check out that run route real fast. So you'll see thread ID and assistant ID. So let's go ahead and pass those in. So thread ID and assistant ID. And let's see, when it does come to our assistant ID, it's a little confusing because, oh wait, no, sorry, we've already defined our assistant ID. So that's good. I was trying to pull it out of the Atom state, but we don't have to do that. So now that we call our API run create, let's see what we expect to get back. So an error, a success, and potentially the run itself. So it's a runs.run. Okay, so let's go ahead and head back. So what we're going to do this time is go ahead and type in, we expect to get back a success, and that's a Boolean. We're going to get back an error optionally, that's going to be a string. And then outside of that, we expect to get back a run, which is going to be of type run. And that looks fantastic right there. Once again, this is conditional just in case something goes wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to do a few things. First, let's actually go ahead and throw this in a try catch just because sometimes stuff can go wrong. So there we go, throwing that in a try catch. Let's go and put a catch down here. Catch. Fantastic. Log our errors, console.error. And let's go ahead and also toast to let the user know that something went wrong. So now let's check to make sure that things work whenever it's a handled error. So what we're going to do is pull out our data, and then within our data, we're going to pull out the success, and then we're going to pull out the run, and then also potentially the error. Okay, so what we're going to do is check our validation. So we're going to say if not successful or we didn't get a run, we're going to log the error and throw up a toast. And we're just going to stop working and basically return an empty string because we said we're going to return something to you. So we'll even do this down here. We'll just return an empty string. Fantastic. And then now we need to handle the base case where everything does work properly. So we're just going to return the run ID in this case. So you can see the run ID is the identifier, which identifies the run. So we can actually, everything's working now. So now it's up to us to see where we called it. And what you'll notice is, like I said, sometimes the run could be just an empty string. We could just do some additional checking to see if basically the run ID is empty. What we could do is just do two things. First, we could let the person know that the error started to run and just don't start polling, basically. So that's what we'll do. So let's go ahead and get rid of these to do because we're making some progress. So now that we have started our run and things are looking great, what we need to do now is handle the scenario where we're going to start polling our run. So if you remember back in our initial flow chart, when it comes to OpenAI Assistants, we have to start retrieving the status of our run to know when it's finished. So what we need to do here is a few different things. So the first thing we're going to do is actually go ahead and create a new state so we can set our polling run to be true. And the reason why we want to do this is because if you look down here in the bottom left for our button, we eventually want to have it like in the final version. I don't know if you saw a second ago, but it said poll running. So that's why we need a way to show that to our users. So all we're going to do is hop back up to the top and manage this real fast. So const, and then we're going to do poll running, set polling running. That's looking great. And then now let's hop back down. So now we're going to actually start doing some of the logic. So what we're going to do right here is start tricking off a new interval that's going to get basically triggered every 1 second, kind of like our messaging queue, but a little bit different because we're now checking for our run. So here's what we're going to do. So you and I need to set an interval ID because every set amount of time, we're going to be making a call to our backend. Now, so for our backend code, what we can expect to do, once again, we're going to use our same polling frequency, but what we can expect to do in here is make a request to our backend. So let's go ahead and start opening up our try catch statements like we normally do. Fantastic, life's looking good. So now what we can do is make that request to our backend. So what we're going to do is go say const is equal to, and this time we're going to be making a call to our get function. And this one, let's actually check if it's a get real fast. If we go to API run retrieve, you'll notice, sorry, it is a post and we have to pass up the thread ID and run ID. So let's hop back. You and I now know we need to make this a post. We'll work on defining the response type in a second, but we need to go to API run retrieve, and we said we need to pass along the thread ID and the run ID. So there we go. That's looking great. And then we can expect to get back a success error, or we can expect back to get another run. So it's gonna be very similar to our other code that we did just a second ago. So success, Boolean, error is an optional string. And then finally we could get back a run, which is gonna be optional and of type run. So that's looking great. So now that we get back our run retrieve, what we need to do for it is actually look at a few different things. The first thing is the run itself. So let's actually do data. Then within that, we can keep destructuring. Now we're going to grab the run. So here's what I would like to do. And we're also going to pull out success and error. So what we're going to do per usual is we're going to just check to see if something went wrong. And if it did, we're just going to show it to our user to let them know that something went wrong. But outside of that, what we're going to do is start checking the status of our run. So if the run status is completed, we do want to clear our interval so we don't continue to continually make backend requests. And then outside of that, we're going to update our polling state. And then we want to refetch our messages, because if you remember, whenever a run gets completed, what it's going to do is add a new response to our thread. So then we need to go fetch that new message from our thread. So that looks exactly like what it's supposed to. The other option is if for whatever reason the run status is equal to failed, we're going to clear out our interval, set polling to be equal to false, and we're just going to let the user know that something went wrong and stop. But other than that, we're going to just continue to keep polling our runs every 1 second. And let's go ahead and look at the error case. In this case, we're just going to log our error, set our, let the user know something went wrong. And then we're also going to set up a finally and just go ahead and set that polling to false, just in case we do hit that error for whatever reason. And we're also going to clear up that interval just so we don't keep making requests. All right. So life is looking good. We still have an error down here, and let's try and look at why we're getting an error when we're setting off this interval. And after just resaving the file real fast, it looked like the error went away, but there is one other thing that we need to do is just after we call this interval, what we need to do at the very bottom below our polling frequency is we need to do our cleanup on unmount. So all we need to do is just call it return and then make a anonymous function where we just call clear interval on the new interval that we just created. Okay, fantastic. So now that we've kind of set all this up, let us work on actually doing a test run. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and start running the code again. So we're going to kick off our server. And while I'm doing that, I'm also going to come down to the end of the code so you can actually kind of see what's happening in real time. And the way we're going to do that is by updating our send button. So first off, we're going to check the sending state and we're going to see if we actually are sending. If we are sending, what we want to do is, like I said, we're kind of doing some ternaries within ternaries. But if we are sending, we're going to show sending. Next, what we're going to do is check to see if we are polling the run state status, because if we are, we're just going to say polling, and we're going to say polling our run, and then finally we're just going to say send. And really it actually is just polling run, not polling run status. Fantastic. So now everything should be hooked up over here. So let's go ahead and take this for a test run real fast. So there we go. We're fetching our messages. As we type, you can see that our button goes back and forth between yellow and that darker yellow right there. Okay, so now let's actually send off a test message and make sure that works. So, hey Goggins, hey Giggins, hey Goggins, do you have any workout recommendations? And before I hit send, what we should expect to happen is we are going to, this on click button is going to go to our send message. So we're going to go off, add our message to our thread. Then we're going to kick off a new run. Then we're going to start polling said run, and that will eventually update our thread. So I know that's a lot that's happening in a short little loop, but let's go ahead and send it off and check to see if we actually run into any errors. So we're going to click send and we're off to the races. So we've attached our message to the thread. It did our polling, but then it ended kind of quick. So let's actually check within here, maybe for some errors, and then kind of see what's going on. So no, it actually worked pretty great. What I would like to do is actually log the status of our run as we're doing it, so you guys could actually see the status of it as we're doing it. So what I'm going to do is come down here and log our run right here. So console.log, we're going to log our run right here. We're also going to go, you can see on line 42, we constantly are checking our new messages. So let's not do that to blow up our chat. So let's refresh. Let's see what messages we get now. So this is looking a lot more quiet, so we can actually focus on what's going on. Let's just say how many push-ups and how many sit-ups. And one thing you'll notice, this is obviously not the format that we have in our final application to where we're getting back like a nice clean workout. And we're going to work on that later on in the next challenge section to where David Goggins will, like you said, send out basically messages throughout the day at like 7 a.m., 9 a.m. with these kind of workouts. So this is coming soon. Right now, we're just focusing on the response type that we get back from Goggins. So let's go ahead and just send off another one and just see why it's not staying at poll running longer. So yeah, we get back the run. So it really should keep basically staying as it should just keep staying at still polling. And I think that has to do with our finally statement. So let's go to, our poll run status, and I'm going to clear up this finally. And I think this was the only thing that we changed. So let's check this again, make sure everything's working like a charm. Scroll down to the bottom. Oh, I got to get out of this. There we go. And then now I just got to say, how about 100 of each? And let's log it. And then let's check. So it should stay at poll running a little bit longer now. And it does. And then eventually what it does is it actually, this is exactly the behavior we want. And then when it's done, it'll actually add to the bottom. But as you can see, we're actually running into a small second issue to where it's not letting us scroll. So let's go hop back over to our HTML and fix that real fast now that we fixed everything else. So let's go back over here. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see what's going on. And let me start just checking in here for 1 second. And it looks like there's two issues, and it's actually happening right here. So the first one is this is hidden, which is going to hide our overflow. So that's why when I scroll, you can't see it. So this should actually be set to scroll. But so let's go ahead and save it. And when I refresh, it shouldn't work because there's still one other thing we got to do. So well, it's working now. That's great. So what we can do is let's go ahead and actually move on to the next part of our code where we're going to start actually building out the profile portion of our application. And the reason why we're going to do that is because if you hop back over to the final version, just as a recap, what you'll notice is this is where we set our challenge levels, set up our push notifications, and so forth. So let's go ahead and hop over to the next portion of our application. But before we do that, go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back because getting this chat portion of our application set up to where it's responsive, looks nice, and you can scroll was a huge task. So give yourself a pat on the back. You're a professional now when it comes to working with assistants, and we're almost done and we're in the home stretch. So let's go ahead and move on to setting up profiles. So now it's time for us to go off and build our profile page. And to help this make sense on what we're about to go build next, let me walk you through the core functionality and say some of the things we're going to build, and then we're just going to go off and build them. So at a high level for the profile page, whenever I refresh it, what's happening is we're making a request to our backend to grab our challenge preferences. Our challenge preferences are going to store, if this user is going to be doing the easy, medium, or hard challenges. And then from there, what's going to happen is whenever the user changes them and presses save, we're going to send off a request to our backend to update our challenge preferences. So a few key takeaways is we need to make a new model to go off and have somewhere to store our different challenge levels. We need to make some new backend routes to where we can save and fetch our challenge levels. And then obviously you and I need to go off and build this UI so the user can interact with it. So first thing we're going to do is go off and create that new model that's going to store our challenge preferences. Then we're going to work on building this front end UI. And then third, we're going to go off and build those backend endpoints. So let's go ahead and dive in. So the first thing we're going to do is go off and create our new challenge preferences model. So all we need to do is go open up our schema Prisma file, and then we're just going to scroll down to the bottom and make our new model. So let me walk you through the few key things we're going to do. So first off, we're going to call this new model challenge preferences. And this new model is going to have a few key things. Obviously, it needs to have a unique ID, so that's going to be a string, and we're just going to set the ID to be a default universal unique ID. And then after that, what we're going to do next is specify the user ID. Now, this needs to be unique because each user can only have one challenge preferences, and this user ID is actually coming from our Clerk user ID. Great. So the next thing that we're going to do is set up which challenge ID we want to have. So just imagine this is going to be easy, medium, or hard as our different challenge IDs. So we're going to go ahead and just save that as a string. And then from there, what we want to do next is, this is kind of tying into later whenever we set up progressive web apps, but we need to have the ability to let the user toggle if they want to receive notifications from us or not. So we're just going to say send notifications And this is going to be a Boolean. And by default, we want people to receive notifications. Okay, great. And then outside of that, we're just going to set our created at and then our updated at values. So that's looking great. So what we can do next is we can actually go over to our terminal. We're going to close out of Prisma Studio and we're going to run a request to update our database. So if you remember from earlier, we just need to type in npx prisma db push. Now what this is going to do is go off and make a request to our backend Planetscale database and manage all of our new table creation process and everything. So let's go ahead and send it, and it should tell us, hey, we're doing our thing, and then fantastic, we've updated your database with a new schema. So now if we restart our Prisma Studio and then hop back over to Prisma Studio, you can see there's a new model now, and it's going to store our challenge preferences. And you can see all the different tables associated with all of the different IDs and properties we just set up for a new table right here. So, all right, things are looking great. So now that we have our new model set up, let's go off and actually start building our new front end so it starts to look just like this. So what we need to do is hop back over to our page TSX file. And what we're going to do in here is going to be two things. First, you and I are going to go actually make some backend database requests to fetch our current auth state. Once we have our current auth state, we're going to request that new model we just made. So request new model. And then what we're going to do is, because this is going to be a server component and we are actually able to make server requests within inside this component, we're going to make a follow-up component that's going to be called page container. And we're going to pass down everything that we just fetched from our challenge preferences into that client side component container. Now, this is going to make more sense as we do it. I just want to let you guys know what we're going to do before we do it. So as you continue to actually build out the code, all the dots will connect. Okay, so let's go off and start doing the first thing. So like I said, what we're trying to do here is go off and fetch our current user state. Now, the easiest way to do this is, if you remember from earlier, we are using Clerk. So all we have to do is just say const user is equal to await, and then we just going to say our current user from clerk.next.js. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see this a little bit more. Now, what you'll notice is we get a small error, and that's because the fact that we have not set this profile page to be basically an asynchronous function. So all we have to do is let's just come up here and say export default async. Now this is going to turn this into a server-side asynchronous component. Fantastic, things look good. So now that we have our current user state, what we can do, we're actually going to do two things. First, if you remember back in our middleware, we defined that this / profiles route, I know it's going to be a little hard to see. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it right now, but this / profile route is not a public route, meaning if anyone ever accesses it, they need to be an authenticated user. So what we're just gonna do, just for temporary, we're just gonna say, if we do not have a user, I want to throw an error because they should not be allowed to see this page. Okay, great. So what we're gonna do next is actually go off and fetch our new challenge preferences that we just got from our database. So what we're gonna do is say let challenge preferences equals await, and then we can use our Prisma DB. And the reason we can do this right here is because, once again, this is a server-side component, so we can actually access our server elements right here. And when I hit Control Spacebar, you can actually see, why is it not letting me doing it? Usually it'll let me import it real fast, just because I want to show you guys that it did add our new model. Yep, so whenever I hit Control Spacebar now, I can see we have our new challenge preferences that we can access. So what we're going to do is we are going to find the unique challenge preference that matches. So let me go ahead and come down here so you guys can see it. We want to match it where our user ID matches our user ID that comes from up here, just like this. And the reason why we're going to make this a let is because right now, if you look back at our Prisma DB, you'll notice that there's not anything in here. So we need to set it up so that when a user logs in for the first time, they automatically get assigned to one of these different challenge levels. So what we're going to do is just do a quick check and say, hey, if the user does not have a challenge preferences, we are going to create a new one for this user. Like I said, you gotta love basically Copilot. That's the one who just suggested all of it, but it is missing a little bit. And if you hover over this data, you'll notice that we're missing something. In this case, we are missing the challenge ID. So all we have to do is come in here and say challenge ID. In this case, we're gonna set these up later, but we're gonna set it to easy. And this will mean whenever a new user comes in, they'll automatically be assigned to the easy challenge preference. Fantastic. So what we're going to do from here is we are going to pass this new challenge preferences we just created over to a client-side component. And the reason we want to do that is because we want to start handling click button or on click events. We want to handle basically some state. So the easiest way to do that is we are going to make a new client side component, and we're just going to call it our profile container. And this profile container is going to get passed into, we're going to pass it a prop, and this prop is going to be our challenge preferences that we just set up. So now you see what it looks like. Let's actually go off and create this new component. So let's open up our file explorer, and then we're going to come down to components. We're going to right click it, make a new file, and we're just going to call this our profile container.tsx, just like that. Once again, we're going to hit RFCE to create that new functional component. Save it. And then before we actually do too much in here, let's just go ahead and define the props that are going to get passed in so we can get rid of this red error that we get back in our parent component. So what we need to do is create a new interface, and this new interface is going to be called profile container props. And then inside of this, we just need to set up that it's going to get a challenge preferences, and that what it is going to be a type of challenge preferences. Fantastic, just like that. So now things are looking great. So now we can actually come down here and start using our interface and accessing our challenge preferences so we can set up our code to start interacting with it as we build out our UI. So if we come back up here to our parent component and we hit command dot, we can actually go ahead and import this missing component, and now things are looking good. So whenever we come back over to our code though, it's, and refresh this page, it'll probably actually get rid of everything. And the only thing we're going to see now is actually this new profile container because, in our parent page component, there's nothing here except this profile container. And when you go into the profile container, this is the only HTML that's being rendered. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and actually start stubbing out all the code that's going to happen inside of our profile container. And to make this easier, let's actually look at the final version, and we're going to stub out what we see on the screen inside of our HTML over here, and then we're going to build it. So the first thing that I see is a row up top with a title on the left and a button on the right. So I already know that we need another div that's going to store our title, and then below that it's going to store our button. So I'm just going to also just do some general high level class, basically stubbing out when it comes to Tailwind. So the first one is I see this root container as a flex box and a flex column, just because I see everything going up and down the screen vertically. Now this one is going to be a row with a title on the left and the button on the right. So when I see this, I imagine we'll just do a class name, flex, and flex row. So that looks great. And then below that, what I'm noticing is we are going to have two really different things. The first one we're going to have is a container for our push notifications. So I'm just going to put it to do. This is going to be our push notifications. Now this is really going to be like, when I see it, I see a card with some text on the left, and then I see a toggle on the right. So that's what I see when I see this. So we'll build that out in just a little bit. And then below that, I just see basically a grid of 3 different difficulties. And the reason why I say grid is because if you go out to different widths, you'll notice that, it's a row here, but on a smaller screen, we switch over to a column. So what I'm going to write again is this is just going to be a div. All right, there we go. This is going to be a div. And then this div is just going to basically it's going to map through difficulties. And then I'm just going to put some parentheses that this is a grid. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and start building each one of these from the top down now that we have this stubbed out. So let's hop back over to our code. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and create this title. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to put H1, and then we're just going to say challenge level. And then let's go ahead and save this H1 just so we can make sure that I want to make sure our server's running. Fantastic. So we can see challenge level 1 is working, but let's actually add some more to this because there's a lot more that needs to happen inside of this flex row. So really what would happen is we want to make sure that we do some justify between, because we want to push our challenge level all the way to the left, and we want to push our new button that we're going to work on to the right. We'll go ahead and add that button while we're here. So button, and we're just going to call this one save. And what you'll notice is this button is a capital button. And the reason why that is because we are going to use that shad C and UI library we set up earlier. So let's go ahead and import that button real fast. And it's important you always import it from UI button. Make sure you do not import anything from Radix or anything else. Fantastic. So now that we have this set up, the other thing that we want to do is if you kind of look and inspect this, what you'll notice is, let's actually put this over at the bottom. Sorry, 1 second. I haven't had to move it to the bottom in a second. Fantastic. But now whenever I go to inspect elements, what you'll notice is that our challenge level is kind of up and to the left where our button is to the right, and we want that to be middled. So the way we're going to get around that is we're just going to say item center, and that should start to put everything in a straight line. Fantastic. Now let's get this H1 looking nice. So for this H1, we just want it to be some more Tailwind styling, and we just want our font to be bold, and then we want our text to be 2XL. So that should make it much larger. Fantastic. Now, the other thing is what you'll notice that's different about this app compared to ours is there's a lot of margin around it, and that just makes it look nicer. So that's actually going to be a issue with our parent component. So what we need to do is hop back up to our parent component and actually apply some stylings to basically wrap around our container. So we just want to say on a big screen, because we want to make this mobile responsive, we want the max width to be a large screen. Now, if I hover over this, you'll see that that means the max width is going to be 1024 pixels. But what we also want to do is we want to set, for smaller screens, we want to set our margin to be equal to 10. And then on a large screen, we want to set the MX to auto. So basically what this is going to do, and you'll kind of see it as we span out, but once we get to a certain point, what it'll do, like I said, I got to fix a few other things, but what it'll do is it'll automatically make sure that this, basically our container is always in the middle of our screen. So, but you'll see that here in a second as we continue to build out the rest of the code. So that looks great. So let's hop back over to our inside of our code. Let's go back to our profile container and start knocking the rest of this out. Okay, so we have our top bar set up. That's looking great. Now, what we want to do next that we have this kind of set up is let's actually set some margin down below, because we're going to start setting up for our next item that's going to sit right below it, which is going to be our push notification container. So if you look at our push notification container, all it says is, hey, this is my push notification. We have a description and then a toggle on the right. So here's what we're going to do to set that up. So the first thing we're going to do is start opening up this div and adding some class name to properly structure all the elements that are going to go inside of it. So once again, this is going to be a flex container, and this one's going to be a flex row, just because we want some items on the left and we want some items on the right. So flex row. And then what we're going to do from here is we want all of our items centered just vertically. So we're going to use item centered again. And then we want to push everything to the left and as far to the right. So to do that, we're going to do justify between. That puts as much space between the items as possible. And then from there, what we're going to do is just some more general margin containing. Basically, we want to add that little gap right there. So margin bottom, it's going to be set to 4. And we're going to set some padding 4 so that our text isn't bumped up to the sides of our card. So we're just going to do P4. And then outside of that, what we're going to do is just we want to set the, I guess the background's already white, but we just want to add a shadow to the sides of it. And I'm actually going to save this so you can see it be built in real time. So I'm going to save it, and that should add something to our screen. So you can see we start to have our card right here, and I'm going to make it rounded, because if you can see, the borders are super square right now when we zoom in. So for that, we're just going to say rounded, and we're just going to use rounded large. That's looking great. So let's save it, and it should update our corners. Fantastic. So now it's up to us to add our 2 different, basically, child components. Child component 1 is going to be the text, and child component 2 is going to be that toggle you see on the right. So let's go ahead and add that text real fast. So let's clean this up. So this is going to be our text container, and then we're going to end up using a switch. And we'll come back to this in a second, and you'll see why I'm making it capitalize. Okay, so we'll comment that out for right now. So when it comes to our text container, well, we're not going to do any additional styling. We just need somewhere to house our 2 child elements, which are going to be once again, just a small, we'll just use another div. And then this div is just going to say push notifications. And then inside of this, sorry, I really should have just said this should be H3. Didn't mean to say div, H3. And then the one below that is going to be just a regular P tag. And let me just show you what's going to happen in each one of these when it comes to styles. So for the first one, we want to set the styles for the push notifications to just be font medium. So it's a little bit bolder. And then we want to make it dark gray. So we're going to do text gray. And then this is going to be 900. So it's not completely black, but it's going to be pretty darn close to it. And then what we're going to do next is we want to go ahead and fill in this P tag. And we just want to let the user know that they are going to receive push notifications when new challenges are available. Fantastic. So that's looking great. So yeah, that's looking great. But now we need it, like I said, we just need to make that a little bit darker. So let's see what we need to change. Let's just bump this up to font medium and then text large. There we go. Now it's starting to look much more like the final end product. Now that we have that set up, let's go ahead and start working on our toggle. Now working with our toggle is going to be a little bit different because we want to make sure that it looks just like this, where it's nice and yellow. So what we're going to do is we are going to hop over to our terminal. We're going to close this out. And the other thing we're going to do is go over to shad cn, and then we're going to type in switch. Now what this will do is, if you look, we're going to go to this link for our switch, and we're going to follow the instructions that it tells us to install this new switch component that you can see right here on the screen. So we're just going to copy the instructions for npm, come down here to our terminal, save it. We hit enter. It's going to ask us, do we want to install these packages? We're going to say yes. It's going to take a few seconds to install our new switch. But whenever it's done, what you'll notice is it's going to update a new component in our UI library. So let's go ahead and actually check that out real fast. So when I open up our file explorer and go to components UI, you'll now see that we have a new switch component that we can actually start to access inside of our code. So let's go ahead and first use it, and then we're going to style it. So let's uncomment this line. Let's import our new switch component from our UI switch. Like I said, don't ever use radix. Fantastic. So now we have a switch. So let's go ahead and start making it look nice. And to do that, all we need to do is actually go over to our new switch component, and we're just going to actually update a little bit of our styles. So let's right click this, go to definition, go to implementation. There we go. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll all the way to the right. And what we're looking for is the phrase where it says data. Where is it at? Dun, 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 data state checked. So what you'll notice right now is it's saying that, hey, whenever this switch is selected, we want the background to be equal to primary. So in our case, we're just going to update this real fast to say it's going to be equal to yellow 500. So now what happens is you and I actually need to go off and actually set it so that we can start tracking state properly. So what we need to do is hop back over to our chat container. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a new state element. So we're going to do the usual use state. In this one, what we're going to do a few things. First, we're going to start importing use state, and then we're going to set the default state for our our send notifications. So we're going to say send notifications, and we're going to do set send notifications. So that's looking great. Let's zoom out so you can actually see the code that we're writing. And what you're going to notice is we are going to make sure we, like right now, this is going to set send notification. If you look at the type, it's going to be equal to that challenge preferences that we set up a second ago, but that's not actually true. What we want this to be equal to is the default value that comes from send notifications. So basically what's happening is because we've set up a client-side component, we are passing in data for our challenge preferences, and we're just going to use the default send notifications to first populate this send notifications instead of hard coding it to true by default. We're just going to go ahead and just set it to this default value by first. Fantastic. Now what you'll notice over here on the left is that we're getting an issue. It's saying you're importing a component that needs to use state. And once again, you're trying to use a client component, but this is not marked as, use client, and it's actually registered as a server component. So all you and I need to do is come up to the top and type in use client as the instructions tell us to do. We'll save it, refresh. Now things are looking good. Now let's actually hop back over to our switch container and actually update it a little bit. So what we want to do is actually start tracking state properly. And to do this, we're just going to set checked is equal to, and we're going to use our new state container. Is going to be set to send notifications. And what we're also going to do is we'll go ahead and stub out the code, but we're not going to implement it yet. So the next one is going to be unchecked changed. There we go. Unchecked changed. So what we're going to do is basically fire off an event that in this new event, it's just going to be handle toggle notifications. And what this is going to do is basically just set our state properly. Okay, so that's looking good. So let's save it. What you'll notice now is whenever I refresh the page, you'll notice it's yellow by default. And the reason why it's yellow is if you hop back over to our initial code, by default, whenever we create a new challenge preferences, and you'll notice, because we create one here, because this is a new account, you'll notice back in our schema, we said we want to send notifications by default. So that's why it's set to true. But if we actually come back over to our database, let's make sure it's running. We're going to spin it up again. I just want to show you that our code's actually hooked up properly. What we can do is come in here and update for our user, because we only have one right now, we can set this to be false, save our one change, hop back over to our code, and let's refresh it. And by default, it's now set to disabled. All right, cool. So you know that our code's working. So let's keep chugging along. And now what we're going to do is back in our profile container, we're going to keep going, and we're going to actually set up the UI now for basically the different challenges that the user can select. So let's start working on this now. So the first thing we have to do is actually define what our different difficulties are going to be inside of our application. So all you need to do is let's just hop back to the top of our code. And what we're going to do up here is go ahead and define basically all of our different difficulties. So I'm just going to paste them real fast because I don't want to type them out. But just once again, you can always go and grab the final version of the code down in the link in the description below. So you don't have to like type all this out unless you just want to. So, but what you'll see is we defined 3 different difficulties. And let's walk through the actual type of this difficulty. So a difficulty comes with an ID. This is what's going to get saved in our database right here for our challenge ID. Then there's the human readable version that's going to appear right here in our title. Then there's the description that you can see right below. That's kind of that nice gray color. So what you and I need to do is in our code is we need to map through these different difficulties in a way that makes it nice and pretty for our users. So let's go ahead, delete this to do and start actually working on it. So what we're going to do is, if you remember that this is going to be a grid. Now this grid is going to be by default only have one column on small screens. So we just need to type in grid col 1 for small screens. And then once we get past that, what we want to do is on medium-sized screens and up, we want this to take up 3 different columns. And there we go. And then we just want to have a gap of 4, and this gap will be applied in the vertical and horizontal way. So, all right, fantastic. So now we have that set up. So I'm going to hop back over to our code and we're going to start mapping through it, and you'll be able to see it get built in real time. So what we're going to do is we are going to map through our difficulties like it's already suggesting right here. And what we're going to do next, let's go ahead and make sure everything's working. We're going to start, we're missing. There we go. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to start actually saying what we want to load in each one of these. And instead of typing up this code 3 different times, we are actually going to make something called a difficulty card. Now this difficulty card is going to be a React component, and we want to pass in a few things to it. So from a high level, what we want to be able to do is pass in the key, because as React defines, you need to specify a key for each one of your basically child components when you map through it. So in our case, our key is just going to be our difficulty is going to be the ID. That way they're all unique. And then from there, we just want to set the level. Basically, we're just trying to pass in all the information to build this card that you're looking at right here. So we want to pass in the level, and the level is going to be the difficulty dot level. Great. And then what we're going to do is pass in the description next. So we're going to say description, and this description is going to be equal to our difficulty dot description. Basically, we're just kind of spreading out all of the different properties into this card. And then from there, what we're going to do is just, we need 2 other things. One, we need to know if the card is selected, because if it is, we're going to do some styling to it. So we're just going to say selected is equal to if the ID of the difficulty is equal to, we are going to create actually a new state real fast to actually manage the selected difficulty. So all we need to do is scroll back up to the top where we are handling our use state and make a new state real fast to manage the selected difficulty. So we're just going to call it selected difficulty. Fantastic. And this selected difficulty is going to come from our challenge preferences one more time, and it's going to be that challenge ID. Great. Now we can actually add it down here. All right, fantastic. Looking good. Only errors. We need to go build this off in just a second. And the very last thing is you and I need to handle what happens when we select one of these difficulties. So whenever onSelect is triggered, what we're going to do is we're going to make a new function, and this new function is going to be called handle select difficulty, and we're going to pass in the difficulty ID. So let's go off and make this component right here. We'll build it in a second, but I just want to show you everything working first. And what it needs to do, it needs to pass in basically a difficulty ID, and this ID is going to be of type, well, it needs to be of a certain type. So in our case, it needs to be one of these. So we're going to do 2 things at once. And I know we're kind of getting in the weeds, but this is just a part of working with TypeScript. You have to kind of define some of these things sometimes. So in our case, we're going to set up a type, and it's going to be set to difficulties. And this difficulty is going to be 3 different options: easy, medium, or hard. Now we can come down here to our function and say our difficulty ID is going to be basically of that type. And then you'll see it kind of breaks down here, but that's fine. We're going to do some hard coding to where we're going to cast this string type to be one of these. Okay, cool. So things are looking great. So now it's just up to us to go off and actually build this difficulty card component real fast. So to create this difficulty card, all we need to do is open up our File Explorer or just hit Command-Shift-E, open up that window. Then we're going to go over to our components folder and we're just going to right click a new file. And this one's just going to be called difficulty card, just like you see down there in the bottom of the screen. Now we're going to hit RFCE, just like we normally do to create our new component. So what we're going to do from here is we're basically going to start, I'm actually going to do these top and bottom so you can see why we're passing in, why we pass in everything. So what we're going to do is first off, go ahead and create our new interface for this. So we're just going to type in interface and then difficulty card props. Now what we're going to do for here is we're going to basically kind of spread out all the different things that you see right here. So the first one is we need to create a level. This is going to be a string. We also need to create a description. This description is going to be a string. We're going to do selected. Now this is going to be a Boolean. And then finally, we're going to pass in an onSelect method, which is just going to be a function that returns void. Okay, cool. So now that we've defined what's going to be passed into this card, let's go ahead and start actually passing in and using all that different information. All right. So here are a few things that we're going to do. First, we are going to go ahead and apply our styles and make sure that the internals of this card look like this. So what we're going to do first, whenever I see this, I see a container card that has some styling, and then I see an H2 for the title, and then I see a paragraph that has a description. So let's go ahead and first add the important parts. So we're going to add that H2, and that H2 is going to be basically the level. So we're going to pass in level, and we're going to type it out right here. Level, fantastic. And then from there, we're going to actually do our P tag, which is going to be the description. So the description, I misspelled it there a little bit, description, and this is going to come from our description up here. Great. So now let's start adding some styles, and we'll start with the easy ones. And I'm actually going to pull back up our code here, and we're going to actually kind of save some stuff and import it. So as I add in all the different elements, you'll basically see it built up in real time. So as you can see right now, this is gross. Does not look like this, but we're going to make it look like that. So what we're going to do first, we're going to make our description that nice gray color. So of the final version, so we're going to set this equal to text gray 500. So that's going to make it a nice gray color. So you can see that change just took an effect. Now let's start working on our level. So what we're going to do for our level is we're going to first do, this one's going to be a little bit more confusing because we're going to start doing basically some dynamic styling. So what we're going to do inside here is by default, we want the font to be equal to bold. And then we also want the text to be large, or actually really extra large, just so it can really pop. So there it goes. Things are starting to look great. And then what we're going to do is, this is, like I said, where we're going to start doing the dynamic styling. So if the card is selected, which we'll pull out from up here, we're going to apply two different classes. So first, what we're going to do is if it's selected, we're going to do a ternary. And what I mean by that is we're going to define if the card is selected, by default, we want the color of the title to be yellow, just like it is right here. So we're going to say text is equal to yellow 500. Otherwise, we just want to do the text as black. Great. So now you can see that this is basically the selected challenge level, so that's why it's yellow, and that's why the other ones are black. And now we're going to keep going even higher up the ladder, and we're going to start actually working on the parent component itself to start adding that card field that you can see right here. So here's what we're going to do next. Inside of our div, once again, we're going to start applying styles with our class name, but it's going to be dynamic once again. So let's go ahead and do the major ones, and then we'll get to the dynamic ones. So right out of the gate, we want this to be a flex. We want it to be column. And then from there, we want to add some padding so everything is not hitting right up against the border. We do want to actually add a border in this one, and we want the border to be gray 200 to get that nice, just faint look. So I save it. You can start to see it a little bit. Let me zoom in for you guys. Yeah, so you can see we're starting to add that gray slight border, but we want this to be rounded, kind of like the rest of our borders to match the theme. So rounded, large. And then from there, whenever you hover your cursor over it, we want it to be a pointer, not a cursor select. So we're just going to say cursor pointer. So let's go ahead and save it. All right, rounded, and I now have a cursor, so I know the user knows they can start to select it. And then what we can do is start to apply our dynamic styles. So let's make ourselves some space. And what we're going to say is if the user has selected this, we want to apply a selected style, and we're going to make these actual variables. So we're going to do selected styles or selected style and then unselected style. So these are going to be strings that we're going to define up here in our code. So const selected style. And for this one, it's basically just going to be a ring-2. And if you hover over ring-2, it'll tell you what we're doing. It really won't unless we do it in here. I'll just type it down here so you can see what it does real fast. So ring-2 basically offers some shadow around basically what we're building. So let's undo that real fast. But ring-2, and then from there, what we're going to do is set the ring to be yellow 500, just so it's nice and pretty, matches everything else we're doing. We're going to set the background to be yellow 500, but we're going to set the background opacity to be 10. So that's just going to give it a faint yellow hue basically behind it. All right, so now let's define our unselected style. So these are going to be much more simple, and we're just basically going to say whenever the user hovers over this, we're just going to set the background to gray 10. Okay, so now you can kind of see that it's working. So now the user kind of gets the feel that they can click these items, and we're also basically allowing the user to see, well, hey, this is your current selected difficulty. Okay, so now that we have all of this set up, let's hop back to our profile container, and now let's actually start implementing some of the logic. So whenever you start clicking on some of this stuff, it actually responds, and then that's actually set up so whenever we click save, it actually goes off and saves everything. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first function we're going to work on implementing is going to be this handle selected difficulty. Now this one's going to be super easy. Basically what we need to do is just do the set selected difficulty and pass in our ID parameter. And then when it comes to handle toggle, this one's also going to be super easy. We're just going to update our send notifications, and we're not going to do it exactly like that. What we need to do to follow proper best React practices is we need to grab the previous value and invert it that way. Fantastic. And one thing you'll notice, I actually made a small error over here in our code. Whenever I click on the different challenge preferences, it doesn't update. And that's because I made a small issue in the difficulty card. So what we need to do over here is you'll notice we have an on select up here, but we're not using it anywhere in our code. So that's what we need to do. We need to grab on select, and anytime the user clicks on this container, we need to trigger the on select function. So now that it's saved, whenever I come over here and start clicking, you'll notice that it's updating it. Okay, fantastic. So life's looking good. So what we're going to do next is, now that we have the ability to change everything, we need to actually start triggering an event to go off and save all of our new changes. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first thing we're going to do is just go ahead and make that new function, and we're just going to call it handle save. This function isn't going to take any parameters, but it is going to be asynchronous just because we're going to be making some calls to the backend. Fantastic. And this is going to get triggered whenever a user clicks this save button right here. So we're just going to do on click, and we're just going to pass in the handle save. Looks great. And let's go ahead and do a few extra things before we dive into the handle save logic. Whenever we click this handle save button, what we would like to have happen is we would like it to actually kind of show the saving ... to give some responsiveness back to our users. So let's go ahead and add in a new state. So we're just going to call this saving and set saving. It's going to be set to false by default. And we're also going to update this right here. So whenever the user is saving, what we're going to do is show certain text, and then other times we're just going to save the default text. But by default, we're just going to say saving ... whenever they are saving. Okay, cool. So whenever we get to save in a second, you'll see this take effect. All right, so let's get back to the handle save logic. So what we're going to do out the gate is we want to go ahead and update our new set saving to true. And now we're going to implement our try, and then our try catch with some error handling, and then finally at the end we're gonna literally do a finally. Okay, so this is what our code's gonna look like. So let's go off and actually define what's gonna happen whenever we click handle save. So the first thing we want to do is actually go off and make a request to our backend. Now we're gonna make this backend here in just a second, but it is going to be at the API challenge preferences endpoint, and it's up to us to pass in the data that we want to get sent to this endpoint. So in our case, what we want to do is we want to send the ID of the challenge that we need to update. Next, we want to update the challenge ID itself. So that's, easy, medium, or hard. So, and that's just going to be tied to the selected difficulty. And then finally, we just want to pass off send notifications. So this is going to be that true or false toggle that comes from here. Okay, so let's go ahead and figure out why it's being upset. Not sure. Oh, the main thing is obviously this also needs to be Axios, and this is a post request. And let's go ahead and define what we want to get back from this endpoint once we set it up in a minute. So we're going to do the normal success Boolean to let us know if everything went properly. And oh, I misspelled it real fast, success. And then from there, we're going to get back some data. Now this data is going to be our challenge preferences, and then we're going to get back a message, and this is going to be a string. Now these data and message are going to be optional, just based on, you know, if something goes wrong, we need a message back, and we'll only get the challenge preferences back if everything works. Okay, so what we're going to do next is start doing some validation. So if basically it wasn't a response, like it wasn't a successful response, or we didn't get data, what we want to do is update to the user that something went wrong. So let's go ahead and log it. And then something went wrong. And we're also going to pass up an error with toast to our user to let them know that something went wrong. And you'll notice we need to go ahead and import toast from React Hot Toast. And from there, what we're going to do is just return so we don't go any further. But if things do go successfully, what we're going to do is just pass up a success toast. And we'll try this out here in just a second. But what we're going to do if something also goes wrong here, we're just going to continue to repeat these right here. And we're going to say, please try again. Okay, so what we're going to do next is actually go off and create this backend endpoint so that whenever we do click save, it'll actually show. And this also leads me to another point that I don't think we did earlier in the app, but I want us to actually go ahead and make sure we do now. And that's whenever we go to our root layout, what you'll notice is we keep using React Hot Toast, but we've missed the most important part of using React Hot Toast, and that's going to be importing Toaster. And the reason why we do that is so we need basically somewhere to go ahead and basically tell to load our different toast components. So like right now, let's actually give it a try. So if I was to refresh this and if I hit save right now, something should go wrong. And the reason why it's going wrong is because we haven't made our endpoint, but you can see now that our actual React Hot Toast are showing up inside of our application. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do next is go off and make that new route. So let's go back to our post container. So we're going to go ahead and make the API challenge preferences route. So to do that, what we're going to do, come back over into our application, go over to our API. We're going to make a new folder. And inside of this, it's just going to be our challenge preferences, just like that. And then inside that, we're going to make a new route.ts file. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and close this out and start building our new endpoint. So this endpoint is going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to be a post endpoint just because we're passing up data to it. So let's go ahead and create real fast function. And this is going to be post, like I just said. Now, obviously, we're going to need to pass up our request, and it's going to be a type request. And now we can actually dive into the meat of it. Okay, so the first thing is, because we're using Clerk, we need to go ahead and grab the user. And the reason we're doing that is because we need to be able to tie the challenge ID to a user. So that's what we're doing first. And also, we just want to make sure that the person who's making this request is authorized to do it. So let's go ahead and grab the current user. And this is going to come from Clerk Next.js. If for whatever reason, the person is not logged in, we need to return a response and say, hey, you are unauthorized. So if no user, we're going to return next response.json. And then this is going to be, we're just going to say message unauthorized, and a status of 401. Let's go ahead and import that from next server, and let's keep on cruising along. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to pull out the body from the request that was sent up to us. And then we're also, actually, we can just go ahead and destructure right here. We need to grab three things. We need to grab the ID. We need to grab the send notifications. And we also need to grab the challenge ID. Okay, so if any of these are missing, we also want to do some more validation and let the user know, hey, you sent us up a bad request. So if bad ID, bad send notifications, or bad challenge ID, missing data, and I actually misspelled that, send notifications. There we go. So missing required fields, that's looking great. Bad request. Now we can go off and actually update our backend. So we're going to make a new try catch. And what we're going to do in this try catch is we are first going to try and update our database. So we're going to updated challenge preferences. And then this is going to equal to our await. And this is where we're going to actually start interfacing with our Prisma DB. We're going to grab our challenge preferences and we are going to update. And this is where we are going to start to use some of the parameters that were passed up to us. So we're going to update it where the ID is equal to the ID. And the user ID is equal to the user ID. The reason why we do this is because, well, you'll see it in a second, but we just want to make sure that the person who's trying to make this request has the ability to make this request. And then second, we need a way to uniquely grab it. Great. What we're going to do next is we're going to update the data. In this case, we want to update the challenge ID to be the challenge ID, and same for the send notifications. So that's looking good right there. And then I think we're missing a parentheses. I think we're missing a few things real fast. All right, nope, that's looking great. So this is going to be how we update our challenge preferences. And then what we're gonna do is just return that actually to our user on the front end. So return next response.json. And then we're just gonna call this, if you remember from earlier, we had success and everything went well. And then we actually were just passing this as data this time. Okay, so that looks great. And then now we need to handle the case when something goes wrong, such as like if this ID doesn't exist or this user doesn't exist. Well, let's just go ahead and log the error, and then we're going to return another next response. And this time we're going to pass along everything that they need to know that something went wrong. So, and the only thing missing is we want to do success, false. All right. That looks great. Okay, so now that we have this endpoint made, let's actually go ahead and try it out. So let's refresh this. Let's open up our logs so we can see what's happening in the server in case something goes wrong. So let's try and update this from easy to hard. Let's save it. Something went wrong. So we're gonna do two things. We're gonna put this over to the right, and we're going to do the inspector at the same time. So whenever I try and go to hard and save it, let's see, request failed with 400. Bad request. So that means you and I probably set up something wrong on the front end where we maybe misspelled this. So send notifications and challenge ID. So let's go to profile container, put this at the bottom, and look what we were doing. So did we misspell anything wrong? So send notifications, that looks right. Challenge ID, that looks good. All right, what are we missing? Let me look at this a little bit longer. So ID. What we can do is actually go ahead and log the response we're getting back up from up here, and let's just actually see what we're getting. So let's do two things. We're going to do const, we're going to destructure it, and we're going to do const response. So this is what debugging in real time looks like. So you guys can get familiar with when something isn't acting 100% proper, you can see what's going wrong. So we're just going to log our response on the back end. Now let's see when we log it, what actually comes out of it. So you can see on our back end, we do have the ID, we have the challenge ID, and the send notifications. I gotcha. What we're doing wrong is we're setting send notifications to be equal to false. So that's actually causing some issues because it should be allowed to be set to false. It just can't be equal to find. So this needs to just be equal to this, undefined. All right, so now when we send this off, let's go ahead and try it. Set to medium this time. Preferences saved. So now whenever I refresh the page and come back, it should stay at medium because that's what's already saved in the database. And when I come over here, refresh it, this should also be set to medium. All right, fantastic. So everything's working on our saving data to the database for our profile. So what you and I are going to work on now is actually going off and setting up our database where we're going to send out basically notifications to our users with workouts. So let's go ahead and move on to that section next. All right, so now it's time for us to start generating workouts and challenging our users to work on those workouts. So what I've done so far, just for the sake of time, is I went and created a new challenge users folder under API and a new route. And I just went ahead and stubbed out some to-dos that you and I need to work on. So what I would like to do next is walk you through all the different to-dos we're about to implement, why we're about to implement them, and then actually start running through and actually coding them up. Okay, so let's walk through what we want to have happen at a super high level. So for the challenge users functions, we are going to trigger some jobs to run at different times of the day, maybe like 8 a.m., noon, and 6 in the afternoon. And we want to hit this endpoint with a few different things, such as basically the challenge ID, such as like I want to notify all the people who are signed up to do easy workouts. I want to basically start notifying them. So we're going to pass up basically a input saying the challenge ID is easy. From there, we're just going to do some validation, make sure that this was a valid request, so forth and so forth. And from there, what we're going to do is we are going to be using OpenAI, and we're going to be doing some prompt engineering to basically define those messages that you saw in our chat container earlier, where a message would appear from David Goggins with a workout below it. And then finally, what we're going to do is once we've done the prompt engineering and defined the prompt is we're going to send that over to OpenAI to generate a brand new workout. And from there, what we're going to do is we're going to grab all of our different challenge preferences for all the users who have signed up to do workouts at that difficulty. And from there, we're going to grab all of the corresponding user threads. So maybe this out of 100 users signed up for our app, maybe 30 are signed up for easy. And we're going to go grab all of the user threads for those 30 users who are signed up. And the reason we're doing that is because we want to add a new workout message to that thread for all those different users so they can start to do their workout. And then in the future, we're going to do some additional work where we're going to tweak this code to actually send out those progressive web app notifications. So that way users actually get alerted on their phone and don't have to, refresh, basically open up their phone and manually check to see if they have new workouts. We're just going to send the notifications directly to their phone so they know it's time to work out. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on the validation and then work our way through. So now this part is actually going to be a little bit tricky. So what I would like to do is go through the simple solution. And as we encounter problems, as we build out the simple solution, we'll start basically adding in things that make our lives easier and help solve some of the problems along the way. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is because we're about to blast out anywhere from like 30 to 50 to 100 messages, we need some way to capture all of those different messages that we're about to add before going. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new array that's going to store all of our promises. This will make sense in just a second. So we're just going to call this our thread promises. And this is just going to be a promise array of type any. And then eventually, like I said, we're going to go append all of those new messages to our threads. And then once we're done, we're going to send back that this endpoint was a success. Okay, so now we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to start adding the David Goggins message to all of the different users? So what we need to do is we need to iterate through each of our challenge preferences. So challenge preferences. And then for each challenge preference, what we want to do, I'm going to map out the to-dos for you. What we want to do is we want to find the respective user and then add message to thread. So what I mean by that, so if you look at the challenge preference, you'll see that it comes with a user ID. So that user ID actually also can be mapped to inside of a user thread. And once we find the appropriate user thread, we then want to add a message to this thread ID. So things are kind of a little disjoint. So option one is for each one of these challenge preferences, we could literally do another loop to do like const user. Option one would be const user thread, and we could do this. But that's kind of basically, if you're familiar with some like computer programming logic, if this is like O of N and this is like O of M, it's basically O of N times O of N. Long story short, it's complex. We're just going to be doing a lot of looping. So the easiest way to do this to set ourselves up for success is we need to make a dictionary. And the reason why we're going to do this is what we want to do, what would be super easy is if I could basically have a dictionary and then let's just pretend const dictionary is equal to this. It would be so nice if I could say, hey, I would like to grab the user ID for this challenge preference. So if I could do something like dictionary-cp and pass in the user ID and then get out the appropriate user thread, that would be an instant lookup and be super convenient. So that's actually what we're going to work on. And some of these terms are a little bit more involved. And the reason why is just because we're trying to be a little bit intelligent and follow some better data structure patterns. So here's how we're going to go off and create that user thread dictionary. So let's just go ahead and call it, and you'll see the term user thread dictionary and map used interchangeably. But what it's going to be is we're going to go through all of our user threads and we are going to reduce our this is gonna be a little bit confusing, but don't worry, it'll make sense as we code it out. So what we're trying to do here is we want to build up a map where the key to grab is going to be the user ID, and we want to be able to grab the thread whenever we pass in the user ID. This is going to make our lives easier down here. And the other thing we have to do is we actually have to define the type of this real fast. So this is going to be super simple. Just at the top of our file, we need to make a new interface, and we're going to call it user thread map, and we just have to define what's in it. So what we're going to say is the key of this user thread map is going to be the user ID. It's just going to be a string, and in return, we're going to get back a user thread. And a user thread is going to come from Prisma. So let's go ahead and import that real fast. Scroll back down. So that's looking good. So let's go ahead and do user thread map. So that's looking great. But now what we need to do is go and make a few more updates. So once we define what we want to have, once we're reducing through this, we actually want to return our map, return map. Great. And then we're going to we basically have to do some typecasting. And this is definitely more advanced. So if you want to go through the solution earlier where you just do a quick lookup each time where you iterate through where it was like this, so like for const user thread is equal to user thread dot filter. Like if you want to do something like that, please go for it. I just wanted to show you guys a new option just because I want you guys to get exposure to new ways of solving problems that you probably do already encounter on a day-to-day basis when coding. Okay, so what we have done so far is we have now set ourselves up to grab our corresponding user thread. So we're just going to say const user thread is equal to the user thread that is found here. Like I said, much more simpler, and it's going to make our lookups way quicker and just take a lot less memory and be faster. Okay, so we found the prospective user thread, and now what we want to do is add a message to that person's, basically to that person's thread. So here's how we're going to do that. So if this user thread exists, what we want to do, so if user thread exists for this person, what we want to do is we want to create a new promise that's going to get added to this array. So let me show you how we're going to do this. We're just going to say thread promises, and we're going to push. And inside of this is where we're going to push a new request. So in this case, it's actually going to be a request to our backend. And if you remember from the very beginning of the video, the way we actually created messages was in our, let me pull it up for you, in our API message create. So this is where we actually go off and create messages that need to get added to our threads. So right now you are basically working with threads inside of Assistants, and on the other side, you're going to be working with chat completions. So you are becoming an all-around AI expert because you're working with threads and chat completions and merging them together. That's exactly what we're doing here. So what we're trying to do here is we are going to basically make a request to that endpoint that's at API messages create. So what we have to do is, because whenever you're sending requests from endpoint to endpoint, you kind of usually don't want to just do, you basically can't just do a straight up / API messages create because it doesn't know what the base URL is. So once again, this is where you and I have to update and use that next public base URL. So that's that, localhost, or going to be the deployed version. So what we want to do inside of this message create is we actually want to pass along the new message. So this is going to be a message, and then we're going to pass along the thread ID. And the reason why I know all of this is because if you go over here and actually look at our message create parameters, we need to pass in the message, the thread ID. And if you remember that from user, because from user is going to determine if the message shows up as yellow or gray on our front end. So let's hop back over here. And for our thread ID, this is going to come from our CP for corresponding for our challenge preferences. And we're going to pass along the thread ID here. I apologize. We want to use the user thread. This is where we go. We want to look at the user thread and pull out the thread ID there. And we're going to just go ahead and set from user. We're going to set this to false. And we'll go ahead and put it in quotes just because passing along booleans kind of gets a little messed up whenever you actually start passing stuff inside of Assistants. So don't worry. You can just put it in quotes like I have. Okay, so what we've done so far is we now have we have looped through each one of our challenge preferences, found a user, we've added a message to their thread, and now we just need to wait, just because, like I said, this is going to get triggered 30 to 100 times depending on how many users we have in our database. So all you and I need to do next is we just need to await this promise to finish, and once we've done that, we can just return a success. So next response.json. And just to go ahead, we don't have to really return anything. I'm just going to actually return the message that got sent out to our users. And this is going to be a status of 200 because everything worked great. And what we're going to do, let's go ahead and move this comment down here. And we're going to start throwing stuff in a try catch. So what I would like to do is start the try catch right around here, because this is where things can start to break. So try, and we'll do our catch right here, catch. Okay, so let's move all of this code up here. So I'm just hitting Option and I'm pressing up to move it into the try block. And then in case something goes wrong down here, let's do console.error, and then we're going to return a next response saying, hey, something went wrong. Okay, so that was a lot of work. I think the best way to describe it is actually, let's go off and set up a new endpoint that's going to actually hit this endpoint and trigger all the code we just set up. So let's go ahead and start testing out the code we just built. So what we need to do is go ahead and open up Postman like we had set up earlier, and let's right click our folder which contains all our requests, and let's make a new one. And this one we're just going to call request challenge users. And this is going to be a post request. And what I'm going to do is actually put this to the side of our code so we can see what we need to send to it. So first things first, we need to pick a URL to send this to. So in our case, this is going to be localhost 3000, and this is going to be API/challenge users. Challenge users. Okay, so now that we have that set up, what the heck do we need to pass in? Well, we need to pass in a body that's going to contain raw JSON. And then, well, what do we actually need to pass in? We need to pass in a challenge ID and a secret. So let's go ahead and stub that out. So challenge ID, we'll just put dummy text there for a second. And the next one is going to be secret. Okay, secret. And I think it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. That looks great. Okay, so let's talk about this. I'm gonna zoom out so we can kind of see everything before I press send. There might be a few errors, but hey, we'll debug them as they pop up. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna hit our challenge ID. Our challenge ID is going to either be easy, medium, or hard. Let's actually real fast go check to see what we had set up in our application earlier. And as you can see, when I refresh it, it looks like we have things set to medium. So let's go ahead and set this to medium as well. So that looks great. Then we're going to go off, send off our chat message. That's going to go off and be sent to basically our OpenAI endpoint. And then from there, we're going to make sure it worked. We're going to log our new message that was generated. From there, we're going to go grab all our challenge preferences. Let's actually log those as well so we can see them in action. So let's put that in quotes and do that. And after that, we're going to go get all of our user IDs. So let's log that too. And then from there, we're going to go, I'm just going to basically log everything for you guys so you can kind of see what gets built. So that's our user threads. And then from there, we're going to go off and basically send a message to each one of our users. So that's looking good. Okay, so what should happen is after I run this code, this endpoint back over in our application with David Goggins AI, is let's go ahead and refresh it, is we should get a workout at the very bottom of this that shows up and says, hey, David Goggins here, stay hard, here's your workout, get after it. So let's go ahead and start triggering it off and actually see if it works. So let's just save it real fast. And then we're going to basically come back up here. And let's go ahead and trigger it and let's see what logs we get back. So let's send it. Okay, so a lot happened. Oh, we got a 401 unauthorized error. I think that's because we actually went off and created our .env and never restarted our server. But we can also just pull it up over here again on the side. So yep, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that is what we had right here. So that's looking great. So let's send it off again. Once again, we keep getting an unauthorized. Oh, this one actually is a issue with our middleware. So I'm glad we checked that. So let's scroll down here. And what we need to do is create a new endpoint. And this is going to be challenge users. Fantastic. So that was the small mess up on our side. Restart our server. Now let's try sending off this request again. Now it's actually loading, but we get a 500 error. So what was the error this time? Let's scroll down. Takes a second. I apologize. So what I'm going to do actually is, because you can see our front end is just continually requesting messages from our back end. So what I'm going to do is actually close this out real fast and basically trigger it again so we can actually see what the heck was going on and actually have better logs instead of it just consistently showing messages. So, all right, round 2, we're going to try it again. We're going to send messages. It's going to take a few seconds compiling, and then we get back an error. In our error, well, first off, you can see that we are sending off our David Goggins. That's looking good. But, it also looks like our OpenAI endpoint is not set up properly and we can't send messages over there. So glad we're doing this in real time together so we can actually kind of see how I'm debugging. So whenever you run into similar issues, you can be able to debug them too. So I knew to fix this because I'm getting an unauthorized 401 request from our OpenAI endpoint. So let's restart our server again and keep trying. Fantastic. So let's send it off again. All right, we hit challenges, that works. We hit OpenAI, that's looking good. So at this point, OpenAI is probably generating a new message, chat completions for us. So we should see a log of the new message in just a second, if everything works properly. And then from there, it should go off. Oh, so you could see it. That looked pretty good. Let's see. Yep, so you can see OpenAI did come back and, I thought it did. Oh, well, it's actually just basically no one signed in. So you and I basically just have some more things we need to go clear up. So the first one is this endpoint also needs to be unprotected. So API, this was a small issue. I made it plural. So let's just look through our app real fast. Messages. Yep. So it's coming here. So this really just needs to be message and that should be public. All right. So let's try it again. So this is, like I said, this is debugging it in real time together and let's keep it going. So we're going to send it this time. keep going. Once again, we hit our OpenAI challenges. We go off to OpenAI to generate our new response with new messages. This time it looked like it did come back with something. Yep, so OpenAI did generate a new David Goggins message, but from what I can see, the thread ID is undefined. So let's go try and figure out why real fast our thread ID was undefined. So I think what would be best is if we actually go ahead and log this real fast, because you can see basically what's like what I'm reading when I see this. I see that you and I are basically sending a message to this endpoint from the user. Let me actually dive into this for a second, and I'll tell you guys what the true issue is in just a second. So after some quick debugging, I think I actually found the error. So if you look at what was going wrong, you'll notice that from the user, we were not passing up a thread ID, which was confusing because I thought we were. But if you actually look at it, I misspelled it, and that's why it was coming up as undefined, and our backend validation was catching it. So let's go ahead and try one more time. Let's go ahead, save it. Let's send this request off, and fingers crossed it works this time, but hey, we're going to continue working until it gets finished. So things are looking good, compiled, nothing but checks so far. And like I said, the only next few errors was pretty much a success. So, hey, awesome. So it looks like we got a success. You see we got a status code of 200. Okay. You see that the message pops up over here. So now let's come back over and go to our code real fast and actually check to make sure that our app shows the proper message. So when we go back, hey, look, you can see we added a new message, and this is a David Goggins workout where he tells us, hey, let's go to war, quit being in pooey pants, and let's get on it. And then he gives us as a workout. So I think this is just super cool. I do think we need to actually hop back over to our prompt engineering real fast so we can actually see why the heck that it added those additional quotes that you can see right here, because it shouldn't have added those. So we're looking for our message with some prompt engineering. I think we just got to get rid of these extra quotes right here and everything will look good. So let's save it. And heck, we can even try it again. Let's just open back up Postman. Let's open back up our challenge user. Everything should be saved. If we send it off again, it should take a few seconds. And whenever it shows a status code of 200, we'll actually hop back over to our code and make sure our application and make sure that the chat is showing the proper new thing. So great. So we don't see those extra weird quotes we saw a second ago. And if we come back over to our app, you can see it's looking great now. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and just make sure the rest of our app works. So we can say, hey, that was a piece of cake. Any suggestions for alternative workouts to butt kicks? So let's go ahead and try sending that off. That's going to send our message. And if you remember, we're still going to go polling our run. And whenever we get done with our run, it should append our new message from our assistant to the end of it. And if this works, just to recap, you are now tying together OpenAI Assistants with regular OpenAI chat completions. So you can see, yep, he responds, piece of cake. That's not the Goggins way. You're getting comfortable. And then he kind of tells us what to do instead. Basically, instead of doing butt kicks, go after some burpees. So, you know, he's intelligent. He's responding to our conversation. So this is all super cool. And now that we've knocked this out, we're actually going to move on to the next part of application where we're actually going to go off and deploy everything to Vercel. And we're going to run into a few bugs when we do that. And I actually want to walk through them with you in real time because these are going to be some practical problems that you need to be able to solve when you're off building your own applications. So let's go ahead and start deploying to Vercel. So now it's time for us to deploy our Next.js application using Vercel. And if this is the first time you're using Vercel, it is the easiest way to basically ship your code for all of your users to be able to use it. And if this is your first time using it, all you have to do is just go up here and sign up with your GitHub account. And eventually when you sign in, it'll take you over to a page like this to where you can view all of your applications. And what you're going to do is your application will probably be blank because it won't have any applications made yet, but we're just going to go in here and add a new project. And let's walk through this process because this is exactly what you're going to have to do on your side. So what we're going to do is go over to your code, and this is where you're going to get to select which project you would like to use. So in our case, you're going to pick out your repository, and then you're going to click the project you'd like to create. So at this point, if you haven't been uploading your project to GitHub, you're definitely going to want to do that. I'm not going to walk you through that. There's tons of videos on setting up your project with Git to handle version control, but once you have your project set up to Git and you have your GitHub connected to Vercel, which should happen automatically whenever you log in using your GitHub account, what you can do is just go ahead and click import, and this is automatically going to import your Next.js project. Now this part is going to be super simple. All we have to do is come over to our project, and it's going to ask us what we would like to name it. I'm going to keep it the same. It's going to ask you what project framework you're using, and we're using Next.js, so we're going to leave that the same. Root directory the same. And the only thing that we're going to change is our environment variables. So if you remember in our project, this whole time we have been actually updating a .env file. So that's what we're going to work on updating right now. So I'm just going to literally come over here, grab this, copy it, and then all you have to do is come over here to this environment variables and then paste it. And this is automatically going to add all of your environment variables that we've been building so far. Now, one thing that's kind of a quirk is our public base URL. This we're going to have to deploy and then later come back and update with whatever URL basically Vercel gives us. So we're just going to go ahead and deploy it, and then we're going to come back and do some more cleanup once it gets done deploying. So it's going to take a few seconds, but as you can see, the 3 major steps it's going to run through. It's going to be building our application, then it's going to give us a deployment summary, and then it's going to deploy our different application to a domain so that we can basically share a URL with our users and they can go access our Vercel website. So I'm going to give this a few seconds, and eventually once it's done, we'll come back and look at it together. So it took a few seconds to get to this point, but we actually ran into a small error, and this one's super easy to fix. What you'll notice is it's saying, hey, it looks like you're using Prisma, and in order to use Prisma properly, you need to be auto-generating basically all of the different models we create, because that's going to help us define types later in our application. So what you and I need to do is add Prisma generate during the build process. So here's how we go off and do that. We're going to first come back over to our code. We're going to open up the package right here, and then after inside of our scripts, we're going to add a post install script. So you can you can see it right there. And all we need to do is just set it to Prisma generate. Let's add a comma. And then I'm going to just come down here, git add. That's how I'm going to add this new change, git commit. And we're just going to say fix post install. And then let's go ahead and send that off with a git push. Now what's cool is if we hop back over to Vercel, and let's just go back to click back, and let's go actually just kind of refresh our page. What you'll notice now is, let's just actually go look inside my repository, and David Goggins AI YouTube coach, that's the one that we just built together. And you can see that when I go to deployment, you can see that it's actually building the new project. So you can see the last one failed in 43 seconds, and this new one seems to be cruising along. And so let's go ahead and open it back up and let's see what it's doing. So now everything looks pretty good. It looks like it's built properly. Now it's just optimizing the build. Keep scrolling down. I don't see any red yet. So life's looking good. You can see it's still cruising along. It's generating our pages, our static pages. Life's looking good. And eventually, yep, so it completely built successfully. So what it's going to do now is go off and give us a summary of how everything worked. And then after that, it's going to give us a custom domain. Now this custom domain is what we're going to be able to share with our users so they can go access our website. And it basically is going to be this domain, but a little bit more human readable. So we're just going to go ahead and refresh the page because sometimes it takes a few seconds. Yep. So you can see now there is a new endpoint that we can go and actually share with our users so they can come in here and actually access our website. So what I would like to do before we wrap up, just because deployment is looking good, one thing I would like to do is actually show you guys how to clean up this sign in page and sign up page real fast, just because I hate how it's up in the top left-hand corner. All you guys need to do, like I said, this is a quick thing. If you go to the sign in page, let's just go ahead and wrap this around in a quick div real fast, just so whenever users do come to your website, they're not like, what the heck, this looks gross. So let's go ahead and wrap that around. And all we need to do is say class name, flex, justify center, and let's just throw some padding around it so we're not hitting the wall. So that's looking good. Now we'll wrap it in parentheses, just like this, backspace, save it. Fantastic. So now the sign in page is looking good. Let's go ahead and work on the sign up so it also looks nice. So we'll copy this div, paste it, and then move some stuff around. Copy and paste that. Fantastic. So sign up should be looking good too. And all we have to do just to get this working, once again, is now anytime you make a change, all you have to do is deploy it. So more CSS on sign up in. Fantastic. So now this eventually will get pushed to our backend. It'll get deployed just like you know, every time you trigger a new build, you can come back over to your deployments and see that it's building, and it'll just automatically get deployed, and it makes it super easy for you to use. But we can see whenever we sign in now, let's just go ahead and sign in with a new account. That's going to be a brand new account. And this one obviously is going to start off with no messages. But what's going to be super cool is if we come back over to Prisma, Prisma's running on port 5000, so we can go ahead and look at that per usual. And we can probably see now whenever, let's go ahead over here. So what I would expect now is we have 2 user threads, and you can see that they were completely, like the new one was made today because today is the 20th. And what you'll also notice is challenge preferences right now only has 1 item. But if I come back over to our application and go to profile, what I would imagine is when it loads, it will have automatically made me a new one. So whenever I refresh, I will imagine a new challenge preference set up to easy to be set up. Fantastic. So this is looking good. So you guys now have a fully deployed Next.js application that's using Typescript, Tailwind CSS, and you're also working with OpenAI Assistants and just regular OpenAI chat completion. So we have now reached the final part of the video where you and I are actually going to convert this regular Next.js application into a progressive web app so that whenever David Goggins sends out a workout, users will actually get a notification on their web browser and on their phone. So let's go ahead and work on converting this to a progressive web app. Hey guys, it is officially time to convert our app over to a progressive web app. Now this is going to be broken down into 2 major phases. Phase 1, you and I are going to add a few additional files to make sure that our Goggins AI coach can officially become a progressive web app. This means we're going to have to add a thing called a manifest file. We're going to add some service workers and a few other things. So that's all done in phase 1. And then phase 2, you and I need to go update our existing code to handle basically a few things. 1, we need to set up our unique progressive web app endpoints so that we're able to send out alerts to our users. And then we're going to update our code to actually send notifications to our users whenever we generate workouts. So really think of 2 phases. So let's go ahead and get started with phase 1. So first things first, you and I need to go create a new manifest file. And I definitely recommend going over to the semicart.com manifest generate HTML. Basically, I'll have a link to it down in the description below, but this is what allows you to create a manifest for your Next.js application. So what this basically does is it tells you how the progressive web app is going to behave within inside of your application and basically where everything's located. So let's go ahead and work on this together. So the first thing is we're just going to call this Goggins AI. And for the, that'll be the short name. And for the full name, we're just going to call this David Goggins AI Coach. Fantastic. This is going to be a standalone display. We can honestly just leave the description blank. The application scope and the short URL are both going to be blank, basically just a /, nothing additional. Honestly, you can just leave the theme colors and everything how they are. Doesn't really change anything. The big thing that you do need to do is basically upload a file, and this will be the icon that gets shown to your users. So just click choose file, and then in my case, I already have an image saved inside of and saved in my code. I'll have this basically somewhere whenever you go download the source code for this. You actually can go ahead and skip this part because you can just go grab the manifest file, the end one. I just want to show you how this actually gets generated though. So if you ever have to do this on your own, you can do it. So now I'm going to click generate manifest. This is going to take a few seconds, and then now it generated a manifest file. So let's go ahead and work on adding it over. And just to show you guys that it did add it, if I go to my over to my download files, downloads, and ls, and let's just do like grep manifest. You can see that there is a manifest file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically copy over this manifest file, and I'm going to copy it over to the public spot inside of right here. So this public folder, I need to copy all the contents of that manifest over there. So let's just cd into our manifest. So that's a folder. So you can see these are all the new things you and I just created. So let's copy all of these files to our local file spot, which is going to be public. There we go. Our source code. Sorry, it's making me actually go find my code again. Tutorials, and then David Goggins. I can't remember what I called it. Goggins. There we go. So now it's just going to copy it over to Goggins, our public folder, and then it should just copy it all. So now inside of over here, you can see we actually have our new files that were just created. Just rename our manifest to manifest.json. And what you can see now is it generated everything we just described, standalone app, gave it a name, and it also set up the icons. And what's cool is if I go click one of these icons, you can see that it's just a picture of David Goggins. So this is actually the notification that will eventually pop up. And whenever the user adds this to their home screen on their iPhone or Android, it'll actually show a picture of David Goggins, staying hard. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep that there. And let's go ahead and move on to the next step. So this next step, this took a long time to figure out how to set up, but what you need to do next is we need to add a custom service worker to our application. And this can be JavaScript, actually. It doesn't have to be TypeScript like everything else. And I'm just going to copy it in here and describe what's going on. So what we're doing is we are trying to set up our application so that we can receive push notifications. That's the end goal that we're shooting for. So what we need to do is we need to add an event listener so that anytime we hit the push event, anytime the push event gets triggered, what we want to do is we want to trigger this function. So we're going to pull out the text data, and this is just going to be like the title of notification that's going to show up. So I can imagine in the top right hand corner, it would say David Goggins is telling you to do 100 push-ups. So it'll pop up in the top right. And then we're going to set up our icons. So this is where, the icon is basically going to be the thing that shows up to our users so they can see which app the notification is coming from. So you definitely need to add this. I wouldn't focus on it too much. Feel free to just copy and paste this over to your application. Now, this leads us to the next part. Now we have to actually call this custom service worker somewhere else and register it. So that's what we're going to do over in our next config file. So our next config file is super important. This is where we basically define how our application, our Next.js application is going to work. And what you'll notice is what we need to do is let's actually just hop back, go out of here, and come back to our root application. You and I need to set up our application so that it works with a progressive web app. Now, what we need to do, there's a package actually called Next.pwa, and we're going to go ahead and install that. So npm I Next.pwa, and basically what it does is it makes your life very easy to convert your Next app into a progressive web app. So I'm going to go ahead and just set it up for you guys. It took a lot of research to get this figured out. You're going to run into a lot of kinks if you just kind of go off and build on your own. So I definitely recommend just copy and pasting what I'm about to show you guys. But here are the few things that you need to do. So I'm just going to actually delete all of this and we're just going to go part by part. So the first thing is we need to do something called with PWA. So meaning we're going to wrap what we're about to build. So we're going to require next PWA. And what we're going to do is basically wrap around this is going to be the configuration for our PWA. So we have to say the destination. It's going to be in our public folder. And then SW source means where is your source service worker. So in our case, our source service worker comes from that custom service worker we just created up there. So it's actually in our root file, in our public folder, and then our custom service worker. Now make sure you get that name right, because if you misspelled something, this isn't going to work properly. From there, you just want to go ahead and say, yep, I want to register this service worker. Skip waiting. You definitely want to skip waiting too. And then here is something that I had to discover on my own. So if you're, like I said, if you're stealing the source code, you just saved about 5 hours or 4 hours of research, because this took me forever to figure out. But what you want to do is you want to exclude two different builds. The first one is called middleware manifest.json. And the next one is going to be called app.build-manifest.json. I actually couldn't find anyone on the internet who had the solution, but this is the only way I could get a Next.js 14 application to run. If you don't set this up like how I have it right now, whenever you go to build and run your service worker in your actual code, it's just not going to work. All right, so the final thing that we need to do is we need to disable the service worker in certain environments, and we're going to disable it in development. The reason why we're doing that is just because progressive web apps, they actually cache your website sometimes, meaning that a lot of your source code will be saved for the next time. So whenever you're like doing hot reloading or npm run dev, that's constantly reloading your website, and it might be rendering an old version. So it's best just to not really, basically to disable your service worker in development and kind of more test it out in your staging environment. But we'll talk about more of that later. Okay, so now that we have defined our progressive web app, what we need to do is finish defining the rest of our normal next configuration. So it's going to look just like this. So next config, once again with PWA, And then this time what we're going to do is just set React strict mode true. Fantastic. And then we finally just have to export it. And this needs to be lowercase. There we go. Module.export next config. Fantastic. So that's looking great. So give yourself a pat on the back. You have now just set everything up so that your Next.js application is going to be a progressive web app. And we can actually prove this. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and let's go ahead and push this over to our backend. So git commit, convert to PWA, and I'll show you why it's a service worker now. So let's go ahead, or sorry, a progressive web app. So this is going to take a few seconds to build, and then we're just going to hop over and I'll show you what changes have been made to our end website. And real quick, we actually need to make one more change. If you go back to our root layout file, we actually need to update this metadata to point to our manifest file. That's one of the most key important things, or else the app basically won't know how to basically load the service worker we just defined. So what we need to do down here is let's actually do a few things. First, we're just going to update the title. Basically, this title is going to be the thing that shows up right here instead of create next app. We want it to say Goggins AI. We'll just go ahead and update our description. This one, just, David Goggins AI coach. And then finally, what we're going to do next is we're going to define the manifest. That was the most important part. And if you look, our manifest file is, let's go over here to our public. And then inside of that, it basically is right there. Oh, and we also defined it wrong. So let's go ahead and I'm glad we caught that. So it's .json. That's very important. So let's save that. And now that we're here, also just know that this looks at the public folder. So that's totally fine. We don't have to do it. And then icons, we're just going to do this Apple. And then we'll just do this Apple. And then we'll just say /icon 192 by 192.png. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, so that is looking great. Now let's save it and let's just go ahead and re-update everything. So git commit v2, and then let's go ahead and push it up. All right, now let's go ahead and wait for our deploy to finish pushing all these changes, and then let's go look at the final code. Okay, great. So now you can see in our latest deployment, which just got pushed out a few seconds ago, whenever we go and actually access that URL, what you'll notice now is when we go inspect our application manifest folder, you'll notice that it actually is detecting our manifest, and you can see everything that we just basically codified in our code. So now you can see the name, short name, and everything else along with our images. But what you'll notice whenever we go to our service worker, which is what we've been working on trying to implement, you'll notice that there isn't a service worker popping up. And that's because you and I need to move on to the next part of this video, where we're actually going to hop back in the code and update our current basically functionality of our code to register a service worker whenever the user logs in. So let's go ahead and start working on that part right now. So all we have to do is let's go open up our file explorer, and we're going to migrate over to our app folder. And then inside of our app folder, we're going to open up this layout right here. Now, what we're going to do inside of here is we are going to basically we're going to create a new hook and add it here. So this new hook is going to be called use service workers. And it's just going to be a function. Like I said, it's going to be a hook. So now it's up to us to go add that hook right here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a new folder inside of our root folder, and we're just going to call this hooks. So new folder, we're just going to call it hooks. And inside of hooks, we're just going to go ahead and call this our use service worker.tsx. All right, now this is where we're going to create a hook. And basically a hook is it's just going to store all of our code so that we can keep the rest of our application clean. And they normally can store state for us, but we're really just going to run through all the logic that's going to go into setting up a service worker, because it's kind of a lot. So what we're going to do is we're just going to call this our use service worker. And then what we're going to do next is this is a function. And now this function isn't going to be like your normal React functional component. It's going to be a little bit different because it's not returning HTML. It's going to return state, or it doesn't even have to return anything actually. So, and that's what ours is going to do. It's not going to really return anything. So we have our service worker. So let's go ahead and import it over here so we can show that it's actually properly hooked up. All right, so now it's hooked up. So now it's up to us to actually go in here and start coding out this service worker. Now, before we do that, I just want to mention this code, you don't really have to know the ins and out of it. It's just basically we have to go through some conditional checks in order to register our service worker. That's actually the whole goal of setting this up. So here's what we're going to do. Right when the service worker hook loads, we're going to run a use effect. Now this use effect is going to be basically running on mount. And what I mean by that is just whenever the component loads, we are just going to run this code. Now, what we're going to need to do is create a function that's going to be called register service worker. And this is going to be an asynchronous function because it's going to have to like wait to check within our browser to make sure things are working properly. So it does need to be asynchronous. And if you remember from earlier, you can't just directly call async. You have to wrap it in a function and then call that function. Okay. All right. Let's keep chugging on. You guys are doing great. So what we're going to do next is we are going to check to see if there is a service worker in our navigator. Now, what this is doing is just seeing if something is already registered. So that's the first thing we're going to check. And then what we're going to do next is we are going to try and register it. So sorry, this just checks to see if we can have the ability to add service workers by looking in our navigator. Okay, so what we're going to try and do at this point is we're going to do a try statement and a catch, because like we always do, because some things can go wrong as you and I are about to start dabbling in this code. But what we're going to do is look at current registrations. So registrations is equal to, and this will make sense as we actually go browse the final product when we can see service workers that are registered. You'll see why we're doing all this is just there's a lot of setup code that's kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest with you. But don't worry, you can just copy and paste this and never have to look at it again. But what we're gonna do is check our registrations. We'll actually go ahead and log them just so you guys can see them in the future. And what we're gonna do is a few different things. First, we are going to check to see if there are registrations at all. So if registrations dot length. So if there are registrations, what we want to do is we're just going to assume the first registration is the one we want to keep and then unregister the rest of them. So that's what we're going to do in here. So like I said, just loop through all registrations, unregister every single one of them, except the first. And the way we're able to do that is because we start our loop at index 1, which skips the first. All right. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we are going to assume there are no registrations inside of our application, and it's up to us to go create that new service worker. And it's going to be super straightforward. We're just going to say const registration, await navigator, service worker, and we're just going to register a new service worker. And basically this SWJS, what happens is whenever you go off and create build our Next.js application, because of the way we have things set up, it will automatically go and build this new service worker.js file. So if you and I were to go look inside of our application and then go over to, is it sources? I might have to refresh this, but it'll show up later whenever we go off and build our final application. But you'll see that there will eventually be a service worker.js file that you and I can start exploring. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is now that we have for sure passed in a registration because we just made one, it's now up to us to go off and use that registration to check to see if it's ready. So we're gonna say, hey navigator, is our service worker ready? And that's why we're gonna grab our current registration. If so, let's just go ahead and log it because I want you guys to be able to see what we're doing as we're doing it. And what we're going to do from that point forward, we are going to check to see if the service worker needs to do any updates. And let's import React Hot Toast while it's asking us. So basically what's happening is our registration, we're checking to see if it found an update. And the reason why we're doing that is because if you remember, the service workers will cache our website for us to make it run faster, smoother, and just, maybe make it to where it can run offline. But that's not what we're really worried about. But what's also cool is as we make changes and updates to our application, it will prompt our user to say, hey, I noticed something changed, and prompt them to basically, hey, we found an update and you need to refresh. So that's kind of what's happening in here. Not super important. All we're going to do inside of our catch statement is we're just going to log that something went wrong. So console.error, and we're just going to say service worker registration failed, log that error. Okay, so you now have a service worker registration, and what this will eventually do is back over here inside of our application, when we click service worker, the goal is it should update in here. So let's make sure we're cleaning this up as we go along, and I think we are good. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and update these changes and push them to our backend so we can start seeing our progress that we're making. So git add, git commit, dash, and then we're going to say register service worker, and then we're just going to push it. All right, now once again, let's go wait a few seconds and we're going to come back over here in just a few minutes and check for our new service worker. Okay, guys, so we just finished building our changes now that we're registering our service worker. So I want to hop back over to our application, refresh it. I'm going to open up our inspector and come back over here and congrats. You guys can now see that we have an actively registered service worker, and you can actually go see and like look at the code for our new service worker. You can see that like a lot of this is auto generated, but at the end, this is our code that you and I added where we're basically handling push notifications. So all around, great progress. But what we're going to do next is now that we have our service worker registered, you and I are going to move on to updating our code so that we can start handling notifications. So we're going to be doing a few big things in here where we're going to like basically set up our notification listener client side, and then we're going to push our endpoints to our database and then start sending events to those endpoints. So I know it's a lot, but let's go ahead and start diving into that. So the first thing you and I need to do is actually create a new field in our schema. Now, what we need to do in our schema is actually save something what I'm going to call a user meta. Now, what this user meta is going to contain is all the information we need that we capture from whenever our user registers to receive notifications. So I'm just going to type out the new model, and then I'm going to walk you through why we're using each part of it. So we're just going to import all the normal base stuff. And then here's where everything basically starts to get very specific. So the first one is we need to have an endpoint. Every time one of our service workers registers for to become a progressive web app, and basically it connects up to the internet, it allows us to access it through a specific endpoint. So we need to save that endpoint. So in the future, you and I can actually message it. Now, this endpoint is going to be super long, so it's best to use DB text, add that decorator. And then a few other things we're going to have to add are going to be a P25068 and an auth. And these are basically just going to allow us to basically just serve as credentials. So, and the final thing that we need to do is, now that we've made this new user meta, is we need to actually update our backend Planetscale database. So npx prisma db push. I'm sure you guys are an expert at this now. This is going to go off and send it and update our database. And just while it's doing that, I do want to mention, I think this will make a lot more sense once we start logging some of the outputs, once we start to save some of our user subscriptions. So let's go ahead and head back real fast. And what we're going to do now is you and I are going to go to our layout. And what we're going to start doing in here is, now that we have a service worker, and what we're going to do next is we are going to start saving our subscription. So let me show you what I mean by this. One second. Subscription. There we go. So what we want to do now is go over and create a window just like this. So as you can see, this is a screenshot that I just took from my phone. So whenever a person just logs into our app for the first time, we need to start presenting them with a pop-up that looks just like this, where we say, hey, would you like us to send you push notifications? If so, we need you to allow this service worker to basically accept and present you notifications. So in order to do that, we need to start making some changes inside of our code. So let me start stubbing you through some of the big changes, and then we're going to implement them and they're going to be, like I said, a pretty quick fix. So the first thing that we want to do right out the gate is we want to start checking to see if the user already has a notification. So here's how we do that. First, what we're going to do is check using a use effect. We're going to see if the person already has notification in the window. So basically what that means is there a notification object defined at the root level of the application? So what we can do is just do something like this, where we say if notification in basically is a key of window. If it is, that means that notification probably has been set up, and it's just up to us to see if this notification is set to default. So what we need to do is, because our goal is to pop up a notification modal like this, what we're going to do is really do some conditional logic to set is notification modal visible. Notification modal visible. And what we have to do is we have to check our notification dot permission. Let's see, permission, and see if it's equal to default. Okay, cool. So now it's up to us to go ahead and add this state at the top of our file. So what I like to do is just say this is Atom state, this is regular state, and what we're going to do is wrap that around, and then we're going to say is notification modal visible, and then equal to use state. That looks great, and we're just going to set it to false by default. Looking great. And I just do hooks right here. Okay. Fantastic. So let's keep going down. So what we're going to do, if the notification modal is set to default, what we need to do is show it. And the reason why is because we're trying to get to the endpoint where notifications are set to granted. Because if they're set to granted, that means we're actually able to send notifications to our users. So just to show you guys, kind of do some logs, you can kind of see what everything is set up as. Let's go ahead and see what the permission is. Okay, so we need to do a little bit more outside of this. Next thing we need to do is actually go ahead and create a notification modal that renders conditionally. So here's what I mean by that. So if notification modal is visible, we want to go ahead and generate that notification modal. And we're going to go create that in just a second, but we need to handle two different items or functions inside of this. One, we need to save a subscription whenever the user does accept that they would like to be notified. So we're going to create a function, just a second, called save subscription. And the other thing that we're going to work on is whenever the user does on request close, we need to basically handle that request close in an intelligent way. So handle notification modal close. All right, so what we're going to do is let's go implement these first, these two functions, and then we'll go create our modal because, like I said, it's going to be pretty straightforward, just text and a buttons. But let's go ahead and work on creating these first. So the first one is going to be handling this notification modal close. So what we're going to do for this, like I said, pretty straightforward. Let's do const handle notification modal close. And then what we want to do is basically it's going to be like did consent. So like, did they consent to showing us notifications? It's a Boolean that we expect to get back. And what we're going to do is we're automatically going to stop bugging them about this notification. And if they did consent, what we want to do is just do a little pop-up to let them know that, yep, you will now receive notifications in the future. So that's looking good. So now check, we have that done. Now let's move on to save subscription. Now this one is definitely going to be a little bit more involved than the other ones, and I'll show you why. So let's do const save subscription. This is going to be an asynchronous call, and what it's going to do is it's actually going to take 0 parameters, and here's what it's going to do. First, it's going to check to make sure that the service worker registration is set to ready. So service worker registration. And then this is where we're going to do await, and we are going to check our navigator once again to see if the service worker is ready. If it is, we are going to actually try and grab the subscription. So const subscription, that actually was pretty much it. It auto-generated the right code for us. But what we're going to do is do service worker registration. We're going to look at the push manager because that's how we handle push notifications, and we're going to subscribe. Now, this is where we have to set user visibility only to true. And then you and I are, in a second, we're going to go off and create a server key. Now, what the server key is going to do, this is our secret key that basically is how our application is going to sign for messages that eventually get sent out to our users. So I'm going to show you how to create this in just a second, but no, we need to go do it. Now, what if this happens, if this subscription gets successfully generated, what we're going to do next is we're going to go off and try and save this subscription to an endpoint. So we're going to have to go build some endpoints after doing this, but this is how we're going to be able to notify our users in the future. So that's looking good. So what we're going to do is we are going to make a request to our backend. And this is, once again, we're going to be using Axios for pretty much everything. So this is going to be a post endpoint, and we're going to hit API/subscription. Now we need to pass some data to this endpoint. In our case, we're just going to pass our subscription. And if you actually kind of hover over what goes into a subscription, you can see, we'll just hover over this one. It might not show us exactly right out the gate. It should tell you, yeah, it returns a push subscription. And this push subscription comes back with an endpoint. And this endpoint we eventually need to save to our database. And then when it comes to the get keys, you'll see that it actually has that P, you can see it right there, the P256DH. And then that's pretty much what we need. And we also need auth. So that's how we're accessing the data we need to eventually later send encrypted messages to our users. Okay, I know it was a mouthful, but let us keep on chugging. So what is going to happen once we get this response? You and I, if something goes wrong, such as we don't get back a response data success, we're just going to do our usual, say, hey, we hit an error. But outside of that, we know we have successfully saved our subscription. And if something goes wrong, we are just going to let our users know that, hey, something failed. So that's looking good on that end. Now, what I would also like to do is go ahead and So we have this all cleared now. That's looking good. So what I would like to do is actually go off and show you real quick how you guys can go over there and make these new Vapid public keys. So let me show you real fast. So first things first is we're going to head over to this new library that we haven't talked about yet, but it's going to be for web push, and we're going to install it globally so that we can eventually run this command right here and generate our public and private key. So what we need to do is head back over to our terminal. Let's go ahead and paste this, install it. That should take a few seconds. And then from there, we're just going to come over here and copy this command right here now that we've installed it in our CLI. So this is going to take a few seconds, and it's going to generate our public key and private key. So I'm just going to copy it up here, create a new little window, and then I'm just going to do, it's Command-Shift-P for me to format a document so I can easily see my private key and my public key. Now, what we want to do is, because we don't want to just save them as anything, we want to be very clear with how we actually save these names. So in our application, the first one we want to do is create basically our public Vapid key. So I'm going to open up our environment variables, and I'm going to put this at the bottom of the screen so you can see why I'm copying it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we first, when it comes to making our public Vapid key, in order to allow our variables, our environment variables, to be accessible on our front-end code, which it needs to be, since, you know, we're trying to access this here, and this isn't a server-side component, this is just on the client, we need to let people to access this environment variable. So what we're going to do is throw next public before it, and then say it is our public key. Then we can come back over here, copy and paste our public key. Fantastic. It should take 2 seconds. And then next, what we're going to do is create our private key. Now, what you'll notice about this one is it doesn't have any next public before it because it's private. We do not want to share this with the internet. So now we can just come over here, copy and paste this right here. Fantastic. So that is looking great. So what we can do is 2 things. First, I'm going to go back over to Vercel because we already need to go update our environment variables real quick. So let's come back over to environment variables. Now let's scroll down, and then what we're going to do is come over here and let's see. Oh, I'm in the wrong project. I have to go to our YouTube one real fast. There we go. Now we're in the YouTube one, environment variables. So let me first, if you remember from earlier, we talked about updating this one. I never really finished that. So let's update that real fast. So what we need to do is we need to say only use localhost for development. Let's save that change real fast. And then what you and I are going to do is first, we're going to fix that one. And then we're going to go add our secret keys. So next public base URL, let's paste that in there. Well, what do we need to put as the value? Well, first, let's just go to our deployments, and you can see when we are deploying all of our code to this URL right here. So I'm just going to open it up, copy it, come back over to our application and save it. That looks great. And if you look, it is important to notice we do not use a / here, so we do not need to use a / there. And this only needs to go to preview and production since that one's already going to development. So let's save that. And next, let's head back over to our environment variables, and we need to add these locally. So let's copy these. Let's come up here and paste them. Now these are going to, yep, that's totally fine. That is, we do want to share it on our front end, so that's fine. And we're going to use these in production, development, and preview. So let's save it. Great. So this is just going to make it so that whenever we deploy our application again, it's going to have all the information it needs to go off and start actually, you know, sending notifications. All right. So let's get out of all this now that we have our Vapid keys set up. Fantastic. All right, now let's go off and start building our notification modal. Now, our notification modal isn't going to be super intense, but it does need to handle, like I said, saving some stuff. So what we're going to do is open up our file explorer, and we're going to go down to our components, and inside of here, we're going to create a new file and just call it notification modal.tsx. Let's go ahead and do RFCE per usual, save that bad boy. And let's go ahead and import it now that it shows up. Great, names are working right. So let's save it. And now let's start working on actually defining our interface because we obviously need to be passing in props to this. So this is going to be our notification modal props. Now what we need to pass in here is going to be an onRequest close function, if you remember from a second ago. So onRequest close. And what we need to do is pass back, was this function granted? Like where did the user consent? And this is going to be a Boolean. And then outside of that, we also need to have a save subscription. And we can just do a function just like that with void. Great, so now that's working. So let's go ahead and add it down here. So our notification modal props, and now we can say on request and we can do save. Okay, life's good. All right, So now this is where we get to start basically handling, well, building out the UI so it can look like it did in that example I just showed you. And we need to handle one other function. So what we need to do is let's go ahead and just build out the UI real fast. And at this point, I'm sure you guys are probably tired of copying. So what I'm going to do is just kind of paste the code just so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. And once again, feel free, in the very bottom of this video and down in the description, you guys can just click and download all this code completely for free. I want you guys to go off and build some businesses with this. So what we're doing right here is we are creating a pop-up, and we are actually working with the React DOM to create a portal. And this is just going to be a little modal that pops up that's going to have a white background. It's going to set a black background and a white modal over it. And this is just going to say, hey, would you like to allow us to send push notifications? Here's what you'll start to receive notifications from Goggins AI. And now it's up to us to create this request notification permissions function. Now, this one is going to be pretty straightforward. What we're going to do, I'll type this one out because this one is a little bit more important. But so we need to do request notification modal permissions. This is an asynchronous function. And what we want to do in this one is we are going to actually request the permission that we keep asking or talking about. So permission, and we're going to await notification dot, in this case, request permission. But before we can do that, we actually need to check something. First, we just need to say if notification, let me put it in quotes, notification is in window. And we also want to check to make sure service worker in navigator. Okay, there we go. And the reason why is just because notification isn't guaranteed and you might get some errors if not. So what we're going to do is go ahead and request that permission for notifications. Then we are going to go ahead and say on our on request close, we're just going to go ahead and check, hey, did the new permission go to granted? And then finally, if permission was set to granted, we are just going to save our subscription. Else, what we're going to do is just do a toast.error. And we're just going to just say something like this: notifications are not supported in this browser, or something went wrong. Something just like that. Okay. All right. So what we can do is now we have our notification modal. Things are looking great. So what we're going to do is go back to our code, and I just want to go ahead and get it all working so that whenever we just deploy it, we don't have to keep coming back to this any further. So the next thing that we want to do is actually on our front end handle another edge case that we haven't talked about yet. But what's going to happen as users kind of use our application multiple times, they're going to start, maybe a service worker goes bad or it ends, and we need to update our subscription so that, if the old service worker dies and a new one spins up, we need to be able to just update that. So what we're going to do is just create one other final use effect. And this final use effect is going to, once again, just run on component load, and we're just going to check a few things. First, we're going to make sure that we're working with notifications, and we're also going to check to make sure that our service worker is in Navigator. Fantastic. And then from there, what we're going to do is go check. Sorry, I did that backwards. I meant to put quotes there and not there. What we're going to do next is we're just going to check to make sure if the permission is granted. Is granted, not is granted. And the reason why we want to do that is because we are also going to call save subscription here. So save subscription, just like that. Fantastic. So now what this is going to do is go off, and like I said, anytime something changes in our save subscription, it's going to anytime something changes with our service worker, we're just going to continually update our backend user meta that we created just a minute ago to save our subscription information. So now what we need to do, because this might actually start to set some issues, is we're going to go off and actually put stuff in a callback, just because there's a chance that we need to basically call this from multiple times, and we don't want this to just continually saving 100 times in the same session. So what we're going to do is just wrap this asynchronous call like this. We're going to wrap it in a use callback just like that. And then at the end of it, like I said, we only want this to run whenever we basically just first use that. So this is just going to prevent us from basically using it multiple times if we didn't mean for it to happen. So that's looking good. Let's just try and see if there's anything else. Now that we did that, we need to import our save subscription dependency down here. Let's see, save subscription. And then we just actually might need to rearrange some stuff. So we need to put our save subscription above these use effects. That way, well, specifically this use effect, it can be accessed. I know they kind of depend on order sometimes All right, but now that all looks good, trying to think if there's anything else that we need to do before we go off and actually just try the code. But so far this looks good. So what I'm going to do is all this front end code looks good. So the only other thing that you and I have to do before we're officially done with setting up notifications, and I can actually show you guys that all of this is working on our phones. What we need to do is just go set up this new backend route right here to where we can actually save our new subscription. So this is going to be super straightforward. All we have to do is create a new route per usual over an API. New folder. This one's just going to be called subscription. And what we're going to do is create a new file and just call it route like we normally do. And inside of this one, what we're going to do is just create another post request. And this post request is just going to strictly update our user data. So let me go ahead and get the basics set up for us. Export function, post. We need to pass in that request and grab that request. All right, this is looking good. So let's go ahead and basically knock out this last one real fast. So the first thing that we need to do is go ahead and check to see which user is making this request. And we can just grab that from our current user from Clerk, because we set that up a while ago. And then from there, if we don't have a user, what we want to do is just let the front end know that, hey, you're trying to make a request that you don't actually are able to make. So we're going to use next response, and we're going to send back a JSON response with a success of false and let them know with a message of like, hey, you are unauthorized. Message unauthorized. Fantastic. So that's what we're going to send to the front end. Give it the status code of 401. Okay, but if the person is authorized that's making this request, let's go ahead and pull out the body that was sent to us in our request. So this is going to come from our JSON, and we need to await this actually. Great, that's good. And there's a few things that we're going to grab from this. The first is going to be the endpoint that comes from our subscription, and the other one is going to be our keys. Now, if we're missing either of these, we need to tell them that, hey, you are sending an invalid request just like this. But if they are sending a valid request, let's go ahead and walk through what we need to do next. First, we're going to see if this is an existing user meta. So if you remember, we just created in our schema, we created this new user meta table, and we want to see if this already exists. So we're going to check first, existing user meta, and it's equal to await Prisma DB user meta, and we're just going to find actually unique, because there should only be one. Now, what we're going to do is just check to see where the user meta of this actually matches the user ID that comes from Clerk. And then what we're going to do is just log it so you guys can see that it's actually working. So existing meta, just so you can see what happens. So existing meta. Great. And then what we're going to do from there is actually do a try catch statement. So here's what we're going to do in the try catch. So what could happen? First, if the user does have existing metadata, what we're going to do is actually just update it. And that's going to be super simple. With Prisma DB, we're just going to update it. And we're just going to say update where user ID is equal to user ID. And then we're just going to, for data, we're not going to actually do this. What we're going to do is set it up this way. We're going to say endpoint. Endpoint is already getting passed in. So what we need to do next is just check up on auth. So auth is going to come from keys.auth. And whenever we go explore more on the front end, you'll see that that's where we can grab it. And then for our P256DH, that's also going to come from right here. Now this should work. We just got to set up some commas properly. Fantastic. Now what we're going to do is, let's see what's missing. So we're awaiting that. And then next, what we're going to do in our else statement is handle the other scenario where the user is creating their metadata for the first time. So I don't know why this is so tabbed over. I think we're missing a curly bracket somewhere. Usually I just start deleting whenever I feel like I'm missing something, and then it usually fixes itself. So it doesn't like it there. I think maybe because we're missing a catch statement, maybe that's why it's not working properly. Okay. Yep. It was just strictly the catch statement. So else, like I said, going back to it, we're going to handle the scenario where we need to create a user metadata. And this one's going to be super straightforward. We're just going to set the user ID to be equal to our user ID. Endpoint stays the same. Just add our auth and P256D8, and things are looking good. So all we have to do now is just return back to our user a next response and say everything worked great, man, and then just do a status of 200. On the off chance something went wrong, what we're going to do is just return to our user a next response, and this time we're just going to say success false. Let's go ahead and close this. So we're going to say success false, status 500, and pass back a message saying, hey, error creating updating user meta. Okay. All right. So we now have that endpoint set up. Things are looking good. So now that we have all of our code set up on the back end, we have our tables made, our new modals made, and our new, like I said, in our front end where we're, making these requests, those are set up too. What I'm going to do is let's go ahead and push these changes once again to our back end so they can build, just push them to Git. Let's go ahead and build it. And we're just going to say request permission for push notifications. So what we're going to do now is it's going to take a few seconds to build, but what we're going to do is go open this up in our web browser or maybe a iPhone simulator and actually test it out so we can show you that it's working in real time. But wait real quick, I actually see an error real fast that we need to fix, and that actually comes back to our new endpoint that we just set up. So if you zoom out real fast and look at what's getting sent to our API subscription, you'll notice that we're expecting to get 2 endpoints, and we're actually passing up, endpoint and key, but we're actually passing up subscription. So what we need to do is actually not like wrap subscription as an object. Basically, this is what was happening. What was happening is we were passing subscription up, and subscription had, inside of it, it had endpoint and so forth and so forth. But if we actually just pass it up as subscription, what's going to happen is it's going to automatically destructure and pull out endpoint and key. So that's actually the quick error that we messed up with. So if you take off the curly brackets around it, it will work. So now let's actually retry it again. So git add dot git commit. We're just going to call it round 2 request. Now we're going to push it. All right. Now what we're going to do is let it go build, and then we're going to go test it out in production. So now we're looking at our deployments, and you can see that it finally built. So what we're going to do is head over to David Goggins and refresh our website. So it'll actually start, basically the service worker and everything will start asking to see if it's working. And now what we can do is say, yep, I would like to allow push notifications. Now when we click allow, actually before that, let's go open up our console.log just so we can see if anything happens wrong. So we're going to allow it. We get a check here. Things are looking good. So what I'd like to do next is let's hop back in our code and let's go over to npx Prisma Studio. And I just want to go check back in our code to make sure that the user meta was saved properly. So if we go over to our user meta now, there's that one entry in it, and awesome guys, it was working. You can see we have our user ID, we have our endpoints that I was talking about. So this is basically where, in the future, we're going to be sending messages to, so it gets propagated to our applications. And then what we're going to do next is we have our credentials so that we can, it's validating that we are the proper person who's supposed to be making these requests. All right, great. So now that that's working, what I would like to do next is actually hop back over to our code and actually start using Postman to trigger a message to be sent out to our website. So as you can see in the top left, we now have notifications enabled. So what I'm going to do is come back over here to Postman, and we are going to challenge our users. But once again, what we're going to do is we're now going to update our URL. So this time it's going to go to, let's see, delete that and set it to our new URL. So I'm going to save that. Let's look at our body. And I think we're going to have to update this. So the big one is for this current user, let's see. Well, I can actually just check here. So basically this is the user ID and it starts with 2BE. So if we go over to challenge preferences and look at 2BE, it's easium. It's easy. Easium. So I need to change this to easy. So then what we can do now to prove that this all works, we're going to send off a notification, and this should eventually come back with basically some logs to us with a new message, and it should actually, send off our request. So let's give it a few seconds. And so that's pulling up there, and then fingers crossed, we might get a notification up in a second, but why it's not actually working. And it comes back to a to-do that you and I were supposed to set up earlier. So if you remember back in our API challenge users, we had a final to-do at the end, which was to send PWA notifications to our users. So it's obviously not going to send it out yet because we haven't implemented it, but it's thankfully a super quick fix. So all we have to do is come back up here and make a few more fetches real fast, and then we'll be able to actually start sending out those PWA notifications. So the main thing that we need to do is basically duplicate this code right here, except instead of, let me zoom in for you guys, instead of grabbing user threads, now what we want to do is grab all user metadata. So what we're going to do this time is we're going to do const user metadata, and this time we're going to go to our user meta, and then we're going to go to find mini, and the request is going to look identical to the one above. Let's just call it user meta. user metas. And then this one, it's going to be where, identical to that previous one. So this way we're now grabbing all of our user metadata, and let's just log it real fast so we can, for just debugging purposes, if something goes wrong here in a little bit. In addition to creating our user thread map, we also want to create our new metadata map. So we're going to do it as a const, and this one we're just going to call it const user meta map. And we're going to, like I said, user meta map. And then we're going to go create a type for this in a second, but it's going to look identical to the one above this. So it's going to be user meta, and we're going to map it just like the one that you can see right above it. So let's go ahead and get this looking nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to make another map, but this time with the user ID, it's going to be equal to the meta, and we're going to return it. And this time we're going to do it as a user meta map. So we're just going to say object as, and this is where we're going to go back up to the top and make our new interface. So interface user meta map. Basically same thing, user ID, this time user meta. Let's go ahead and import that, head back to where we're having our error, and now we can do user meta map. Fantastic. So now this is working, but you and I need to come back down here and make a few changes to the code down below. So here's the important part. At this part, so far, all we're doing is sending messages in a thread, but we actually need to go a little bit deeper. So what we need to do is check a few things. First, we're not just going to be doing thread promises anymore. It's going to be thread and notifications promises. So this is going to be a change that we're going to update. Let's do that. And then let's start actually implementing those changes. So first, we are going to still iterate through all of our challenge preferences. So we can say who we actually need to notify. Then what we're going to do is go add the message and send it out to our user if we find it. And what we're also going to do, instead of just, sending the message, so let's just add this right here so you can see it. So this is the send message. What we're going to do is we're going to check to see if this user wanted to be notified in the first place. So, if the CP or challenge preference do want to be notified, what we're going to do is actually go ahead and send them a notification. Now here's how we're going to do that. So send notification, it might not be, so let's just comment it out and let's add up our own code. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to grab the corresponding user meta, and that's going to come from the map we just created. And now what we're going to do is now push off a send notification. So this one is where we're going to add another promise. So we're going to push. And at this part, what we have to do is actually go ahead and we're going to make a new endpoint. This is the very last one, I do promise. So what we're going to do is just make a new Axios request to a specific endpoint. It's once again going to be a post endpoint. And as you can see, we're always going to go to our next public base URL, except we are going to do a send off this to the send notification endpoint, which we haven't created yet, but we will. And it's going to be super simple once you see it. But we do have to properly destructure the data that we send to it. So that's what we need to put in here. So the first thing is we have to define the subscription, and this is going to come in a few different parts. So the first one is going to be our endpoint, and this is going to come from our corresponding user metadata endpoint. And from there, we have to define our keys. And like you said, it's already kind of auto completing it. This is exactly what we want to have happen. We're going to set up auth, put that there, and then our P256DH. And then finally, what we're going to do outside of the subscription is we're going to pass along our message. And that's going to be the actual message from David Goggins AI. So this is all set up. We're actually going to send the notifications based on the user preferences. That's what we've been designing from the very beginning. And now all we have to do is go off and create that final API send notification endpoint. And it's going to be super simple. So let's just go ahead and create that real fast so you guys can start playing around with your new app. So what we're going to do, head back over to API. We're going to open up a new folder, and this one is just going to be called send notifications, just like we just said. Now inside of send notifications, what we're going to do is create our new route.ts. And per usual, we're going to make a new export async function. And this one's going to be a post request per usual. Request looking great. Now what we can do in here is per usual, let's go ahead and destructure our request that we should be getting from our backend. So a await request.json, and then we should pull out the subscription and we should pull out the message. Now what we need to do from here is we actually need to start using the web push framework. So what we need to do is go ahead and install that real quickly. So I'm just going to open up a new terminal and just install npm I web push. Now we installed the CLI globally earlier, but we're just going to add this as a part of our package now. So that's looking great. And what we can do from here is we're going to start using that web push framework. So let's go ahead and start logging what we're doing first. Console.logs subscription. Sorry, we're going to say sending push notification to, and then this is where, later us can go debug if something ever happens. So we can see that what's happening there. And then now we're going to start using that web push library. So what we have to do to start using the web push library is up top, we kind of have to go ahead and initialize it. So I'm going to import it real fast. So web push from web-push. Now what we need to do, why is it not being happy? I guess we might need to import the types as well. Let's try that out. Maybe that's what was missing. That should work. Come back in here. Yeah, that was the only issue. It was missing the types to work with Typescript. So now that we have it, we can actually set up our vapid details and basically just think of these are our credentials that we need to set up in order to send out push notifications. So the first one is you have to set up a mail to address. So feel free to put your address, but I'm just going to put mine right here, brandonhancock.io. Then from there, it's up to us to actually put in our public key and private key. So if you hover over this, you'll see that it wants public key, then private key. Thankfully for us, we already had those defined. So let's go look at our .environment variables so we can grab everything properly. So the first one is our public key. So process.env next public key, and just get rid of that error, we're gonna do as string. And the next one is our vapid private keys. So once again, we're just gonna do process.env and just say as string, just because we already know it's there. Okay, great. So now we have web push set up. So now we just need to start using it. So what we're going to do is we're going to await a web push, and we are going to send a notification to this subscription with this message. Then what we're going to do next is basically just log that everything went successfully. So all we need to do, let's just throw this in a try catch statement real fast, just so we can be responsible. So catch response looking good. So, obviously we're just going to error if we had trouble sending it, and we're going to return next response.json. This one's just going to be an error, and it's just going to look like this. So status 500, and we'll just say success false and message, and we'll just say, error sending push notification. Great. Now, if that does work though, this await up here, what we're going to do is just go ahead and return a next response of 200. All right. So this is looking good. Our vapid keys are set up. Now I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead and deploy this one more time, and let's try and actually see if it's working now. So git commit setup push notification in BE. Okay, so let's try it one more time. So it's going to hop back over to our production, and we're just going to wait for everything to build. Actually, there's going to be a quick build error that we're going to run into, and this always comes back to our middlewares. We never actually made a new endpoint for us for our send notifications, so that's going to cause us issues. So I'm sorry about that, but now we can actually just add that so we can start making requests to it. So let's go ahead and now finally go ahead and actually send this off now. So with git commit, and then now we're going to say fix permissions, and then we're just going to go ahead and push it now. Great. Now let's go ahead and look at it. So as you can see, we actually finished building everything successfully. And then now whenever we go over to our application, you'll notice I have a bunch more messages. I've just been playing around with it, but whenever you refresh it, make sure you do, you'll probably get a notification saying like, hey, there's a new version of the application out. And it might ask you to refresh the page again. If it does, just refresh it. And then also, whenever you go over to your inspector tools and go over to the application side, what you'll notice, you might notice sometimes just to help you troubleshoot, you might notice where it'll say status, and you'll have a build that's kind of stuck. It'll be yellow, and it'll actually be your updated service worker. So just click skip waiting. It'll make it the most active service worker for your application. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is go off and trigger a new notification. And I just want to show you something real fast. So as of right now, I have no notifications in the top right, but whenever I come over here and trigger a new challenge for my users, it's going to take a few seconds, then it's going to come off and generate this new message. And because I'm using Loom, it automatically like blocks my notifications. But if I come back and slide over, you can now see it's actually generating the notification that comes from David Goggins. And what's cool is this is actually the same text that appears up here. So now that it's working here on my computer, I'm actually going to go over and do it on my phone so you guys can see that this is actually working in the web and on the phones. And then finally, the very last thing that we're going to do is go over and use our tool that automatically from this point forward will send out notifications to users automatically every day. All right, so let's go ahead and hop over to my phone real fast. So welcome to my phone, guys. What I have done is I've opened up our Goggins AI Coach, basically the URL we've been accessing for everything so far, and I've signed into my account. So as you can see, I already have some conversations in here, but in order to add this to your home screen to really convert a website into a progressive web app, especially for iPhones, you're going to want to hit that up button, and then you're going to scroll down to the bottom and do add to home screen. Once you've added this to your home screen, let me show you what happens next. You'll maybe see Goggins AI right here. And once you're in Goggins AI, what you can do is it'll ask you, it might already log you in. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna like click around just so it, yeah, there it goes. It just takes a second because I've already logged into it multiple times in the past, but you should be presented with this screen. And what it's gonna make you do is log back in, and I'm just gonna log myself in with my normal credentials. So this is gonna take a second, and there we go. Okay, cool. So once we officially log back in, okay, give me 1 second. It's gonna make me, actually try another way. Sorry, you guys are seeing it all. So it's gonna text real fast. Finally, we're going to go enter the code. You'll probably have to do the same thing on your phone. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're going to actually come back over to our Goggins AI application. And then this is where we're going to be able to finally allow push notifications. So we're going to allow it. We're going to allow it, and we should get some pop-ups saying everything's looking good. Fantastic. We do want to allow push notifications on this account. Let's save it. And if you remember from earlier, whenever we were working with our challenge users, we set the body to alert users who were a part of the easy, basically challenge level. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Now, what I'm doing on my end is I'm clicking send. And what this is gonna do is send out a notification to my phone so that I can go see the new, basically that a new chat was happening. So as you can see, we finally got a new message from Goggins, and it popped up, and now it's going to go load our messages, and you can see the same message that just popped up on our notifications can now be seen in our chat. And just to show you that it's truly working, even in the background, I'm going to close out of this, and I'm going to send another one. And this one should finally just pop up in the top once again, whenever it gets done. So I clicked it, it's loading, and there we go. It's working. So whenever you click the notification, it takes you to your chat. You can scroll down and you can see, all right, listen up. So I hope you guys have liked this so far. We have everything working progressive web app wise. Now we're going to move to the very last step where we set this up so we automatically send these workouts at specific times of the day. So hang in there, guys. This is the last clip. Super proud of all of y'all. And let's go ahead and knock this final part out. All right, so in this section of the video, you're going to learn how to automatically send out messages, or in our case, workouts to our users at different times throughout the day automatically. So what we're going to be using is a tool called Upstash. And if this is your first time using it, it basically just offers a bunch of different service platforms that you can use. In our case, we're strictly going to be using Qstash for sending out cron jobs. Now, this is going to kind of make sense whenever you see it, but what you need to do is go over here and log in with your GitHub account or Google account. And when you're finally done, you'll be brought to a page like this. Now, it's important that you go ahead and click on Qstash so that you can actually start sending out daily requests. So let me give you a quick overview of what you're going to be doing in here. And the part that's awesome about this is for our app, we're going to stay way under this limit of 500 free messages per day. And it is important to go ahead and make sure that, like, you can see there's a toggle for V1 and V2. They're shutting down on March 31st, V1. So just make sure you toggle that and hit V2. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at what we actually need to be doing in order to build this application. Okay, so what we're trying to do is automatically send out a few times a day different notifications to our users. So one thing that is super important is that it is important to note that the way our application is set up is it runs in UTC time. So basically just UTC is like Zulu time. So you might want to do a like EST to Zulu time. And what you'll notice is, like, for example, it's 5 hours ahead of my time. So for example, in our application, when we go to the profile, you'll notice that I said that, hey, we're going to be sending you notifications at 7:30, 12, and 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Well, that means to go to Zulu time, I need to add 5 hours to each one of these so that they come to our users on the correct time. Now, there's a lot more ways you could go about doing this, but for this small application, we're just going to go ahead and hard code the times. Ideally, what you would do is make each user, some users out in like California, India, or just wherever people are at inside of your application, they obviously would want to get notification in their time zone. But for right now, you and I are just going to hard code it for Eastern times, but feel free to adjust it for your own time zone. So let me walk you through what this would look like. So we are going to create an endpoint for each one of these timestamps. So we're going to create 3 requests to go off for easy. We're going to create 4 requests to go off for medium and 5 to go off for hard. Now here's how we're going to create the first one, and then I'll let you guys go off and create the ones from there. So for example, if I wanted to send off a message, let's just click a random one. If I want to send off this one right here for medium, here's how I would do it. I would first set up our endpoint, which is just going to come from over here. Let's grab this, come over here and paste it. And then in our case, we actually are going to be sending to API challenge users. Now this challenge users is the endpoint we set up in our code a little while ago. But what we do have to do is go ahead and set up our JSON body. So what you'll do is just something like this, and we'll clean it up in just a second. But here's what it'll look like. So right out the gate, you need to pass along a secret. And remember, you're supposed to go update your secret to actually be something more than just this generic test secret that I have on the screen right now. And the other thing that you're going to do is set off the challenge ID. And the reason why we do that is because each user is signed up to a different category, and we strictly only want to notify the users that are signed up for the medium challenge at this point. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, what we're going to do next is we actually want to trigger this notification every day at 7 a.m. Eastern time. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to click scheduled, and then we're going to come down here to every, and we're going to do custom. Now with custom, what I like to do is if you come over to cron tab guru, you can actually kind of play around with different times to get it to work. So in our case, I want to go at 12, and this is going to be 7 a.m. my time, 12 UTC time. So this is actually basically how you'll do something to happen every day at 12. So what we're going to do is come back over here and paste that cron timestamp over here, and then we're going to schedule it. So that looks good. Now, what we're going to do next is, like I said, you now know how to do it for one. So you're just going to keep repeating this for the rest of them. And eventually you're going to get to look like something just like this, to where it's going to be just a bunch of them. You're going to have 12 in total. So this is what it's going to look like in the end. I just wanted to show it to you guys and do one with you so you can go off and add them yourselves. And just to show you that this does work, what I'd like to do is actually do a one-off. So what we're going to do is basically just do that again. So, but we're just going to schedule a one-off just because I do want to show you that this tool does work. And let's go ahead and copy the body from down here to challenge medium users. Paste that right here. Once, let's go back to our app. Let's sign up on... Let me make sure I'm signed in on my phone. So let me just go ahead and make sure I'm in the right account. Yeah, so this should work. I think in my account over here, yeah, I'm on medium. So what I should do now is whenever I schedule this once, it should trigger. So let's make sure that looks good. And if it doesn't, I'll let you guys know if it does on my phone. So that looks good. Let's send it. So it should send, this is going to go off and trigger our backend. So that's going to take, a few seconds to actually build all the OpenAI messages and so forth and so forth. All right. So my phone just got notified. Let's see if everything works on this side. Maybe. Yep. So you can see over here as well. It just didn't pop up, but yeah, you can now see we got a new message from David Goggins on this side as well. So as you can see, this is going to work. And what you need to do is just, like I said, come back down here and continually adding new scheduled jobs by adding new endpoints and make sure they're scheduled, and continue to do it for all the different time zones that are showed right here. But that's a wrap for this video, guys. I hope y'all enjoyed it. And if you did, please hit that like and subscribe button. It'd mean the world to me. And if you want to see more AI content just like this, I definitely recommend checking out some of the other great AI tutorials that I have on my channel. But until then, I hope you guys have a great day, and I can't wait to see y'all in the next video. See ya.